Close your eyes, breathing deep, feel the high. Need the rush, feel the dark, overcome. Shadows whispering, calling from the deep. Don't wake me from my dreams. It's never what it seems. We're playing with We're playing with fire. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? Look at what we made. Can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. Water start to rise. Is it truth or lies? Break the ties that bind. Find the fire inside. We're playing with fire. Are we tempting fate? Or just play the game? We're playing with fire. Look at what can we ever be saved? We're playing with fire. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. Got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour can't be tamed. I got the fire in my eyes, coming in hot this time. Every second on the grind, every day I'm pushing for the power, a little sweet and sour. Every second, every hour, every day
Got me looking like steel, now I never break. Put the haters on their heels, yeah, set them straight. Gonna spin up on their wheels when they see the gray, when they see the gray. Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite.
I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat. I bring the heat.
Knock me down, another round, yeah, I'm here to fight. About to blow, let them know someone hit the lights. Turn them up, get it done, ready to ignite, ready to ignite.
게 아니야.
아니.
나 안 될 것 같아 이제.
파이팅!
파이팅.
파이팅! 도장 해줘. 박하연 해줘.
스텝이 다르다. 스텝이 다르다.
와! 와! 아니야 언니 이거 다 왔어 다 왔어. 다 왔어 다 왔어. 쓱한 거 같은데.
근데 소리가 들리긴
들었어.
소리가 들리는데.
와! SSG 들었어.
근데 잠깐만.
저도요?
대인이 형 안 찼잖아.
언니
네. 원래 안 찼네.
안 하려고 했는데.
신발도 신으셨는데 이거.
파이팅!
가자.
파이팅.
혜지가 또 슈팅이
눈빛이.
좋았어.
자 여러분 힐링 잘 되고 있나요?
스피드를 봤고 슈팅을 봤으니까 이제 전체적인 이 선수들의 능력치를 보기 위해서 공수를 다할 수 있는 1대1 대결을 해보도록 하겠습니다. 네.
이렇게 간결하게 넣을 수가 있구나.
네.
와 진짜 멋있다.
대박이다, 멋있다, 하연이. 와, 이거 어떻게 이겨요?
바로 이겁니다. 네.
반응 속도부터가 다른데?
감동 넣었어요. 감동.
그래도 우리 반응 속도 하면은 우리도 프로게이머들 뒤지지 않거든요? 최고잖아요, 세계 최고.
그죠. 전 자신 없어요.
자신 있죠?
네.
그럼 또 첫 번째는 누구죠?
구만씨!
국민지.
네.
나와서
이번에도 신발끈 묶으시는 건 아니겠죠?
아, 열심히 하죠.
오.
수비.
장난치시는 거야? 아, 가지고 넣었다.
아, 이거 너무 이지한 거 아닙니까? 와, 나이스.
너무 금떴어 일어나는데. 일어나는 게.
죄송합니다. 근데 내가 너무 만졌어.
와.
아, 이 정도
아 근데 이거
당연히.
왜 나만 그런가 축구 안 같아.
그러니까 약간 이 팀이 그런 것 같아요.
이 팀이 조금
이 팀이 약간.
쉽지 않네요. 커즈대 캐리 한번 해보면 안 되나?
재밌겠다.
아, 오케이.
풋살 대선배님이시.
나 진짜 질 것 같은데.
아, 내가 질 것 같아.
가까이 간다. 가까이 간다. 공에 가까이 간다.
뭐 어디로 가야 돼요?
다시 한번.
가야 돼.
끝까지 가, 넣을 때까지. 와.
아니 나 너무 신개념 축구를 봤어. 커즈 선수의 신개념 축구를 봤어.
겁증이 뭔데?
아 너무 웃기다.
제가 20년 동안 넘게 축구를 하면서 이런 페인팅을 본 적이 없어요. 너무 신박했습니다. 네, 다 좋아.
좋아요, 자신.
맞아.
자 이렇게 테스트가 모두 끝이 났습니다. 이제는 팀 간의 대결을 한번 해볼 텐데요. 4대4 대결인 만큼 감독님이 저희를 다 평가를 하셨으니까 한번 팀을 정해주시죠.
네, 너무 어려웠습니다. 잘 나눠볼게요. 우선은 A팀, B팀으로 나누는데 A팀 구마유 씨.
구마유 씨!
첫 번째.
구마유 씨!
커즈.
커즈!
네, 이 두 선수를 도와줄 김민지,
김민지!
피지컬이 좋은 팀.
박하야.
우리 피지컬 팀이야.
멤버가 세다.
와, 저게 너무 센데?
우리가 B팀인 걸로
와.
네, 이렇게
괜찮아.
팀을 나눴고요.
괜찮아. 우리는 이거만 좀 있잖아.
팀네임 정해봐.
혹시 아픈 데나 좀 여기?
야, 테이핑 제대로 해주네.
야, 장난 아니다.
하연아. 예.
멋있다.
맞아,
멋있다, 역시 우리 하연이.
이런 건 다 찍어주셔야 돼요. 진짜 이거.
와,
어디 아픈 데 없으세요? 전문적이다.
그니까.
비슷하게 오른손.
네, 오른손이 제일. 우리가 이길 거구나. 그만.
아니, 뭐 반응이 왜 이래?
야유는 이게 좀.
1년 360. 5, 6, 7, 8. 다시.
방해하지 마세요.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1년 365일 캐리할 거야. 캐리 화이팅! 죄송한데 제 노래거든요. 그랬구나.
소유미, 유미의 노래이기 때문에
그 현역가왕에서 멋지게 활약했기 때문에 노래를 넣어봤습니다. 자, 그럼 이제 본격적으로 게임 시작해볼까요? 네.
이거 아닌가? 이거 아니야?
빨리.
계속해. 바로. 수비.
보여줘.
화이팅, 화이팅.
오, 막
야, 이거.
밀어. 아웃 없어.
우리 팀 언제 들어와?
잘한다. 캐리야 잘한다.
이거 언제 들어와?
그렇지. 따라가. 그렇지. 자신 있다면서요.
야, 체력 다 빠진다.
나이스.
안 들어왔어. 들어왔어.
들어오세요. 2번.
빨리 도와줘.
도와줘. 패스. 나이스.
오케이, 사람 체크. 오케이. 나이스.
와, 나이스.
잘한다.
괜찮아. 골 넣으면 돼.
캐리야 소윤이 화이팅. 전멸 빠졌어.
가자. 오케이.
좋다.
보여줘.
좋다.
나이스, 아웃.
수비.
블록 거.
가자.
안 놔도 돼. 오 나이스. 가. 캐리야 가. 캐리야 가.
잘 걸린 거 아니죠? 아니지.
캐리야.
가자.
보여줘.
캐리야 선수 공을 넣어야 돼요.
가자.
볼 때 넣어야 돼.
살려주세요.
와, 이 팀 뭐야?
아이고.
와, 이
나이스.
팀 잘한다.
수비.
빨리 들어와. 들어와야 돼 우리 팀.
받아줘야 돼. 공 받아줘야 돼.
수비.
들어왔다. 야, 하나 또 올 거야. 걔네 하나 더 온다. 하나 더 와.
골대 옆에 있으면 온다. 자, 잘한다.
나이스, 구마유 씨. 간다.
나 안 될 것 같아 이제.
아, 힘들어.
믿고 기다려, 믿고.
들어가자.
오케이.
들어가자.
오케이.
골대 옆에 가 있어. 골대 옆에 가 있어. 골대 옆에 가 있어. 골대 옆에.
사이. 받을 수 있는 위치에. 가운데. 오케이.
오케이.
언니 괜찮아요?
캐리야 준비해.
레디.
감독님 봐줘. 감독님 봐줘. 감독님. 감독님. 자꾸 가자.
여기. 아니에요. 여기 아니에요.
됐다. 됐어. 그렇지. 슛.
아 힘들어. 커즈
준비야, 막아.
골대. 커즈 골대.
골대까지.
골대.
들어가. 올라가.
여기 한 명.
괜찮아. 우리 괜찮아. 우리 올라가자. 들어가자.
안 들어왔어. 걸쳐서. 안 들어. 걸쳤어.
끝났어요?
벌써?
50초.
네? 오케이, 가자! 끝까지!
막아야 돼.
가자. 해. 캐리어 가요! 맞아.
아.
까비. 와, 왜 이렇게 힘들어? 나이스. 그래도 우리 골 넣었어. 골 넣었잖아요.
전반전 1대1.
아, 피만 나. 진짜요?
우리 지금 그래도
골 넣었어요.
역시.
패스하기 편한 곳에 가 있어야 돼요. 아니면 그냥 무시하고 골대 쪽에 있는 게 나아요.
웬만하면 골대 쪽에 가 있는데 그 수비 사이사이에 있어주면
네,
좋아요.
사이사이에.
사이사이.
네, 알겠습니다.
어디 힐링 되고 있나요?
골대녀분들의 뭔가 실력에서 뭔가 힐링이 좀 되는 것 같아요.
그래요? 좋아요.
아 진짜 이거 뭐 띄워주기가 아니라
아 근데 커즈 선수가 아까 경기할 때 보니까 박하연 선수가 수비를 잘하니까 오 역시 수비의 신 약간 이런 멘트를 쭉쭉 해주면서 팀의 사기를 높여주더라고. 그 팀 분위기가 좋더라고.
근데 경기력은 저희가 더 좋았어요.
맞아요.
감독님 경기력이 좋으시더라고요. 와 에이스 매치.
오케이 소비 화이팅!
에이스 매치요.
1년
화이팅!
365일 캐리할 거야.
사령관 화이팅!
침착해.
오, 와,
맹수 같으시다.
안 뚫려.
와,
절대 가운데 사이를 안 뚫려.
와,
유미볼.
드리블 스탯 120인데?
와 유미 멋있어.
와, 그냥
여기 공간 많잖아. 일로 와. 들어가. 오케이. 달려. 그렇지.
이래로 둘이 싸우면 재밌겠다.
아니, 패스를 줘. 술래잡기 아니야. 술래잡기 아니야.
니 뭐해? 가 도와줘!
네.
도와줘!
자존심 싸움이 지금.
오케이. 온다. 안 돼! 오케이, 좋아.
저 뒤에 있어 사람 있어. 예.
가자.
골대 들어가!
가.
같이!
뭐야? 아니 북한에서 나왔는데.
체력 이슈.
잘한다, 잘해. 나이스.
패스 너무 감사합니다, 진짜.
나이스.
오더.
역전하자.
좀 가자.
역전 가자.
체력전으로 가, 체력전으로.
아니.
나가. 아니, 거기 있지 마! 거기 있지 마. 들어가!
포기하지 마.
달려.
반대로 가! 나이스, 반대로 가!
아, 힘 풀렸어.
반칙.
반칙! 나이스.
아, 진짜. 이게 되네.
역시
축신.
역시
와,
축신이다.
나이스. 2대2.
와 진짜 축신.
오. 들어가자. 우리 들어가야 돼.
커즈 골대.
오케이.
민지 사이. 네. 받아. 어우, 야. 뒤에 나. 됐다. 아이고.
오케이. 3대1.
와
위치가 좋아, 위치.
아 죄송해요.
언니.
좋아, 수비 좋아.
살려.
와, 뒤에 있어.
우와! 라인 패스! 라인 패스! 안 돼! 안 돼! 그렇지! 와! 그렇지! 와!
야 이걸.
와, 기가 막혔는데.
수가.
패스!
아 나이스.
수비야, 일어나! 빨리 일어나! 뒤에.
에이씨. 에이씨 굴렀어.
오케이. 감독님 옆에 딱 달라붙겠습니다.
아 진짜.
나이스, 아빠.
박하연도 실수를 한다.
나도 사람이다.
3대2야, 3대2.
와,
좋아. 뒤에 있어. 민지, 다시.
뜨다.
라인. 패스 잊었다.
완벽했다.
야 그 패스.
와, 이 뭐야?
아, 3명이어가지고.
아니, 이 플레이가 좋네.
우리는 실력을 했다.
지금 3대3인가요?
네.
네.
쥐어짜서 수비 간다. 쥐어짠다 진짜.
민지야, 가자.
아 왜? 너무해.
오케이.
아 힘들어. 이게 침대 축구구나.
야, 심폐소 선수 가자. 와. 1번 주자 가보겠습니다.
아나콘다의 아나콘다 에이스.
부담 주려고. 와, 진짜 가깝다.
어메이징하다 수비.
예스.
1번. 엄청 셌는데. 아, 진짜 파워 슈팅이었어.
저희 1번 구마유 씨.
금화유 씨.
감독님, 막으셔야 해요. 아까 골대 맞추기 하는 것처럼.
아니, 빈틈이 안 보이는데?
구마유 씨, 날려버려. 와, 심리전.
지금?
진짜
아니, 타이밍을 뺏을 줄 알아.
그러네. 그러네. 역시 구마유 씨.
감독 2번.
아, 나 이거냐?
안돼, 우리 해야 돼. 감독님 왼발이죠?
아, 왼발이에요?
네.
와, 근데 이거 어려운데?
하연님 사령관.
제대로 해야 돼. 괜찮아요.
너무 세. 아니, 손이 괜찮은데요?
일부러 그러신 것 같은데?
우리 팀이지만 매너가 좋아.
그러니까 좀 진심으로.
복수할게요.
한 번 더 맞춰야 돼.
내가
와, 제일 센 슛.
어떻게 민지? 감독님 손 조심하세요.
아 근데 이거는 피하시는 게 나을지도 몰라요.
피하는 게 나을지도. 조심하세요.
와, 이거
괜찮으세요?
아, 이거 어떡해. 하연이.
언니 막아야 돼요. 재밌게 가면 안 돼.
소윤이 가자.
네.
오케이. 와우, 나이스.
역시 대윤이.
자,
언니 역시 예능왕 예능왕.
그림을 만들 줄 아신다.
아 커즈네 또. 아 커즈. 아 잘하는데.
보여줘.
커 지우개.
상대를 속여.
나이스. 이러면 이제 동점인 건가? 동점. 캐리야 캐리 가자.
우리 동점 아니야.
아
이거 막으면 끝인 거예요?
막으면 끝.
이겨야지.
넣으면 동점.
맞네. 이거 막히면 안 되네.
좀 좁은데 여기서 보니까?
넣어야 돼 넣어야 돼. 파이팅 파이팅.
화이팅 화이팅.
아 이거 맞아. 이거 맞아. 고생하셨습니다.
그래도 한번
안 되겠다. 우리 스포츠하기 연습 좀 해야겠다. 자, 이렇게 해서 오늘은 구마이시 팀이 이겼습니다. 축하드립니다. 제가 너무너무 애정하는 LCK 선수들이랑 또 골대녀 선수들이 한자리에 모여서 이렇게 다 같이 볼 수 있어서 너무 좋았고요. 오늘 선수들과 제대로 힐링하기 위해서 모였는데 힐링 제대로 되셨나요? 네. 와, 그렇다면 대성공입니다. 오늘 너무 다들 고생하셨습니다. 화이팅! 쉬는 날 뭐 하세요?
잠만 자거나.
이벤트가 있으면 이제 밥을 먹던가.
집에만 있는 것 같습니다.
전형적인 내향 있는 삶을 제대로 한번 즐길 수 있게 오락실에 도착했습니다.
이거 두 발로 운전하는 건가요?
네?
두 발로 운전하는 거 아니죠?
여기로 오세요. 여기로 오세요. 안 가.
I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away, fly away. We'll fly away, fly away.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world, lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Everyone just when I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Just when I lift my mark into the stone.
젠지 화이팅! KRX 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅! BFX 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Orcs for the AA broadcast here today. And I know there's one match that everyone is looking forward to today, not necessarily for the teams that are playing, but perhaps some of the whispers on the internet as to what has been going on.
Definitely whispers.
Yes, some
less
whispers.
than saying things.
Mainly people perhaps on our team saying nothing at all, just on the internet into nowhere. And things like that of that nature. But that matchup's coming up after we have Gen.G taking on KRX. And this is just before next week's trip to Vietnam. Very, very cool. But first, we are going to see them face off against one another in one of our last days of round one. We only have 3 more matches to go before entering into round 2. And it's looking like HLE and KT have really pulled away from the pack.
Yeah, absolutely have. Obviously, HLE taking down KT, ending their undefeated streak was a huge win. But you have teams like T1, Gen.G, D+, that pack that are chasing the front. And for Gen.G, continuing that win streak, beating out KRX, kind of would be the expected result and what they're hoping to go for. But KRX would love to get a big takedown today, leading into the hype of that home front.
Yeah, no, exactly right. And as you can see here, Homefront is going to be in Hanoi next week. And we'll just have to see who can strike first blood before that time. Obviously, KRX are looking like the underdogs in this matchup, but they have made magic happen. For example, their win over Nongshim, which a lot of us didn't see coming. So we'll see whether they can ride some of that momentum. Obviously, that was a big day. That was a Saturday showdown. Maybe they can do it in an LCK roadshow as well. As Keen is looking for just 17 more assists to hit 4,000. Kind of insane. It's a very, very large number, especially for a top laner who isn't necessarily used to getting all that many assists.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, depends on the champion you play, but Keen is such a wide pool over the course of that. But yeah, top laners definitely not as involved as, say, junglers, supports, or even mid laners.
Yeah, and by mid laners you mean Faker, who just, I think, just got 6,000 as well. I feel like all of these stats feel terrible because Faker exists, and he just got one the week before that was like 5 times the amount. I feel like it happens all the time. But what also happens generally when we are here at Chijijik Glow Park is the players walk out onto the stage. They're going to do exactly that, as predicted. My crystal ball seems to be working here today, as taking their seats, and I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what is going to happen here, whether KRX can actually stand up to Gen.G like they kind of did at the LCK Cup. Although it was a 2-0 for Gen.G, there was still, you know, some signs of life on the KRX side. And so we'll see whether Gen G are going to continue faltering and KRX can actually find an opportunity. And by continue, I mean they've kind of righted the ship in more recent games.
Yeah.
But still, there was some faltering at the beginning of the season. You definitely cannot deny that.
I think that's the thing. By a lot of team standards, Gen G is still having a great season, but by their standard, it's such a high bar. And I think recent matches, they've definitely had some convincing wins that remind you of that sort of Gen G of old, that controlled style. The enemy team just gets strangled out of the game. But we've seen, even in the season, we're like, oh, okay, they took down T1, things are righted, and then it kind of slipped away again.
Yeah.
That long-term consistency, more than any other team in the league, Gen G has maintained that over the past few years of just being able to win game after game after match after match. And right now, building up a bit of a winning streak, so we'll see if they can continue that today into some potential bigger challenges ahead of them.
Yeah, exactly right. There is also a very fun matchup. I know we've mentioned it before, of course, when UCAL has played against Chovy, but UCAL needs to channel, you know, some of that 2018 LCK summer energy when he came in and saved KT Rolster against Griffin in that final for one of the best of fives that we have had in LCK history. And I know that was a long time ago. The teams were completely different, but the vibe could still be there in the mid lane matchup. And we know the UCAL can certainly pop off on occasion, not only in-game, but also out of game as well. And I think a lot of people are looking forward to seeing what he has in store for us if they do indeed win.
Yeah, the mechanics on display when he does the celebrations.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, just
that spin off the desk is, it still worries me to this day. I feel like if I wasn't a father, maybe it wouldn't. But, you know, I don't know. It just looked dangerous, man. It really did.
You changed, man.
I have changed.
Fatherhood has made you.
It's a problem. I'm a worrier now. I don't want to be a worrier.
More respectful of danger.
Yeah. And
I've seen that sick skateboard video you have on YouTube.
Yeah, it was rollerblading video. Okay?
Oh, rollerblading. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it wasn't quite as cool to be a skateboarding guy.
But it was sick and very living life on the edge.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to watch that, and we're not showing that one to my son because you know there were so many opportunities to hurt ourselves. In fact, I am the worst. Maybe I should just be out of his life. I'm a terrible role model. Oh, God. Okay, that's enough devolving into self-loathing. Let's get into this best of three as, yeah, some preparation needs to be done here by KRX. I think that is the one thing that is definitely for sure. This is not a clear-cut, easy matchup for the guys in blue.
Yeah, definitely a tough one. I just hope they get a strong performance is the main thing. They're on a loss streak at the moment for long, so breaking that would obviously be massive, but I think you just take as much as you can get in terms of showing your strengths.
Yep.
Show them some resilience and having some good play. A game would be big.
And it also, like, it's really important to put up a fight as well, just because they need to put on a show. You know, in Vietnam coming up, like, I think it's a huge moment to move the LCK to a different country. I know we just did Hong Kong, but this is just the regular season going overseas, and that is so incredibly cool, and we kind of want it to be good. So, hoping that KRX can certainly show us something here, as already they're showing us some bans. The Varus, the Rumble, and the Orianna have been pretty permanently banned. I think for specific players, the Bard and Andal has certainly deserved a ban of that one.
Yep, a lot of teams respect banning his Bard. Bard in general has been banned more frequently in the first three. Now that we get the Nautilus ban, Karma, a looming threat. I feel with the Nautilus being unavailable, we have obviously seen some teams run Nautilus into that, have that kill pressure. So really emphasizing that pick here. Pantheon stands out to me as one that's left available. There is obviously other strong junglers that can be traded, like the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao. So
there's a lot of junglers up, actually.
So maybe you could even look towards the mid instead if you're happy trading those powerful junglers. There's still like the prospect of the Vizier being open and available. They just go straight for the Jarvan. And if I'm KRX here, I feel like an Ezreal Pantheon rotation would be pretty solid. Ezreal into Jarvan, really, really good. And the Pantheon, obviously, very strong in those early skirmishes. You could even forego the Pantheon for now. It would lock you into it for the third pick.
Oh, the Widid special.
Yeah, the Ezreal Nico has been a popular lane. I don't love Nico into Jarvan, just because we have seen some Jarvan will ult the Nico. And she kind of has to ult defensively, but then she can't rocket belt through the Cataclysm. So can make some struggles, and the Ash Seraphine immediately comes out.
Yeah, this is the thing that was really scary. You saw the Nautilus ban, and my first thought was, oh, they're just going to Ash Seraphine. And obviously the Karma would have been a better choice, but without that available, I mean, this becomes very, very strong. And we just saw Ezreal Nico lose to this yesterday.
Yep.
Like, we know that it is very powerful. I think the Pantheon does add an extra layer to this one. I think if it was something other than a Nico, a Xin Zhao could have been even more powerful, as we are going to be redoing the draft. But already we're seeing the bottom lanes and jungles locked in, and probably some bans freeing up perhaps an interesting top lane matchup. Yeah, so everything is going to be staying. I don't know whether it was a last pick or... it was a ban mistake. So the mistake was in the second round of bans, though, so I think someone just messed up, pressed the wrong button, and now we're just going to run through the draft again.
Yeah, this was talked about. I think it was just yesterday we had another similar...
Yeah, we almost got Garen mid.
Yeah.
It was going to be so sick.
That would have been really fun. But obviously it was talked about then, but if you missed it, if teams are immediate in like, hey, mistake happened,
yeah, then you can do it.
Verify, you can obviously stop before...
Which is sad, because
the next team's giving away the information.
Yeah, because when we miss out on the Vikla moment, you know? That Vikla moment where he like locks Zyra, and everything just goes to hell for KT, but they still win. Like, that was so cool.
Yeah, you occasionally get those moments, but a lot more of the time, it's just like, oh, this game's over now.
Yeah, it's a disaster.
We're forced to play this.
It's a very good point. Yeah, let's get Wadid's impression of what he thinks this bottom lane is going to be able to do. I think I am absolutely, I have no idea how he thinks about it. What do you think, Wadid, of Ezreal Nico?
Right, so I think they see Jarvan, so that's why they picked Ezreal, because you have such a great mobility into the Jarvan. But I think, again, they have to snowball early on the bot side against Ash Seraphine with the Pantheon. Otherwise, I don't think this champion is going to work. It has insane losing streak right now, so they're going to prove.
Well, we'll see what they can do. I personally think they locked Ezreal because it's lazy feel. He doesn't play anything else. He just locks Ezreal every single game. As the Anivia is going to be taken away. But thank you so much, Wadid, for the insight. It's actually very cool that we get to, you know, have a little bit of a peek in at the space.
Significantly less vague than his social media.
I know.
Yeah, he was actually very precise.
It's almost like he's putting on a persona on social media or something like that. I don't know. Maybe he can tell us. See? Now he's gone.
Yeah.
Very vague. Extraordinarily vague Wadid right there.
So interesting that they actually choose to ban Azir for Kiwum DRX. I was thinking, okay, what are you going to play mid? Because Ezreal obviously has a lot of safety, but into Ash Seraphine Jarvan, I'm thinking if you're playing in a mobile pick, you're going to be targeted heavily here. Azir was something I was thinking of, even the Aurora as well. A pick where, you know, if the Ash arrow is fired mid, you can avoid it. Or you can't just get ulted by Jarvan and then chain CC'd off the back. Ryze comes in as a ban. I understand the power of Ryze Pantheon being very formidable, especially with the Anivia ban, but I also think that Ryze
would have been a bit of a trap, right?
Would have been a vulnerable target. And the Ryze has been struggling recently, even with the early success we saw from Ryze Pantheon. So I think for me, I would just go like something like the Aurora and just have the safety to get out of sticky situations.
Yep, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Genji, with their opportunity now. See what Keen is going to be blind picking towards the top side of the map, especially with Jace banned. It does open the floor to a lot of different things. I hope it's not Nah. I imagine Chovy's just going to play Annie. I feel it. I know Aurora is often considered a counter pick into it, but I just have a feeling he's going to lock it anyway. As the Renekton, a consideration here. Blind Renekton is counterable, obviously, with that Nah that we were talking about before. Rich very happy to pick it.
Yeah.
But Keen just feels like he's going to be okay in the matchup regardless. And I think big bruises with a Seraphine are so strong.
It's a sort of comp you want where you can just buff them up. They have all that damage output, but given the additional
okay. That would have absolutely made sense, the Yasuo there.
And I think ultimately for Kiwum DRX, probably just going to be the Nah. They could flex the Aurora up to the top, but it's likely just going to be the Nah into the Renekton. And it is that Annie you were talking about, despite the fact we typically see the Aurora picked into it. This gives a ton of engage to Genji, which is why I think it was even more important that Yukal was on a pick that has that extra element of safety. Otherwise, he would have just been a sit and duck. If he played something like, I don't know, Victor here, would feel very unplayable. There's a lot of early pressure from this side of Kiwum DRX. an ability to snowball the game a little bit faster, I'd say, than Gen G, around the Pantheon in particular, who has that early pressure. But you need to get the ball rolling, because I think if you just play out into the mid-game, this Gen G composition becomes so fearsome on the back of all this CC and team fights. And we've seen Renekton just kind of run games when he has the buffs from his team, especially if Keen has a good time into lane against Rich.
Yeah, I think it so much does come down to that, right? I think mid lane, top lane, both winning matchups for KRX, but it's all about how you actually play out the lanes. Rich has been a bit of a liability in recent matches. If they lose this one, it's going to be 5 losses in a row for KRX. So obviously things haven't been necessarily going well. They're going to need a boost. And I think playing around some winning matchups, certainly going to be a good start, but are they going to be winning into the solo laners of Gen G? That is the question, as we'll just have to find out as we head towards the Rift. You can talk a little bit more if you like. That was a little...
I was just admiring the pandemonium thing.
It was very cool.
I wasn't working yesterday, so it's cool to see it.
Ah, right. Just absorbing. Well, let's go into the Rift now. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. G-Sun just gave me the great handoff in all caps. And so I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, G-Sun. It was some of my best work, I thought. It did sound a little bit like I was just basically throwing it to the fan chants. It was a bit too vague. That's what, okay.
Yeah, that's some of the feedback.
I've been talking to Widit a lot recently, okay? It's not my fault.
Well, actually, you should say, I've been talking to someone.
Oh, no. It is. It's contagious vagueness. That's what it's been dubbed. And it's something that we do have to watch out for here at the LCK. We apologize if there has been too much vagueness, but this is the thing that goes around. You know, it's like the flu, and we've all just caught the vagueness. And we all know who Subject Zero was when it comes to that.
Well, you did get help from someone else as well.
That is true. So maybe there's like Subject 0 and Subject 0.5.
Yeah.
That both exist, and then there's the rest of us. As already some laning has begun, and this is looking kind of like we were expecting. Just gonna be difficult.
Yeah, it feels bad on the Ezreal, who is such a strong level 1, to kind of get zoned out, but obviously Ashe is no slouch in the early levels.
It's pretty good.
It's just so consistent as well. The thing with Ezreal, if you have your Mystic Shot blocked by a minion or it misses, then the Ashe can just walk up and order you down. Dura's doing a good job of getting poked down here, though.
And the problem is, there was Andal missing all of his buttons as well. And I think you do need to kind of land some of those if you do want to be able to stand toe-to-toe in lane.
Yeah, Lazyfield already cleansed.
Oh, good.
That's already on cooldown. And now Canyon's using this pressure they have in the bot lane to push forward and contest this blue buff.
You can see Willer is just going to have to watch him. Both of them have Smite, though. So we'll just have to see whether Willer can actually lock this one down. Looks like Canyon's just going to be annoying, as he will come back again.
He's kind of dragging Andal over here and forcing him to trying to help out his jungler, and this just means Lazyfield, who's already low on HP, is getting pressured more and more. Now, Willer's going to try and go for the blast steal.
This would actually waste a lot of time. As down it will go. That's going to be the Canyon steal. And well, who really stole it? Because I guess Canyon really did stake a claim, but it was in the enemy jungle. So it was almost Willer stealing away his own stuff.
Trying to steal away his own stuff.
Yeah.
The Canyon comes out ahead. And Lazyfield has to recall. That's the thing, if you're under tower solo and you just don't have any pressure onto the Ashe, very easy for it just to keep volleying the Ezreal, who ended up getting chunked out. Does come back with a TN refillable, which is an okay early buy for an Ezreal. But Renekton being on it a little bit of a loss streak. And I will say a lot of those teams who've been losing on it are bottom of the table teams.
One of them was perfect, though.
Yeah, KT loss as well is a bit more surprising. I think we are seeing some of the shortcomings of Renekton, being that a lot of teams will be blinding him, and there are picks that give him a hard time. I think Gnar is honestly one that we know scales well into the later stages, but we've seen good Renektons still have that early pressure, as Keen is having now. And if you get momentum on the Renekton, he is very fearsome into the mid-game.
Yep, can be quite scary, even in this particular matchup, as Duro does scare LazyFeel as he was hiding in that brush for quite some time. Andal going to make his way down. And it does seem...
Oh, we did request this himself?
He might have. It did start off relatively well, but has since become a little bit of a problem. As Duro down to 50%, but Andal also only just making it back to lane and in a little bit of trouble. Ruler absorbs Mystic Shot with that barrier. It's going to help that health bar stay pretty comfortable. I was going to say healthy. Felt like it was the wrong word.
They're already pretty chunked out in this situation. And obviously there's sustain on the side of Gen G. Not a ton, but just with when Duro does have that stack passive with the W, it will help you just outmatch your opponents. Already there are fillable charges gone from LazyFeel and Andal.
Yeah, they're already a couple of waves behind.
Yeah, and Ruler having the Cull as well. Not just an investment, but the extra sustain that offers too makes it tricky. We do see Willer moving down towards the bot side again, but Canyon is just matching him.
Yeah, and Andal is in so much trouble. The heal has to come out one more time. There's a beat drop for the snare, and almost able to pick it up with a Q on Duro's side. Still, Willer's going to come on over and protect first blood at least. But still, I mean, it's not great news. Flash in from Keen. He's got the Dominus running, and the hop is going to be enough to get Rich out of dodge.
Yeah, wasn't able to get the full amount of damage down there to kill Rich. Was looking for an angle, but ends up just burning Flash. Is now stacked up, though. Could look for something here in a dive.
Yeah, no. And picks up turret aggro because Dominus was still running.
Yeah,
so
I think
if
you didn't get the tower aggro, maybe there's potential, but as soon as he got that early aggro, it was a no for Keen. So goes for the aggressive play, isn't rewarded, and now potentially a little bit vulnerable to a gank with a lack of Flash.
Yeah, both of our top laners actually going for a reset here as well. So it, in the end, will just be Rich has a summoner spell and Keen doesn't. So a bit of an advantage for the Gnar. Certainly going to be something Rich will be very happy with. As Andal moves in, but Chovy looks very comfortable here in lane. And he is ahead by a very large margin. Chovying, if you will.
Yeah.
Hasn't necessarily been laning quite as well as he had in previous years earlier on in the LCK, but this is looking like a bit of a return to form for Chovy, who now does have a bear in hand. He's wondering when to drop it onto Yukal.
It will be soon. He will just drop the timbers on his head and do a ton of poke. That's just the way you play Annie.
Indeed.
Very unfun to be against.
Well, when does it get fun for KRX? That's sort of my question here, because I'm not seeing an angle.
Well,
maybe here.
They do have the Pantheon ult.
And that is what they're going to use to get towards this top side. Keen is in a world of trouble. Does avoid the house, but I think he just wants to try and clear whatever of the wave he can before he inevitably dies, and that is going to be first blood delivered to Rich on a silver platter.
Yeah, capitalizing on that lack of Flash for now.
Oh, Arrow misses kind of point blank here as they look for LazyFeel. There's a Cataclysm onto Andal as they change their minds. LazyFeel needs a few more autos from Ruler, and that is going to be Duro that finishes it off. Gen G do find the double in the bottom lane, even though it looked a little bit haphazard to begin with.
Yeah, it was a bit touch and go at points there, but ultimately the ult from Canyon comes in and manages to lock them in place. Here, though, this was really easy setup for KRX. No flash on Keen, Rich with the Mega Gnar to set it up, and as you said, Keen just kind of aware that he's not getting out of this, clears the wave up as much as possible before he goes down. But this bot dive is, you know, it's a good dodge on the Ash Arrow that comes in, and then Canyon ends up getting all the mobility from LazyFeel and trapping him in the Cataclysm. You see here, so he Arcane shifts there, and actually flashes later. And then tries to go for the kill onto Ruler. The tower damage is ramped up, but with so many flashes available, it's easy just to disengage from the situation.
Yeah, it was very weird, though, because I felt like Canyon walked in, missed everything, and then just cataclysmed them, and they died anyway.
Yeah, that was enough.
Yeah.
Pressure was already there, and I think a big thing was Andal just not able to connect, going down pretty quickly. Didn't even use the flash in that situation.
A little bit unfortunate, as Yukal tries to go between the worlds, but does immediately get stunned. Chovy still waiting for the bear to come back. And so is able to trade back quite nicely, but Yukal is still in a pretty good spot in this lane, despite the CS deficit. That margin has not changed too much.
I'm concerned about KRX, because obviously Willa got that first gank with the ult, but waiting till 6, and it's not that he hasn't looked for angles, but just he was matched by Canyon on that bot side consistently. And I think if you're into this Ashe Seraphine, so often we've seen the Ashe Seraphine struggle when it's on the receiving end of like level 3 ganks.
Yeah.
And we didn't get that this game. We didn't get that early disruption, putting the summoners on cooldown and putting more pressure down. And as a result, it's already a 1.5k gold lead for Gen G less than 10 minutes into the game.
Which is kind of crazy given the fact that it was First Blood going over to KRX. The immediate answer in that bot dive, though, from Gen G, really riding the ship on their side of things. And so the question now becomes, how does it become okay for KRX? Or is this just going to be the classic Gen G snowball into a victory, which I'm desperately hoping is not the case, because we need the home front to be fun next week, right? That's I think that's what everyone wants.
Well, there is the potential for snapping gauges onto the immobile bot lane of Gen G. So even if they're behind, it's not completely doomed, but it does get harder, significantly harder. So if I'm KRX, I'd be looking at Ruler specifically now, who is flashless. You have the setup from Aniko, you have the Pantheon as well. That's something you can look to punish and capitalize on, so we'll see if they're able to pull it off.
Oh, there's the encore. It's just going to interrupt the back, and down will go Andal. Yes, they had to invest a flash, but Andal is no longer.
Not sure how that really started. I mean, I know it started with the Ashe Arrow, but Andal has flash, has his clone that can block the Ashe Arrow. So getting caught out like that, not something you typically expect from a Nico.
And so here they are. He gets hit by an arrow. That's why.
I'm just surprised if it was his clone on cooldown. Maybe that's why Ruler went for it, because otherwise you'd think he'd use that to block the arrow.
Yes.
And if he doesn't have it, then I think you just flash. But I guess just maybe like, hey, I'm not gonna die here. Ultimately goes down. And that's the second death in a row we've seen from Andal where that summoner remains unused. And that flash is maintained.
Well, at least he'll have it for a potential fight coming up.
Yeah, and now Duro is flashless. Ruler still doesn't have his up yet, so I really think KRX need to capitalize on this sooner rather than later.
We'll try and make something happen as Andal is disguised as Yukal for the moment. I don't think they're buying it at this stage, as Chovy just dash cannons in. We'll be able to catch Yukal in the weirding and does get a nice bit of electrocute damage there. But we do have a Drake spawning in 3 seconds time. Double Dragon for Gen G is a big deal. Willa is down here to try and defend. Duro in a bit of an unfortunate position, but surround sound and a few extra buttons is going to keep him safe. And now the ulti to get on top of Chovy here. In comes Willa, but Chovy's sort of sussed it out a little bit early. And now Tibbers is just being annoying to the Pantheon. Keen is getting low here towards his top side with both top laners having teleport. Could be kind of a big deal as Rich really wants that hyper proc, but Keen should be able to just slice up this wave and does indeed do that.
Yeah, Keen still had ult and that on-demand extra HP makes it a little bit harder to go for a dive there. Chovy's looking for an angle here.
Well, Yukal goes between the worlds. They had an idea that he was here. As there's the flash in from Willa, flash out from Chovy as the teleport is coming through to try and back him up. In the meantime, Andal's dead yet again. But there's a flag and drag on top of Willa. Cataclysm onto Yukal, who gets out of it, but I don't think KRX is going to be too happy about this moment, as the Drake should be taken here as well. Keen finding Rich one more time, as Rich does hit Mega when he needs to, wallops Keen, and they will just wander back towards the top lane.
Yeah, so ultimately it's Gen G coming out ahead. They will get the Dragon on the back of this as well. Andal picked again on this Nico. And we'll see the replay here. So Andal just gets hit with the arrow. Ruler was out of vision briefly for that moment. Again, isn't able to block it with the clone. It doesn't flash. It just goes down once more. Really struggling so far on this Nico. 3 deaths in a row without using that summoner.
I think he needs to start flashing. That is absolutely true.
I feel like it might be that mindset of like, I'm saving it for a big ult, but if you die 3 times in a row...
Yeah, and it's also, you know, the game has been going for longer than that, as we've got a bit of a gank here towards Rich, who's extraordinarily dead.
That's a setup that this composition has. Not much ability to play when you get flash stunned and then the follow-up is there. There is so much snap engage from Gen G that it means it's very hard to slow the pace of the game down, and they already have a 3,500 gold lead at 14 minutes, so I don't think this game is going to get any easier for KRX at this point. I think they've missed the mark on what they wanted to achieve. It's a Hex Tech Soul that really doesn't help with the state of the game.
Yeah, I don't think it's all that meaningful because right now Genji are running away with it a little bit faster than perhaps a Soul is going to be relevant in.
It just kind of really puts a timer on it. I mean, KRX already kind of were playing against a timer, but now it's like you absolutely have to figure out, if not this next dragon, then, I mean, that makes it extremely difficult, but you absolutely, the 4th dragon, you can't give over. And I don't know if they're going to be ready by then.
Oh, God. Andil is dead again.
That's 4.
Still waiting for that flash to be used.
Yeah.
Someone needs to...
You know, at this point, if you didn't use it the first 3 times...
Maybe just save it for game 2.
Yeah.
That could be the way. I don't know what flashing would have necessarily done in that moment either, because he might have just been dead anyway.
I think it's just frustrating to see a Nico chain die like this, but I think Genji are doing a good job of punishing Andil and picking him off at any opportunity. Notice he also hasn't been able to finish his Rocket Belt yet, which is typically that extra tool that a Nico has to either... I mean, normally it's for engaging, but we've seen so many mids use it for disengage and for safety.
Yep.
And I think some of these situations could have been circumvented without having to commit a flash.
Oh, arrow.
But just simply that Rocket Belt. We see there, Yukao, kind of what I was talking about in draft, the value of having the Aurora when the Ash arrows just get fired at you. Unfortunately, though, still eats a bear.
Yeah. It was just a little bit more difficult to avoid that one. Both dash cannons are completed for both Yukal and Chovy. As Chovy is just going to pull back Tibbers, and Yukal is going to go back home. Yeah, this is looking a little bit dire for KRX. They're going to need something drastic, perhaps a flash from the Nico. All right, Andil is going to enlist the help of Shelly.
The problem is now, the point I was talking about to look for the big engage was when Ruler and Duro both didn't have flashes. They're now back available, and if you go for a big engage on this 3rd dragon or on this Herald, and Ruler or Duro flash or engage, the fight is lost, and probably the game is just over at that point. So ideally they try and force those summoners without it being a full 5v5. Like a low committal that just gets the bot lane sums would be ideal for KRX. And then you can start to really set up for fights on the back of those summoners being unavailable.
Yeah, find yourself a dragon fight. That would be optimal if they do have an advantage. But finding advantages like that in this game just seems a bridge too far. As I believe Yukal just got back here. And Chovy's looking for him once again. There's a dash cannon in, finds another bear. And there's a cheeky Q as well. Tibbers is just going to be annoying for a little while until he gets pulled back there by Chovy.
Chovy's just having so much pressure here, finding these great trades, using the Rocket Belt so fluidly with the rest of the kit to dodge away and then set up for that Tibbers coming in.
Has the largest gold lead in the game as well.
And you know what?
20+ CS lead.
Doesn't give over the free 50 gold. From
He never does.
Yeah.
He's actually so good at protecting Tibbers or killing Tibbers with an enemy turret.
That's how you get a big gold lead like this. You don't just give your opponent 50 gold for free.
And there's a lot of players that could take a lot of that advice. You know, even like the people that just throw their maidens away.
That's the lesson you should take away. Not build Rocket Belt on every champion every game, which is the lesson some mid laners have taken from Chovy.
Indeed. And in fact, I think everyone has. That has certainly been a thing.
That's the most contagious thing that we've had, even more than the vagueness.
Oh, I don't know about that. I feel like the vagueness has been very contagious.
I feel like there's something else that is pretty contagious.
Oh, yeah? Rift Heralds?
I'm not going to talk about it right now.
Okay.
I'm going to continue being vague.
Oh, wait a second. I think the thing that's contagious is still the vagueness. I think it's just taken hold. Oh no, we've lost Orcs for a moment. As Andil goes in, he flashed! He used it! Duro took some damage. Ruler is also in a lot of trouble as Canyon goes in with a Cataclysm. Massive damage there. Lazyfield locks down the kill though, and now Rich is cleaning up. It is a double for Chovy though, who is starting to go ballistic in this fight. Finds a triple as he takes down the Aurora. And now there's an angry crocodile chasing away this prehistoric Yordle, and Genji will still win the fight in the end.
Even though the initial engage...
They took your advice, Orcs, and it didn't work enough.
I think the problem is this is that full 5v5, so they commit for the engage. They still get onto Duro, but they don't instantly kill Ruler and Duro. They're able to put some damage back in return, and then Canyon finds this great engage that comes through. And the fact that Rich has to flash to finish off the enemy support, it just means that Chovy, Keen, and Canyon are unchecked in this fight. This is kind of what I mean, where like if they'd burnt the summoners before this fight, they could have just one-shot the bot lane and then still had the momentum in the fight. But I think they had to commit a bit too much, and they had no gas in the tank to deal with Chovy, Canyon, and Keen. Something to note is that the top side of Gen G didn't even flash. They had more to offer in that fight and didn't even need it. I think that's the problem with going into these fights when your targets do have those summoners available, is that you just have to burn a bit too much. And Chovy is so fed now that he alone can be the DPS they need.
And he also hadn't actually gone back yet. So went and cleared out top lane. I'm really scared about what he's going to be able to purchase, and that is Majai's completed.
This is a speedy Annie with the upgraded boots of swiftness as well.
And yeah, the Majai's, as that gets stacked up, even faster. Goodness me. Okay, well, let's see what they can do about it. I mean, look, not to mention the Molten Shield.
That movement speed without the shield, just there, 453.
Yeah, he's booking it. There's a lot of Annies that go slower than that with the shield.
I feel like obviously a big thing with Annie is flash tibbers or the rocket belt tibbers, but when you can just
What about sprint tibbers?
Yeah, that's the game plan apparently. With the Molten Shield as well, I can see a scenario Lazy Feel Arcane shifts and Chovy is like, well, I'm closing the distance. I will just keep running. The Arcane shift over terrain, he just runs around it and he catches up to you anyway.
Yeah, no, it's like he Arcane shifts over, is like, oh, I made it out, and Chovy's already waiting there. All right, well, we got an ult in from Willa looking for an angle. Oh, the encore was gorgeous there from Duro.
That was such a good disengage there from Ruler and Duro to get out of that. Oh, there's the speedy Annie.
Chovy just teleported, or did he run? We're not entirely sure. It's one of the two. His teleport is on cooldown though, so perhaps that's a bit of a giveaway.
Especially with how they've changed teleport. Especially early game, it just kind of looked like they're walking over.
Yeah, I think prior to the upgrade, he'd probably run faster.
He probably would run faster.
Oh, that's ridiculous. He is 3,200 gold ahead. And yeah, the Annie, I was going to say he's a problem. I think, you know, there's some things that don't necessarily need saying, but yeah, he is.
6-0. Yeah, it's 3,000 gold lead.
That's a big Annie.
Pretty far ahead. Everyone's ahead on Gen G. It's an 8,000 gold lead overall. This game is getting into a bit of the done deal status. And also, it's 2 minutes until Dragon. So I was kind of talking about, okay, KRX need to figure out how we're going to be able to contest maybe the 3rd, but definitely the 4th Dragon. Things have gotten significantly worse since that point.
Yeah.
Not better.
An example of it.
Yeah, this does look worse than earlier. And still, no Tibbers going to be picked up for you, Yukal.
And also, like, even more annoyingly, like, using the Molten Shield so he gets even more Tibbers annoying harass before he teleports back. Now he's using Tibbers as a ward. Oh, man. Chovy just split pushing with Reckless Abandon. We at least have some push from Rich towards his top side, but it's still Keen with a 900 gold lead. The game has kind of fallen apart here for KRX.
Oh, TP flank coming in.
All right.
No flash
and it's
on
a
Ruler.
double TP from what I'm seeing. Yeah, Rich and Yukal both turn up.
Oh, they could just Hex get out. They don't even need to.
Hang on. Arrow is going to sail away as Keen is possibly in some trouble here. Slices to get himself out of there. Canyon wanted to go in, but was spotted by the sweeper. Will escape instead. Thought that was a bit of an angle. Is now Keen looking to get on towards Rich here as the rest of KRX are looking to just take down this outer turret in the mid lane. There is bounty money up and available, so that trade is not actually that bad. But still, Gen G are just going to break the inner turret and might just be able to take an inhibitor, which would mean getting the soul in 54 seconds would be a lot easier.
Yeah. Someone does eventually need to
if you don't,
lane.
It's like the ostrich thing, you know, like the hit, like it does still happen actually.
Maybe they're doing like vague shot calling, like they didn't say who should go bot.
Oh no, did they catch vagueness as well?
Yeah, they're like, someone should defend bot. They're like, yeah, someone should.
Well, it shouldn't have been Rich. As, oh dear! Pantheon tried to go up and then went up a bit too far, you could say. Dear. Wait, hang on. This was set up so that they could get the Drake. Maybe it's set up so they can just win.
Yeah, they could just... I think this might be the limit of how far... No, I thought so. Maybe they're going to push further. The mini wave is dead. they'll just Hexgate out and go for the dragon.
There it is.
That's
all
team
5 of them.
Hexgating.
That was very cool.
Man, Jace must make so much money on the back of that. Every time someone takes the Hexgate, you know, he gets royalties.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He takes a commission from every Hexgate?
He does. That's how it builds up. That's how he pays the bills.
Damn. There's someone in Zorn that's very upset about that.
As they should be. Rich just gets run down. Honestly, he was the person who took upon himself to defend. Someone needed to. Unfortunately, didn't have a fun time of it. And I think this just kind of shows the difference in jungle strength right now. The second knockup was so nice to interrupt the ult.
Yeah, but also he waited just too long.
Yeah.
And then there was a second knockup.
Yeah. He wouldn't be able to do anything otherwise.
Yeah.
You know? I think he thought about it. He's like, oh, I know I can get out. And then...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it went.
Oh,
and then he was dead.
Toby's doing the thing. He's running at him. Look how fast he is.
Wait a second. And now he's got Hextech Soul as Lazyfield.
Oh
he might
my
almost
God.
just die to Tibbers. That's all right. Yukal's flashing for it. Chovy is going to flash away. Willa turns up as well. Let's see whether another Molten Shield is going to come out, but the spear is going to land true. There's the Flash Pop Blossom that Andel's been looking for. And unfortunately, they just don't have any money. And so it doesn't mean anything at all. It's a double for Keen off the back end. And now Canyon is looking to punish Willa for killing the Annie. And Willa is going to eventually probably die, as we can cue some yakety sacks, but I don't think he's getting out of this Cataclysm, as Canyon will just finally, I think, take down this Pantheon. In the meantime, Lazyfield does the walk strategy to get out of the arrow, and the rest of Gen G are looking to push this one forward. Duro actually getting hurt by Lazyfield just a little bit here, but it's only the bottom lane that are up and available right now. 10 seconds approximately for Yukal, as there's a beautiful encore, and Lazyfield's going to go down even after the flash. The arrows were in the air, and they managed to find him. First Nexus turret goes down, and Gen G looking to put them out of their misery here in game number 1. An absolute demolition of KRX here, and Gen G looking absolutely fantastic to close out their round 1. Still, they're going to have to do it again in game number 2, but it's a pretty good start.
Massive stomp coming out from Gen G, and I think the laning was pretty excellent, which is kind of expected from them, but it was just KRX getting choked out. They found that engage towards the end, which looked good, but when you're 9,000 gold behind, a good engage isn't enough.
At least he had flash for it, though.
Yeah, true.
He didn't waste it on any of those other moments.
He was saving it for that moment. And I think this is a bit of a demotivating game for KRX. A lot of struggles, but I think they have a chance to re-examine, maybe don't go for the Ezreal. Well, they can't now with Fearless, but the Ezreal Nico really not panning out. Perhaps a reason they have that extended loss streak in the LCK right now.
That's a lot of damage from an Annie.
Yeah, we saw that on display.
Yeah.
Pippa's on cooldown. Chovy kind of putting on a clinic here.
And it was quite close to, you know, perfect game territory. They didn't get any objectives, really. There was that first blood on the top side of the map, but the immediate punishment comes in. KRX going to have to show us a whole lot more than what we just saw in game number 1 if they do want to stand up against Gen G. We'll see whether they can after this short break and the space to break that one down.
이거 높은 공이야. 나도 뛰는 중.
아 맞아. 너플.
나 부활해서 텔레.
오로라 W.
나 타워 줄게.
So young, so free. Ain't nothing got a hold on me. I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away. Oh, you're so cool. I heard you say you gotta live your life in the day. Yeah, I was blind, but now I see. Ain't no one, no, got a hold on me. So I'll fly away.
Every scar is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the space here at Chijijik Law Park. In the preview for the home front, it was Genji who were show ready, and they are up 1-0 over Kiwoom DRX. Digon here, alongside Wolf and Wadid. And we start with the draft and an angry Wadid, because yet again, we get more Ezreal Nico, and this time together, it's a 7-loss streak in a row.
And Ezreal is having 9 games losing streak by himself. So yeah, I mean, again, this is one of the peak that you can be okay in lane. You can never lose hard. You can never win hard. But the point is, then why do you pick those champions, you know?
Yeah, well, also, why are you picking it when Ash Seraphine is up?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
But also, you know, I mean, like, Jarvan's safety can only get you so far. I think this is not about the Jarvan. I think this is not about anything, but this is LazyField's best pick. He thinks they prioritize it in game 1 every single time. And just like what's happened in the past, he generates a lane deficit, right? He was 15 CS down early on in the game, was able to shore up some of that, but we're also watching Chovy destroy UCal in the mid lane, picking up a 20 CS lead. Before anything really happens in the game, by lanes alone, the mid and bottom lane are just in complete shambles. And so it feels like the game was played by DRX with one hand tied behind their back from the outset.
Yeah, after this game, Azure having a 10 games losing streak, by the way. It's an update. And I think also Genji, on top of that, I think they played really well around the bot side. So their early invade kind of denies the Azure Nico even more.
Yeah, so it starts here with the flip, and Willer's doing his best to try and get it back, and it comes to a 50-50. If he gets it, this is a lot of wasted time for Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge success for Willer if he gets it, but he doesn't. But all of this is set up by the fact that they're blue side with a winning bottom lane. This is like the most standard jungle play in the world. Now, Rich gets the solo kill on the top side, but over here, it's not a solo kill, but he gets the gank top side. But over here, Wooded.
Yeah, I mean, so they're kind of playing towards top side because they have the winning match on top. And they're playing around top side a lot, but then why do you ever pick these champions?
These, by the way.
Oh man.
On DZ.
You can't really do anything into this matchup unless you win early levels. So you gotta do level 2 gank or level 3 gank, even though like they get the, let's say they get the kill from those early ganks. I still think Ash Seraphine outscales them really hard.
You just, like, if you're going to pick this matchup, you can't be making mistakes like this. Obviously, the dive that was happening bottom side, that's something that we could have seen Willer cover for, but it's going to be a tough ask, right? Otherwise, you're going to lose a lot of your jungle. You already had your buff taken away from you. He found the success on the top side of the map, but the bottom side is so much more important in this meta right now, and Keen still had an amazing game, still popped off, as we'll see later on.
Yeah, Chovy holding UCal in the mid lane as well, so all the lanes not going well, except there's a glimmer of hope. Rich has the lead, but then the team fight around the Drake at 18 minutes, and it all goes wrong.
Yeah, they literally spent everything onto Ash Seraphine, but still, I think they were good enough to survive more time and get more time for the Renekton to hop in, and I think after that, it was Keen killing everyone in Chovy and Canyon.
I mean, Chovy's just so huge in this game that he could just show up and be the real damage threat more than the Ashe. And if that True Shot Barrage angle isn't as good as it was, then the fight could have been even more disastrous. At least LazyField was able to line that one up. That was a huge winning point for DRX, but ultimately the game is still lost.
Yeah, and that's one more thing that we wanted to touch on here, Wolf. LazyField yet again in the laning phase, just struggling, right? Whether it's CS, whether it's experience, he, in team fights, has moments like that and are great, but that laning, he's down 10 CS at the first like 7 minutes. It's just a little tough for him.
I mean, I hope he gets a better matchup in game 2, because obviously in game 1 was given a really tough one. Self-imposed, you have to imagine, but maybe moving forward, we could see him actually end up getting a more neutralizing lane at least, or some jungle attention, so we can get to a mid game where he can pop off in those fights. not tons behind. Like, put him on Corki. Pretty safe.
Yeah.
He's really good at this pick. It's one of his best picks, actually. And just let him 2-item spike later.
So speaking of which, the bot lane duos, I think there are so many picks that you can pair with. Something like Yunara Lulu, Corki Nami. There's a Lucian Milio as well. So there's tons of picks that you can really like practice on. But right now, giving more games on Ezreal Nico is not going to work. And already stats are proven that those picks are not the thing in LCK anymore. And now they got to pick the blue side instead of like first pick or second pick. So I wonder what's their plan for this game too.
Well, let's find out as we send it back on over to Atlas and Ox. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. Also, really appreciated the vague analysis there from Wadid and Wolf getting straight to the point. Really beautiful stuff. And let's just hope that KRX can turn it around, because we want to see a closer game than what we saw in game number 1, because that was brutal.
Yeah, a little bit very one-sided.
A little bit very, yes.
So hopefully can just keep it a bit more arm's distance. That's the hopes here, right? I think everyone came into this series expecting Gen G to come out ahead. We've seen a lot of upsets this season, so it's always possible. But that game 1 was, you know, we want more of a fight than that from KRX.
Yeah, or some fight at all would be great. I think it all does start with the draft. Obviously, there were some winning angles in the draft for KRX.
It does start with the draft.
Oh,
That's
right.
the first thing, and then the game happens. So
Oh.
you're very correct with that.
Hang on a second. So that means that we're probably about to get into the draft now then. All right, let's do that.
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh, cool. I guess it's kind of nice to nail down the order. It's only been...
It can be confusing sometimes.
Yeah. For me, I think it's only been 9 years of it like this, and I've only just figured it out that that's how it goes. Draft first, then the game.
Well, the thing is,
I was always ready for it to be game
It
first.
could have just been a coincidence this whole time.
Ah.
And the one time where we're like, okay, well, obviously it's going to be draft. It just isn't.
Aren't things that are always the same but could possibly not be, in some way, aren't they all coincidences every time? It's just like...
See, I know the answer.
A coincidence always happens.
I know the answer, but I'm going to keep it a little vague. I'm not going to say it.
Perfect. On theme. All right. The Varus and the Orianna are both going to be banned away. The Anivia going to be taken out in the first round this time. Was in the second round last time. Maybe a Rise angle is going to be elected for here by KRX. It could be a thing.
Xin Zhao banned, so top 3 junglers taken away. Notably Rumble still available, and the Bard has been freed up that was banned by Genji last time around. So Andal has the opportunity to get his hand on that.
Nocturne is a thing that we've seen banned quite a lot, often with the Orianna, I have to say, but...
I mean, I assume it's just Rumble.
That should be Rumble. But
That's
instead
not
it's
Rumble.
Bard.
There's a lot of respect for Andal's Bard. You know, Andal having a rough game in the Nico, but they put that much respect onto his Bard. And this is presumably going to be that Rumble first pick, because there's no way you let Keen get it. And then it comes down to, what are Genji going to snap up in response to that?
Oh, God! I'd said the Rise thing, but that was before the Rumble thing happened. No, and we're not being vague. No, we're very to the point. This is a mistake. Oh, God. Okay, so Keen was the first to play Rumble this season. We never wanted to see it again after that, because it was just a little bit too good. It's so sad. Huni's re-debut was yesterday, and now we get Keen Rumble today when he's not here? Oh.
I'm sure he'll let us know his feelings on it.
That is a good point. We do get more tape, because obviously having Huni's opinion on anything that... Okay, never mind.
Just been skipped over. So we get the Yunara Vi coming in, presumably looking for the Lulu on 3, and the ball that is Rumble's passed back over to kill him. Is this going to be like that weird series
that
we
weird,
had?
the T1 series?
Where they just forgot, that one game they just forgot about Rumble.
And it was last
the end of the
pick.
draft.
Yeah,
that was weird.
Well, it's not going to be this game, because that is a Rumble to be picked up. Man, like if it was Rumble Wukong here, for example, that feels pretty good. Like into the Vi matchup, you're both kind of waiting till 6. It's not as much of a big deal to not have early game pressure. And it is going to be the Rumble Wukong. Like, this is really strong.
It's a lot of engage threat for the Yunara specifically, a lot of opportunity to punish and explode that pick, that hyper carry pick. I think for Genji, it's probably just a Lulu here. And then you leave your solo lanes till afterwards. You don't have to pick Lulu here. It's obviously the preferred pairing with the Yunara, but if you want to get your hands on something beforehand, like the Azir, That could have been the option, but they go for the Lulu. Syncs up well with the Vi as well when she dives in. Get that extra durability in the layered CC, layered knockups. But it does mean these solo lane picks for Gen G are going to be thinned out a little bit in terms of what you can respond with. We've often seen the few times that I think every time Rumble's been played so far, which isn't very much towards the late round of the season, right? He's just been banned a ton. I think it's been a lot of Ambessa into Rumble. Maybe not every game, but a lot of the recent ones have been Ambessa into Rumble. Hasn't done very well.
We have seen it win once.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I think Rumble did recently have a loss, but I think it wasn't Rumble's fault.
Yeah.
That was yesterday, and that was a bit of a mess, if I remember correctly. I think he lost to a Pays Cogmore in that game. Obviously not in lane because they're on opposite sides of the rift, but still, you get my point. The Ambessa is going to be banned away though, so it looks like the Ambessa into Rumble has been like the Scrimbucks answer, but we haven't necessarily seen it find the success on stage.
Yeah, Nautilus comes out to kind of give a bit more freedom to the Yanara. I wonder if, you know, maybe you're worried about like a Nami or something, like a Corki Nami. We often see a Nami ban at this point.
There it is.
Ban that away. Then for KRX, the Azir was hovered earlier. That's definitely something you could look to ban. Keeping Ryze in check, pretty big. Also the Cassiopeia, really, if you're talking about things that are specifically there to counter the Ryze, giving Ryze freedom in lane gives him a lot of power, especially when you really want to shut down the Shannara.
There's already not a lot of range on the KRX side of things as well. I think Cassio kind of fits into the composition, even if Ryze and Rumble aren't necessarily dashing all the time. I think it could still be a lot of value instead. Just going to get rid of the Azir. Chovy not going to be heading onto that one.
Yeah, and then, I mean, both mid and top are showing from the side of KRX, so it's kind of up to you what you want to show now and what you want to keep at bay. They're looking at the Jace, which I think actually one of the games we've had over the season was Jace into Rumble. Obviously have that range advantage. If Rumble gets on top of you on that level 6 spike, the Equalizer can be turning points, but you can mostly keep him at bay. This could in theory be a flex, but extremely likely just to be top Jace.
Yep.
And keeping Chovy's pick till last. We'll see what he brings out. For the side of Koom, DRX in the bot lane.
I think ideally you want lots of range. Like if they played a Caitlyn Lux or something, it'd be really strong. This is a little bit of a different take.
I was thinking something like a Jhin to follow up on the engage from the Rumble and the Wukong would make sense. There's also no tank on the side of Gen G yet. But instead they opt for that Lucian Melio, looking to try and have pressure in the 2v2. Obviously the Super Mega Fire Kick pretty good against Vi as well. Now Chovy deliberating what he's going to take in terms of options. The Aurelion Soul into a short range composition does have decent value in keeping everyone in place, but it looks like that's not going to be it. It's just going to be the Akali coming out. Not something that has a ton of pressure into the Ryze early. You are just going to get shoved in. The Ryze is going to have a bit of freedom to move. So DRX definitely with an angle to accelerate this game more so maybe than the last one.
And I think they have a lot of ability to punish here as well. I was actually thinking that Chovy might go for like a Hui angle or something like that, abuse the extra range that Gen G would then have with the Jace Hui combo, but instead going a little bit more aggressive on the choice and can certainly run into some issues, right? Like Shroud is all well and good, but you're going to still get hit by a Cyclone Equalizer if they are down. So could be a little bit of a struggle to really navigate a lot of team fights. Obviously, your mobility is so incredibly high that sometimes it just doesn't matter. You can just kind of bide your time, get out of there. But still, I think that there are, once again, angles for DRX in this draft.
Absolutely, and I think it's really going to come down to not letting Canyon take over the game early when obviously Vi is pretty good at getting those ganks off, and see what this Ryze can do. Free the Ryze up, make moves with it, lead into the side lanes where you have, you know, a Lucian and a Rumble picks that can really snowball if they get some attention.
Yeah, I think there are certainly some angles, but I think it's going to have to be the vibes on DRX that are going to get them through more than anything else, because Gen G just kind of shut them out from the very beginning in game number 1. Let's see whether the turnaround can happen here in game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift 4. Game number 2. DRX down 0-1. And the first game was not very close. Gen G certainly in very good standing, as Chovy would like to electrocute you, Cal, here. as he doesn't quite get in range for the auto, so it's just a couple of 5-point strikes. Still, Ardent Blaze almost avoided by both of the Genji bottom laners, but Duro will take a little bit of damage here.
You know, bot lane trading in this matchup is a little bit delicate, because Yunara is the epitome of that sustained damage AD carry, and if you get wave access, you stack up the passive. Lucian just doesn't have nearly as much sustained auto-attack damage. That's a very early heal. Didn't actually mitigate any damage. They were already full HP, so...
That was a weird heal. He's trying to avoid Lazyfield getting into a position to do some damage here, so certainly a bit of an advantage here for KRX in the lane. See whether they can use that to fight for level 2, as they are very, very close on both sides. Only a few of these minions needing to go down. There is that level 2 picked up. One more minion here for KRX, and they do manage to get it. There's the dash forward as Lazyfield gets a warm hug, and he thinks that that's going to empower him to take down Ruler. He gets into the brush to try and outplay it, as down to about 100 here, as Ruler has to flash. And now Duro is playing pretty aggressively with the minions in tow, and actually it's kind of working out here as Andal takes a lot of damage, but with Ruler no summoner spells and having to go home, this is a huge start for KRX.
That famous Lucian level 2 power spike comes in.
Exactly.
But also, I think Duro burning the heal early was a big factor in that trade going so well for KRX. You don't have the extra movement speed that could have allowed Ruler to disengage earlier, and certainly the extra HP would have gone a long way as well. So just kind of shows how an early summoner burn can have such an impact on the 2v2, a misuse of that spell coming in pretty big.
Yeah, absolutely working out here as Chovy going down pretty low here in lane, as we'd expect on a pre-6 Akali. As Yukal, not quite able, oh, he really wants to press that button. He should be able to do so, never mind. Going to forego that one minion.
It's just a caster minion, but
just a caster minion. Wow. Who do you think you're talking to?
A caster.
Yeah, that's true. See? I do. Oh, is he going back in on this one? He is. In goes Chovy. And almost out he goes via the Death Chamber, as Yukal able to offer a lot of damage back, as Willa, Warrior Trickster, tries to get him in there, but Chovy's already out. Still has to flash. And so will be down that summoner spell, as Canyon trying to hold onto the wave so that Chovy can total port his way back in.
Oh, no ward for Willa. If he had a sixth sense of where Chovy was, it'd be very funny if he just warded over the wall and bonked him to finish him off. But Chovy will survive, but isn't opting to recall yet.
Yeah, wanted a better timer, as it turns out. So
wants to pick up those minions. Does have the TP, of course, which we don't have from Yukal.
And in goes Willa and kills him.
Yeah, that...
I don't know what we were expecting to happen there, but...
You know the point where I was like, okay, is he just dead? When he shrouded energy to clear the minions, I was like, oh.
Yes.
Wow. Certainly that will happen. Didn't need to find him over the wall, apparently. Chovy stuck around to give him a chance, and that early Wukong burst. I mean, if you're getting an early kill on a Wukong pre-6, you're feeling great.
Yeah, I think KRX are definitely feeling great, as they're looking to try and push that even further forward. I don't think Ruler had very many buttons left to press, and down he will go. 2-0 here, doubling the amount of kills that KRX have picked up all series long.
I think really what shows how dead Ruler was is that the Mega Fire Kick didn't even connect, and Andal, Lazyfield, and Willa all had flashes and didn't use any of them to get that kill.
Yeah,
like we saw in the previous game, they were burning like multiple flashes to get the dive off. Here, they didn't need anything.
And this was just a little bit of greed from Chovy.
At least he got the cannon.
He did. Yep, bit of ooh.
근데 오랩이 안 됐네 나.
Whoopsies. We might get a translation of that.
Bot lane, Ruler tries. I think the circle angle honestly good to kind of keep Andal under the tower for longer, but he still had flash. There's no way he's ever dying there. At best, you burn the summoner, and he didn't even need to use that. So, solid advantage so far for KRX in this game.
And Chovy said, oops, didn't get level 5 yet, is what he was saying there. So thought that he was going to be able to hit the level up so that then he would be out of combo range and then survive. Didn't actually hit that mark. Actually kind of cute that that was how far he thought about it. Makes the mistake feel a little bit better, you could say. Although still definitely an unforced error.
Yeah, I think without flash though as well. I mean, Willa could just like, if he didn't kill him with that initial burst, just flash auto after, potentially.
Yeah.
So maybe we're still at risk. Oh, bit of a steal coming in.
Yeah, Yukal also able to find Chovy here, who slows him down with the Rune Prison. As Rich, a defensive equalizer is what it feels like, but it may not have fully disengaged. As he silences himself, but Keen misses the Shock Blast. And therefore, Rich will live to see another day.
A lot of zoning abilities there.
Yeah, quite a few.
It's a couple of zoning harpoons and then the zoning shock blast.
I didn't want to mention the zoning harpoons at the beginning.
Yeah.
Certainly a few of those, though. Canyon back about his jungle. Is certainly behind, though, after Willa getting that initial kill. And Rich also looking for an angle towards Keen. Could this be a solo kill? He gets moved back, and Keen looks for the angle and does not find it. The flash in, and they solo kill each other!
Of all the ways, you know, as the fight was going on, I was like, oh, Rich has it. No, Keen has it.
And then they both had it.
They both had it. And I think that was the scenario I expected the least.
Yeah.
But it does make for some fun League of Legends.
That was a very strange scenario.
Very tense.
And now the minion wave, I believe, is slow pushing back towards Rich as well. So probably fine for the Rumble.
Yeah, Flashless Keen as well. You know, level 6 about to be hit by Willa. If he makes his way up there with that Cyclone, that is just a dead Jace.
Oh, Ruler in a little bit of trouble here. They do have their summoners back up and available again. And they have Canyon.
Oh,
the best summoner spell of all, and he is extraordinarily dead. Cease and Desist comes down. I don't think he'd even started yet, so maybe not named correctly as in goes. Willa actually finds an angle here, flashes on top of Ruler and gets the second Cyclone to finish off the kill. Lazyfield has his barrier as well, as Canyon trying to get on top of him finally finds the auto, but Willa is now so fed, it is insane.
Yeah, Canyon managing to get the kill onto Lucian, but it was close to not even being a thing.
Oh, can they do it again? The back-to-back solo double kill?
I mean, Rich finds him in the brush, has a big health advantage, but just unfortunately doesn't get the overheat really at the right time.
That was the scrap shield. Because it looked like it was like Keen sort of messed it up or something, but instead it was just scrap shield beautifully done. That was also just Yukal beautifully done. Just kills the flashless Jace.
Here in KRX really getting, honestly, more than I think even when I said this is what they need to get, this is what I hope they can get, they're getting more than that. You know, I was hoping that Yukal could be freed up to move to side lanes. That's already a take. But the fact that we've seen this Wukong on 4 kills already, my concern was, like, can you shut Canyon out the game? Because Canyon is so easy to gank on this Vi. But the fact that Willa is winning these skirmishes so hard and getting more and more fed, it's just massive. And here, the burst onto Juro there just gets exploded. Lazyfield doing as much as he can to survive. So close.
Oh, Gabi.
Yeah, it was actually super close as well. Getting the flash out of Canyon, though, as, yeah, Joker, a little bit sad that Lazyfield wasn't able to outplay it, but still a smile on his face, as you could see. As, all right, Ruler's pressed that ulti button. Lazyfield trying to get himself out, and no amount of warm hugs is going to save him from that one, as Ruler picks up a kill in the 2v2. Andal, yeah, just hugging in the air now.
Yeah, the power of the Yunara ult on demand, so huge, and the extra survivability you get from the Lulu. The all-ins are so scary from the Yunara Lulu, whereas obviously the Lucian Melia wants to be a bit more poke-heavy with how they play the trades and just getting it a little bit caught up in the all-in there. Shows there's still threats on the side of Gen G. You can see here, Ruler's getting some good damage down, but does take a lot of the culling. Juro blocked it though, but then here, gets the slow, pushes up, trying to keep Lazyfield alive with the wild growth, just so much durability.
Yeah, Rich is able to scrap shield. Cease and Desist comes down, but that is a 1-for-1. And I imagine Rich is kind of okay with how that one goes. Still has a slight lead in that lane, although that will dissipate along with this crystalline overgrowth and the minion wave. So a little bit worse than a 1-for-1 would generally imply.
But I think, you know, considering the setup, the fact that you are being ganked, the fact that you have no flash and it's a Vi, you're trading 1-for-1, I think, you know, job well done. And on the other side of the map, Will is going to be able to pick up the dragon here uncontested, so there's the payoff. We do see Rich looking for an aggressive TP here, but won't find Keen this time.
Just going to go back. Minion wave does need Rich's attention, so he will head over there. And Keen, he might be teleporting back himself, does have about a 360 gold advantage, as it's mainly in the 22 CS that he does have in the lead. And he gets to unleash that teleport, so moving a whole lot faster back towards that top side of the map. And Keen now going to miss another Shock Blast. This time Rich is finding the harpoons, as we can see. Wants to get a few of those autos, but the hammer boot back there from Keen is able to at least buy enough space to zone away this Rumble, but Rich is pretty scary.
This time, Rich got the overheat, as when they went into melee range, it just makes such a big difference, that extra empowered auto damage and the attack speed. So Rich able to win out that trade, and Keen does have to be careful. Has to flash back up again now, so can potentially evade difficult situations, but really don't want to be burning it for nothing.
Certainly not. First items completed by both of our supports at exactly the same time. Some Helia in for Andal, and the Ardent Sensor is now done for Duro. So Ruler going to be a little bit frightening. Kraken Slayer already done. Obviously the Essence Reaver there as well for Lazyfield, so he is in pretty good standing and still has a slight gold lead. And in fact, KRX themselves with about 200 gold in the lead for now. So certainly a huge improvement to what we saw in the last game as Canyon thinking about a little bit of an attack on this top side, but you can see he is surrounded by vision.
Yeah, and Rich not going to overstep here. Does have flash, so you can't really overforce as well. If you dive super deep and flash ult him as Canyon, you should just be able to retreat to Tad. That being said, if you walk up like that...
Yeah, then maybe he still does die, as he does flash on top of his equalizer. Willa comes in. Cyclone committed as the flash out from Canyon into the Vault Breaker, and Keen looks to try and turn it. Even confuses Jonas Strong as he's just dead. Teleport does bring Chovy in now, who goes into the Shroud and then just tries to exit. This is a very strange game, as another fight towards his bottom side of the map as well. Ulti now running from Ruler finds no joy at all. And Gen G fall even further behind.
Yeah, Rich ends up playing the bait for this super fed Wukong to come in and clean up the fight. Doesn't manage to catch Canyon, but just force him to flash away, but Keen goes down as Jay's feeling very squishy right now, 1 and 3 so far. And I think at this point was feeling like, hey, I can step up, I have the Wukong coming. Does have to flash that initial burst, but then, well, it's just such a threat. Forces Canyon to flash out so he doesn't get ulted again and have the dash interrupted, and then Jace just gets deleted.
And like now is when Chovy teleports in. That was like after the overcommit from Keen. Then Chovy's like, now is my time. And so it doesn't quite work. Still, Gen G within touching distance, you could say. Slurkle is avoided there by Lazyfield. And Ruler is going to complete his quest and then just continue to farm things up. Obviously, the Gen G composition still scales pretty nicely towards the later stages. They can pick targets very effectively. They've got the Wild Growth combo alongside the Vi. But with Willa this fed, I'm still kind of worried about how this game is going to look in 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, Fed Wukong can kind of just be a monster and really hard to deal with. Like the dive threat that it has onto Gen G with the Rumble backing it up is massive. And there's just a lot of easy targets, I feel like, for the Wukong. You know, there is CC that can come out in return, but you can play around it with your Warrior Trickster, and if you just get a big ult in and your team's there to connect on top of it, fight should be pretty straightforward.
Well, let's see how KRX are going to be able to navigate it. That is going to be the big deal, as Willer is spotted, and that is going to cause Canyon to run away as fast as he can.
I think
level advantage.
Good decision.
Yeah. I would agree. Although he does, I mean, there's somewhat item parity, you could say, between these two. But obviously, Trinity Force is worth a little bit more. Equalizer goes down as Keen's going to have to walk that red carpet, and in goes Willa, just poops him with a Q. Down he will go. Now Ruler has Lazyfield at an awkward spot, but he gets a hug, and that is an ulti, everything thrown at him, and Lazyfield flashes in, picks it up with the Light Slinger, and down will go Ruler. In the meantime, we've got another fight as Willa is a lot of money for Gen G if they're able to pick it up, but it's so hard to. Perfect execution does not quite work.
Oh,
Chovy flashes and doesn't get the kill. Willa finds even more as he's 9 out of 13 and hasn't died.
And just like that, almost every member of Gen G going down across the map, and KRX, their lead explodes. 3,700 ahead now. A massive advantage, and the fact that Chovy wasn't able to translate, wasn't able to get that counter kill is such a big deal. Willa looked for this here and was thinking, and in a 1v1 scenario, he would have won this. You can absolutely see he has the damage here, but Lazyfield kites to his support, gets the sustain, and then comes in, the trade of barriers comes through.
Damn.
Lazyfield able to finish it off. And then this play, they find Willa, and like, hey, big bounty, let's just take him out. But he buys so much time here. Doesn't die to the R2 from the Akali, and that root from Yukal doing so much work.
That was huge. And now, Gen G 4,000 gold behind. KRX are looking for Double Dragon here as well. We'll have to see what the soul is going to be. And Genji, they might be able to get a consolation Shelly as Canyon picks that one up. I don't know whether he's getting the eye, though, as he immediately had to exit. Let's see. He is going to be able to get in there, pick up the eye, and probably look to get out. Vault Breaker cooldown's pretty low, so he'll be all right.
The thing with this Herald, though, is obviously Herald in and of itself can be valuable for getting turrets, but with a Dragon having just been taken, no easy chance to use it as a combat Herald, which you often see be very effective if you throw it down with a Dragon fight and make use of it there. Could be a way you come back from this big deficit that Genji has.
Yep.
But they don't really have a chance to do that unless KRX opt into it.
They were also looking to overload the top lane as well. And as you can see, Rich just teleports out. He's just going to join the rest of his team in taking out this outer turret. They will successfully be able to do that. 3 grubs over to KRX as well. So using them to lock this one down. And it's an Infernal Soul this game as well. And with a Rumble, Rise, Lucian, and Wukong, oh goodness, that's it's going to be a lot of damage that they can represent if they continue to stack up these Drakes. Genji, after an absolute slaughter in game number 1, are having a very difficult time here in this second game.
Yeah, no kidding. And this sort of composition, you only have Canyon to really lead the charge when it comes to engages, but there's so many fed threats on the side of KRX. Like, who do you ult? Realistically, the logical target is probably going to be LazyFeel, but there's still this Rise, Rumble, Wukong who are just going to be running disruption in your backline as you go for this. Like, can Ruler and Duro survive against the top side of KRX, even if Genji managed to kill LazyFeel, which isn't a sheer thing?
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about it, because I just feel like there's also so much AoE to just throw into the mix. Right? And Genji don't have all that much of an ability to keep their distance outside of Keen throwing as many shock blasts as he can. It's going to be a tough time as Canyon, looking for an opportunistic angle, just gets on over and puts down Shelly. That is going to be what they're looking for here. Warm Hug is going to try and at least escort the Vi out of here, and the charge will come on through. Grab a couple of extra plates. Chovy down here on this bottom side, wanting to get some vision around this very empty Dragon Pit. It's not going to be occupied for another 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, they get a decent amount of damage onto mid tower, but oh, kind of missed that, unfortunately.
All right, big turnaround.
They get a bit of damage on the tower, but the tower's still up, you know, and they haven't managed to kill it. Still got enough health. It's not like it's 1 HP or something. So the end result is the Herald helping, but not drastically changing the state of the game. It's still a sizable lead for KRX. Dragon in 2 minutes 15 is where Genji really need to think about how they're going to approach this one and find an angle in.
Right now, Yukal has taken up the mantle of top lane defense. He has a 1.2k gold advantage as well. This Rise is really coming along. Does have those first 2 items complete. Needs to actualize. That is going to be coming up relatively soon. And all that stacking is about to reach that full point. Obviously, 5 minutes away from the Rod of Ages.
Yeah, this used to be like the strong core for Rise. It still is. Having these pair of items together is definitely a nice boon for the Rise. But the 3 item has just become the point you play toward. And Yukal will be level 16 by that point. With the extra level from the Rod of Ages will come through. So it does put a bit of a ticking time bomb into this game. Obviously, there's strong scaling elements in the bot lane from Genji. But if this Rise becomes monster-fed, it's going to be so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and that's on top of having to work out a solution to the Willa problem, which is really becoming quite difficult to find. Keen here towards his top side, just trying to put as much money together as he can. He has the smallest gold advantage, or gold deficit, I should say, apart from Duro. But the Jace was certainly doing well in the lane. Obviously had the very strange back-to-back solo kill situation, but he wasn't doing too bad. Now is suffering just a little bit, and we know that a Jace, if you're not able to hold on to a lead, really can feel like a paperweight later on in the game.
Definitely a pick that if you fall behind can just kind of offer. I mean, you resist all damage, right? So not the most to offer. And I just feel like it's a pick that if you're behind, you feel so squishy, so vulnerable.
Oh, yeah.
Especially playing against a fed Wukong who can kind of just ult you to death.
Well, Chovy picking up the cinders, as all of the good players do. 20 seconds on this soul point for KRX, and an opportunity for Genji to look for a 5v5. Keen still up here towards his top side of the map, wants to go back and buy before they do attempt anything. We'll see whether he's close to completing his Manamune or not. As Ruler taking a fair bit of damage. There is that man immune that I was talking about, but Ruler has to flash, so does Duro. And now Willa slowed down by that Arc of Judgment. Cease and assist gets him to the backline as Keen executes Lazy Feel. Andil's in trouble as well as Chovy tries to find him, and he will. Keen will go down, but the perfect execution gets the Akali into the backline, and Yukao struggling to stay alive. They got the shutdown onto Willa, and Gen.G just raw to life.
We see KRX being the ones going aggressive, but when everyone has their summoners available, you can't pick off Ruler and Duro. They flash out, they disengage, and that leaves you so overextended. A great punish from Gen.G, and they're going to go straight for the Baron here. With the Baron recalls as well, they should be able to get back on the map and set up for this Dragon.
There is, I mean, I thought that Yukal and Rich were just going to go for the Dragon, try and lock that one down as a consolation prize, but let's have a look at this one more time.
So they go very aggressive, but the summoner's been available. The double flash gets Gen.G's bot lane to safety, albeit on low HP. And then Canyon kind of waits a bit with the ult for everyone to be in place to follow up. Lazyfield gets deleted, Andal's gone next, and then Chovy over the wall. Flash ult to finish off the Wukong.
And so Chovy gets the 1,000 gold.
Yeah, a big influx of gold, even before the Baron is taken. Some great target selection. It looks like actually, even with the Baron recalls, Gen.G not able to get back on the map soon enough. So it is third Dragon for KRX. They still do have a gold lead, which puts even more emphasis onto Gen.G and this Baron. And really capitalizing on it, because yes, you closed the gold lead, and that gold is very valuable, but the permanent looming threat of the Infernal Soul is a thing, and if you don't get much from this Baron, you're going to feel really rough about that trade overall.
Well, now Gen.G looking to try and defend their inner turret. Shock Blast is going to be avoided here, majoritively, and that wave will be thinned out as well. KRX seemingly taking that last fight in stride, still have a slight gold advantage. We're able to get back and grab that Dragon like you were talking about. The plan is still on, but the Realm Warp is now going to be utilized. Duro still without a flash, has to wild growth himself, but he just gets cold, and down he will go. Ruler looking for an angle here as well as Willa gets the flash Cyclone, and there's a dead Yunara. Willa possibly in trouble as Canyon finds the angle to get on in there. Season assist onto Lazyfield, who gets punched back as well. Still, the Akali will go down, and now Keen and Canyon, the last man standing. Rich goes golden, and it's a double for Yukal. As this Rise is so scary this game, and this time KRX will be able to answer.
I think we've seen so many teams where like you lose a big fight, you lose Baron, and they just become timid. Even if they still have the potential to make good plays, this is an example of a team not doing that. Going, hey, we're still strong, we still have this fed Wukong. Duro gets split off from Ruler and killed, and then Ruler just doesn't have that protection, so the Wukong could easily 100-0. Gen.G try and make a fight out of it, but they're starting 3v5. Even with those tools unavailable, even with the Wukong a bit chunked, it's so hard to fight through from this position. They don't have the sustained DPS, and this stasis from Rich, perfect here to buy some more time and bait out Keen's cooldown. So really well played by KRX. And now, even though the fight that Gen.G won was fantastic, the Baron, the decision to get Baron instead of the Dragon, well, you had a negative Baron power play, and KRX are one away from Soul. So it's put you in this uncomfortable position where you didn't get much from the Baron. You got one top lane tower, you've lost gold on the Baron power play, and you have to deal with the threat of this Infernal Soul coming up soon.
Yeah. Well, Lazyfield does have to deal with Shock Blasts and Slurkles, and so that is going to be a little bit of a problem. It does have Andal there to try and heal him up. There's the teleport in from Rich, looking for it. Oh, they're down! The hot corridor here as Rich is not quite able to follow up on a beautifully positioned Equalizer. And the health bars of Gen.G are looking a lot larger than they really have any right to be after that. Well, very enthusiastic as Chovy goes in and gets the wild growth off, looks for the perfect execution, he'll get it! Somehow he stays alive for so long as now Ruler is free hitting. The rest of KRX are there and Rich keeps himself alive. And now it's just Duro and Ruler versus the world. That was such an aggressive engage. As Serpent's Fang from the grave is going to get purchased here by Keen, but another fight won for KRX, even if it looked a little narrow.
Only marginally. Honestly, Duro saving Chovy there, because if he gets exploded and just dies before he gets more damage off, this fight is a wash. But it's actually a massive factor here that Duro is able to keep Chovy alive a bit longer. We see this great equalizer value, but...
Oh, the Realm Warp went into a weird place.
But we see Chovy goes in here and nearly just gets deleted when he goes in with the CC coming through, but Duro keeps him alive. Ult and shield slivers of HP, just long enough to get the R2 down. And without the extra damage from Chovy, this fight would not have been this close. Like, other than the sliver of health on Rich that keeps him alive, that is the only thing that stopped it from being an even trade. And if Chovy had just immediately died, it would have been an absolute crushing victory for maybe even just an end.
Yeah.
Back of that. So Duro playing the hero role there, keeping his mid laner alive just long enough to make a play there. But gold lead hasn't really shifted. It's 50 seconds until that dragon. And I'm looking at some of the spikes on the side of Kiwum DRX. Yukal is someone who has my focus right now. Actualizer has come in. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard as well, so it's kind of like the fake 4 items, where he has that active effect from the Zhonyas, but then just has this super powerful core. He also has like a 10-stack Dark Seal and Flash. He's like as strong as you can be on a Rise right now. He is a major threat.
Yeah, and Lazyfield as well just hit the Infinity Edge. Pretty perfect as we are looking at 15 seconds until this Infernal Soul, and Canyon taking a bit of damage here, does get himself a shield as in goes Chovy. One more time, where did Andal go? As the Culling trying to do some work here, but Chovy's still looking for it, and he gets it with the fadeaway. Another Wild Growth to keep the Akali alive, as Rich tries to be the Golden Barbecue, but it doesn't quite work as Willa gets in there, but he's alone in this fight, although Yukal is now coming in to try and help out. He'll go Golden as Canyon tries to get into position. Willa sneaking away, but they get the vision. The Warrior Trickster, but there is the speed up, and Rule is going to finish them off. Rich, the last man standing, and the Soul will be denied.
Just an insane engage there from Chovy, and Lazyfield gets ripped apart in this fight. Him going down the bot lane, dying early. And we actually see how the play starts off. So Chovy once again with the aggressive engage. They just delete Andal. And then here he's patient with the R2. The Shuriken, though, fade away. And then the Wild Growth again, just to get that extra bit of damage out. We see, though, there's still the huge threats of Yukal and Willa. Yukal, a massive problem, but unfortunately, we see the stasis come through, but Willa was actually blocking the dash from Canyon, so it ends up kind of wasted, unfortunately. It was a great read from Willa, but I think Yukal reacted, not expecting his Wukong to block it. And as a result, he can't get the damage off in that meantime. It was a very hard fight from that position, though. Losing your bot lane this quickly
Chovy
is such a tough hit to fight from.
And then able to skirt the outside of this fight. That was just job done. As now Chovy here in this bottom lane, 50% health, looking to try and fight against Rich, but it's a little bit of a tough ask. Equalizer comes down, Dash Cannon gets Chovy out of the way.
Okay, he can just disengage.
Yeah, I think he'll be all right. As Ruler having a fight with the Control Ward, while Lazyfield's having a fight with him. And Baron is up on the map once again.
You know, we see
Manic pings from KRX.
We see the Locket coming in from Duro, and honestly, I kind of love Locket on Enchanters because it makes you that bit bulkier, but the on-demand shield, especially when you're already building heal and shield power, that snap extra durability for your teammates goes a really long way.
Especially into this comp that has so much inherent AoE.
Oh yeah, you think how many of these fights, how many of Chovy's plays have come down to just slight slivers of HP, keeping him alive for, even not in general, but just long enough to get the damage down. Obviously in the last fight he did actually, was able to survive, but I think it's coming in pretty clutch here.
Certainly is. It's a pretty heroic performance from a player that's behind 2,000 gold.
Yeah, and down significantly in terms of levels thanks to that Rod of Ages. You know, a level 18 rise with these items is so scary. But last fight, Chovy had more impact.
Oh dear, Andal in trouble yet again as cease and desist comes through from Canyon. The Equalizer doing a decent amount of work though, as now Ruler's on top of it. He is going to burn down. And even Andal stays alive. Now the Realm Walk to get them on top of Keen. He'll be taken out as Chovy was nowhere near the battle. He's going to try and sweep out some vision. That's going to be his answer as him and Duro, the last men left. And it looks like KRX are just going to look to break open the base.
Yeah, they might push for the end here. It's only the support and Chovy to survive for the next 25 seconds. There's a real threat that Nen just comes through now.
Let's see whether they can actually push for it. as they might have an opportunity to try and pull the wave. There is no Baron or anything like that. These minions are pretty squishy as Chovy gonna need to get into that Shroud, but still, we were talking about inherent AoE. There's a lot of it as he tries to get the ulti through and just dies. It's Handel that gets his revenge, and KRX are gonna make it interesting as they take down the Nexus and even out the series.
I think with how well that game was going generally for DRX, it would have felt so frustrating to lose out, but they managed to stick through. They find a great fight on the back end, and Gen.G pulled the trigger without their mid laner being there, which ended up backfiring massively.
Yep.
Miller was absolutely massive in this game on the Wukong, and DRX keeping it interesting. I think after game one, we were thinking the series might just be done, but a great bounce back, showing that DRX have a lot of fight in them.
They certainly do. Might keep things interesting for Vietnam as well next week, as these teams will be rematching. An opportunity now for DRX to use this momentum to take down Gen.G in their final game of the first round robin here, as already Gen.G will not be able to catch third place in the standings after round one. They will be fourth with a win here because they will not be able to reach the game score of T1. Really impressive, as we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space going to break that one down, and I'm going to find that guy in the crowd with the TSM shirt and say that that shirt's really cool. All right, we'll see you soon.
나 더블에 3초. 야 뭉쳐있지 마. 애들 아칼리 생각.
내가 박아줄게.
아칼리 죽여. 아칼리 밀어왔어. 죽여. 아칼리 죽여.
타워 나야.
타워 치면서 볼게. 타워 치면서 봐봐 계속. 타워 치면서 타워 쳐.
나이스. 가보자.
미드 현미안해.
야 타워.
아니야. 자.
아 우리가 더 잘해. 괜찮아 얘들.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
If you like some cinema, well, Kiwoom DRX just gave you some right there. Against Gen G, they tie it up 1-1 in epic fashion. It was winning in the early game, having a lead, kind of losing it, stopping a Baron power play, then Chovy making two insane fights on the Akali, and then ultimately Andal surviving the engage by Canyon, and Kiwoom DRX 1-1.
I firmly believe, and I have for a long time, that any LCK team can beat any other LCK team with the right conditions and a little bit of magic. As we take a look at the draft, this should not have happened, Gen G.
There's a lot of conditions.
What are we doing?
Oh, man. What is happening?
Rise goes over, which is a big greedy play from Kiwoom DRX. When they're like, nah, we're just going to Yunara Vi. So they get to have the Wukong, which is great into Yunara. They get to have the Rumble, which is great with Wukong. And what were we asking for? What, just 30 minutes ago? Well, Lazy, if you want an aggressive pick in the bottom lane, maybe like Illusion, where you can control the game, play through the mid game. They got everything they wanted here, and there's no front line for Gen G for this Yunara comp at all, as we saw in those fights where Ruler was trying desperately to run away and not actually able to do damage.
I mean, I think Kiwoom DRX, they definitely had the great idea about like getting Rise first pick with the Anivia ban. And yeah, I mean, after all, I think that was like Gen G not really doing the draft correctly, just letting Rumble for free in a 1-3. And also on the 4 or 5 bans, I don't think they needed to ban Nautilus since they have Rumble and Wukong on top side, because I think Lucian Milio has been like proven a lot in the LPL already, like especially in their league. Milio is like getting played a lot, so I think they should like just see that coming.
Yeah, there's solo queue stats that came out recently showing the longer the game goes, the stronger Milio can be. But last game, we had a early reel in the jungle favoring Canyon. This time, it goes the way of Willer, and that was a big start for Kiwoom.
Willer was right place, right time, so punishing this game. I think Canyon makes a huge mistake here actually ulting Andil instead of looking to wait for, see if there's any jungler coming or potentially ulting Lazyfield to try to burst him down. And Lazyfield does ultimately still go down here, and it was really very, very close. But I mean, this is such an amazing trade. Willer ends up with a triple kill on the play. And then guess what? He's going to play through Rich just like game one as well here on the top side to get this Rumble ahead. And Willer was just everywhere this game.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think whenever you are playing Triforce Champion into Thunder Sky Champion in the jungle matchup, then getting the early kills just like that is just so huge because normally I think Thunder Sky Champion, something like as Vi, Xin Zhao gets the early power spike compared to the Triforce Champions, something like Wukong. But after that, that Wukong is just unkillable, and he kills in every single team fight. So
yeah. However, Gen G find themselves a pick right around 20 minutes. They take Baron. They trade the Drake. So there's 3 Drakes now for Kiwoom. So this next fight is huge. Gen G need to be here, and they find their hero.
Yeah, I mean, even though Genji were so behind in the gold and the item, still Chovy makes insane play.
And this wild growth from Duro, we've seen so many of these from Duro when he's in these positions. Absolutely incredible to make sure that Chovy survives here. And then there's so much gold, there's so much to shut down here. Yukao tries his best here. Casters mentioned the kind of the synergy here between him and Willer is a little bit unfortunate, but ultimately they were both going to die. But this isn't enough to get Genji back into the game.
I mean, I thought it was because Ruler literally got the 3k gold here from this in team fight. So I thought it's going to be just Genji 2-0 them. But at the end, something happened.
Yeah, that's the crazy part, right? Because usually the teams on the eastern side, we see the oopsie happen in the mid game. But then this clutch moment here. Andil stays alive. Maybe wrong target selection by Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, items were matched, so
Canyon goes in super early.
Like why do you have you have to do that?
And then now, like, Rich is just isolating people, right? He's like, you guys can't follow up. Rule's stuck. I think this one, to be honest, like, I want to give credit here to the punish from KRX, but this one's kind of on Canyon. I don't think they needed to fight that way. He's calling for the wild growth early. They don't have the tools they need to win the longer fight. Wheeler's got no resources in this fight. He's just walking on fire. He's walking on hot coals. Like, I'm supposed to be a late game scaling champion here. I just got 3K and I don't get to use my money.
I mean, simply that's the reason why you don't really live up the Rumble in the game. And also, I think that team fight, Chovy was not there. That was just that simple. Just wait for Chovy to come in. He literally pulled off in that highlight too. So I think it was just a misunderstanding about how they are not like that far ahead, even though they got the insane team fight in the game too.
Yeah, I mean, AD carry can be ahead, but if you die before you can deal the damage, that was it. Kiwoom DRX then push in and finish that one off. You guys were clamoring for an aggressive AD carry for Lazyfield to get going here. What do you want to see from Kiwoom DRX as they are first pick yet again on the blue side to close this one out and give us a huge upset here?
Yeah, so the first selection, Genji picked the second pick for this game 3, and now it's a huge question mark towards Reach on the top side because, yeah, you gotta handle Keen's counter pick on top. So, yeah, that's the only thing that I'm concerned about.
Just any stable lane, any pushing lane they can get. If Karma's up, take it 100%. Just get through the early game. You could put Yukao on like Mel, that's fine. As long as he's doing consistent damage. Lazyfield has to have that tempo advantage. Play through that early lead. You're on blue side. Willer needs to be invading the jungle if you have that winning 2v2 because the top side might just be a wash here.
Again, the preview of next week's match in Vietnam. Kiwoom DRX at the home front against Gen G could be a big story point if they pull off the upset here. Let's send it back on over to the AA cast of Atlas and Ox.
Thank you very much, Dagon. We are indeed a battery, and we are ready to give you the energy moving into game number 3, or something like that. Ox, are you ready for that? Are we ready for that? Is that what we're doing?
I'm so ready.
Heck yeah.
I think I'm done with all the vagueness we had earlier.
Really? No more vagary? That's not what we're about?
Perhaps.
Oh, no! Oh, you had a relapse mid-sentence. Oh, dear. This is terrible.
I wasn't ready to give it up.
That was beautiful. Wow, we're doing the same order. What a coincidence.
Wow, who would have thought? Draft and then the game.
Crazy.
Rare game 3. We don't get many game 3s often at the moment in the LCK, so many 2-0s, but I think this is a series that a lot of people weren't expecting to go to 3. A lot of picks taken away now. Anivia being maintained as a ban, despite the fact that Rise has gone. Obviously, we've seen Anivia support be good regardless. I imagine Gen G will maintain that Bard ban, but KRX being FearX pick aren't leaning into banning some of those higher prior picks. They're kind of like, okay, you want to ban Ori, you're probably going to have to ban Karma and Varus as well for Gen G, so do they let the Bard go over? Or do they sacrifice maybe a Varus instead?
Is Varus like dangerous enough where leaving it up could become a problem? I do think so. Very flexible and also can be an absolute menace come later in the game. Drafts can look a little bit weird with the Varus top lane though. Often end up being pretty squishy, but we'll see exactly what does happen here, as it will need to be banned at this particular juncture. They do want to see it. Xin Zhao stocks are through the roof, by the way.
Yeah, it's interesting they banned the Nocturne when Lulu, Nico, and Orianna are all unavailable. Definitely drops the prior of that pick a decent amount.
Yep.
Xin Zhao standing out as a big pick. The Bard as well, though, something that's frequently banned against Andal. We've occasionally seen the FearX picked. Doesn't necessarily have to be here, but I imagine Duro will snap it up if it is allowed to go through to his side. But they will go for the Xin Zhao. With 4 junglers taken away and then a 5th banned out, makes a lot of sense. That pick has just risen in priority massively. But now I think for Gen G, you could go Trundle into the Xin Zhao we've often seen. You could go Bard as well here and deny that from Andal and give it over to Duro. Jhin Bard is a possibility. You can even go Jhin Bard this rotation and save that potential Trundle for 3rd or have a bit more flexibility.
I'd love that. I really like Jhin.
Yeah, I've heard you're almost as big a fan of Jhin as what it is of Ezreal Nico.
Yeah. The thing that's really frustrating is the fact that Jhin is winning a lot these days.
Jinning a lot.
Oh, that's cute. We got a little bit of a dig on water delivery service.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I forgot to grab when I ran out, so I asked him.
I had a spare one.
I mean, your other water's nearly out. So
it is nearly out, but I think I could have stretched that.
That's not a lot of water to stretch.
Yeah, that's a good point. I do tend to drink a fair bit of water. Stay hydrated, everyone.
Digon's favorite.
Yeah, thank you, Digon, for that one. What has happened since then? Well, the Trundle's been locked.
The Trundle came through, which makes sense. They're now looking at the Nautilus, and Nautilus into Bard, I think, is a threatening lane, because obviously his hitbox is so big, as is the Dredge line. Nautilus into Trundle, though, I hate playing.
Yeah, that sounds
Trundle.
terrible.
I hate seeing Nautilus in a Trundle. The fact that like your main way of surviving on Nautilus is you like Dredge line away and you can just pillar in front.
MF.
He also just makes you even squishier than you already are. So that gets picked up. We see the MF come through. MF Nautilus a threatening lane. I think it's just Jhin here, if I'm being honest.
Oh, don't be honest. Actually, no, be honest, but please don't be Jhin. But it's Jhin. We always knew. As they lock in Jhin on 3.
There's a lot of setup for the Jhin here.
Yeah.
Already. Just
no, it's a good pick.
Whoa.
In the draft, it has shown that it succeeds.
You know, you've shown some real character growth here. This wasn't a step I thought you could make.
I know, neither did I. I'm normally very stubborn, but as it turns out, sometimes you just have to acknowledge that it's outcome-focused assessment that I'm exercising here.
Yeah, if it's winning, then it has to be good.
Exactly. Ahri going to be denied. Ahri Xin Zhao isn't necessarily the most dominant combo, but certainly could help fit into this mid-game power that they will have with this Misfortune. And the Vayne to be taken away here. I wonder what that means for Rich's pick on the top side.
I think an aspect of it is because Gen G's second pick, they're really scared about that top lane counter pick. And they maybe just want to put Rich on like a tank and have him be a solid front line.
Yep.
Don't want to deal with any shenanigans from Keen.
I mean, they're going to have to ban TF as well if they really want to stop that, though.
Yeah, I think TF here would be massive for Gen G. Already they have a lot of setup, but it just allows you to space so effectively. So,
also picking TF on 4, it's a flex pick on Gen G. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Would work relatively well. We'll see exactly what they do, pull the trigger on, and that is the TF ban. I think this is really smart.
It's a great ban. I think that TF on 4 could have been really threatening. In terms of mids that are still open and available, you're kind of looking at your sort of lower prio, like Mel is an option. Hui is still something you can lean toward.
I kind of like the Hui in this draft. They have a lot of disengage. Is Genji actually just thinking about a Cassante?
So they're investing more into Chovy having the counter pick. This is kind of not typical for teams in the LCK, but more typical for Genji, who I feel like in draft give less weight to Keen and kind of just say, hey, you can handle this. You can deal with whatever they throw at you. Rich?
Blind Cassante feels pretty awkward.
Yeah. And Rich is now in a position where he's like, okay, I have been given counter pick. You know, instead of being in a position where I always have to take a safe blind, I can now look to potentially punish and capitalize. A Yorick here would be pretty hard to deal with. But
That's
Shen
cool.
comes out. We haven't seen top Shen at all this season. Last time we saw it was obviously on the international stage when Broken Blade had a fantastic game on it. And it just ends up being the victor in the mid lane, so nothing too consequential for Yukal here. But a good source of damage that I think is needed here. And speaking of sources of damage, Genji doesn't have a ton of it when you look at that composition. And they end up going for the Silas for Chovy. There's a good selection of ults here, don't get me wrong. And I guess the survivability of the Silas into this composition is a pretty big aspect, right? If you use the Crescent Guard from the Xin Zhao.
I actually think that this is a pretty incredible Silas angle.
My only concern is the damage output in general of Genji is a bit limited.
Yeah, that is what Jhin compositions generally do.
Jhin composition with like a tank top and then like a Trundle jungle, which has lower damage output than some of our other junglers.
This is also a very Genji thing to do.
It is.
They just draft 0 damage and win way too often, and I think that they need to get punished. I think actually the people's team in this series right now is Kiwoom DRX. They need to show Genji that you need to draft a bit more damage if you want to win. Like, actually.
That's the lesson.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see.
Maybe then they'll bring up some HLE drafts and, like, look at why they're winning all the time.
We'll see. Will they just keep getting away with it?
Well, they have been for how many years now? It's kind of absurd. Obviously, they've lost a whole bunch more this season than in the previous ones, but they might just be able to do it. We are about to get onto the Rift. I am going to load up my ex-Petu VODs so that I can catch up to exactly what's happening with Shen top these days. Oh, all right. Yeah, no, we're back. Sorry, I was kind of enamored by the Shen toppage. But now we are ready to get onto the Rift for game number 3 with Rich playing Shen on the top side of the map, ready to put a sword in the middle of the lane and see what's going on.
And this might honestly be a tough memory for Genji. I guess it just is the last time they played against Shen was when it was against G2.
Oh, yeah, no, it would have been. That does make sense.
And we had that moment where Chovy on the Azir got solo killed by Broken Blade. You know, Broken Blade going a pretty aggressive build with Titanic Hydra, Dusk and Dawn, and Bandle Pipes.
Oh, yeah.
Which is just...
Like, getting those first 2 items and then just playing music at them as well for, like, the extra emotional damage.
Yeah.
Oh, very, very impressive.
It gives you a ton of kill pressure, honestly, for a pick you normally don't expect it from. And he has a pretty sizable AP ratio on the ult as well. 135% on that shield.
Yep.
So gets
which is
value there.
Going to be pretty good value for Chovy as well. We have to remember, we don't see a lot of Silas and Shen in the same game. Stand United is a game-warping ultimate, and now both teams have it. That's if Chovy is ever within range of Rich in this game. And obviously, we kind of like the Shen in this composition. I think that their team fights become very, very scary. And you were talking about the lack of enchanters with Xin Zhao. What about a mega massive shield when he goes in?
The Shen Chanter?
Yeah, the Shen Chanter, man.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe that's going to be enough to make the Xin feel like he has, you know, a Karma or something.
I mean, that extra durability is going to make a big difference. Also, the ability to block auto attacks. Imagine you're prepping that big 4th shot. That's going to do so much damage.
Well,
and it
Duro
just
takes
gets
a lot of damage.
cancelled. Yeah, Duro getting chunked out. No, the Andal didn't go Ignite here, which we often see on Nautilus when you want to be really aggressive. Also went Aftershock, which doesn't feel amazing into Trundle.
Yeah. So he'll go in, and then Canyon will press his ultimate on him.
And then Pillar behind him, and then he will die.
Yep. And Canyon will not. Canyon will do a lot of damage and take none of it. As he's gone the classic press the attack. We'll see whether Willa and Canyon will find one another. Obviously, a large reason why the Trundle was picked in this game was because the matchup into Xin Zhao feels so incredibly good.
Yeah.
But right now, you can see some vertical jungling has begun.
Oh, Willa was like hovering around, potentially looking for something mid, but I don't think they're really going to go for dive here.
Yep. As was in the enemy jungle momentarily. We'll now go back home. Teleport back from Chovy. And as it stands, things very, very even. So you saw KRX actually with the shove here towards his bottom side. LazyField going to be able to get a very nice recall timing. There's another Shadow Dash here from Rich.
I think you kind of always get shocked by the amount of damage that Shen actually does, but it is a little bit absurd. We didn't get to see if he got the cannon. Panned away.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Jonas Strong does like to keep us guessing sometimes.
Yeah.
Other times he likes to zoom in to make sure that we know. He's hard to keep track of. Keeps you on your toes. That's why the drama in the LCK is always top-notch.
Rich is struggling, though, in this matchup in terms of farm. Pushed in and, I guess, missing a good amount of CS, but already like 2 waves down.
It is the Keen Sante. He's pretty good at this champion. And may have, you know, requested the help of a bunch of his practice partners after that series against G2, where he did just kind of get bopped by the Shen. I feel like Shen was, like, popular for quite some time after that, right? Like, there was a moment, you know, where we were doing all of our Shen prep ready for the Shen to be really strong, and then no one really brought it out here in the LCK.
We literally didn't get a single Shen.
We didn't. But we knew that it was good.
Yeah.
And so I think
even did his little demonstration.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that Wolf was like waiting for this pick for forever. Like he's been talking about this for yonks and has not found it just yet.
On Wadid's presentation, remember the 3 picks were Shen, Kog'Maw, and Mundo.
Yeah.
So far, we've had a Kog'Maw game which won, a Mundo game which lost, and now this Shen game is the tiebreaker. So we're gonna learn whether Wadid's a fraud or not on the back. This is the decider, you know. Are you going to win it 2-1? 2 of your picks win, one of them loses.
I think the rules of that particular game were pretty vague, though, if I remember.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to be a bit more precise.
We could all use a bit of that.
Yeah, so
in the LCK.
That's what's at stake here, as well as obviously, you know, the teams and them looking for a win. It's also Wadid and his status as an analyst.
The stakes could not be higher. As Canyon does get hit by the Wind Becomes Lightning, but did somehow manage to avoid the anchor. There is the pillar going down. Could have waited for the Cosmic Binding there as in goes Chovy, finding the angle. Willa taking a whole lot as Yukal making his way down as well, and Chovy is just dead. Has the help of that Arcane Storm. Actually, no, the Arcane Storm was... No, it was there, right? Wasn't it? Am I crazy?
It was Chovy's Arcane Storm.
It was Chovy's Arcane Storm, of course. I was very confused.
Yeah, so I think that sort of fight, if a Xin Zhao Nautilus is acting like they really want to fight into a Trundle, you have to assume something is up. And it can all be explained by pressing tab and seeing that they have a Shen.
Aha!
Which Genji didn't opt to do. It does give Keen even more alone time top lane, so he's getting really far ahead, but a nice kill onto Yukal will be very appreciated for KRX. And I mean, this position was so aggressive from Willa and Andal into a Trundle as well, who does so well in the Xin Zhao, and the pillar is such a threat. You know the Shen's going to come in.
Yeah.
And Chovy goes so aggressive here, and it's just deleted. The fact Yukal can just walk down, pick up the laser, use the laser to pick up the kill, and then just walk back mid to get the wave. That's kind of ideal for a Victor.
It really is. The gold lead is only going to be about 0. After that one, all is said and done, though, because, like you say, Keen got a lot of spare time up in that top lane. Level 6 is now gained for Ruler and Canyon at exactly the same time, but LazyField and Willa were already there. And KRX still just feeling pretty good at this moment. Stands United halfway through. And I think the Gen G are going to respect it more next time. And by I think, I mean I hope. Because that looked a little bit off. And maybe what I was talking about with the demanding to practice against Shen more didn't actually happen.
Maybe it happened,
did look like they walked
and then time passed, you know.
Ah, the statute of limitations of understanding how Shen works. It's always a problem. You know, Zillion used to do that as well.
Oh.
And also we had Soraka do it, right? Like not realizing that actually you do have to kill the Soraka.
Yeah.
Evelyn does that as well, with like needing different wardings, stuff like that. Obviously, a little bit better now.
Shaco as well.
Oh, yeah.
Every game, there's a Shake win. People just dying to like level 2 ganks. Like, you know he's going to do it.
Yep. Need to make sure that you talk to HR about taking a mental health day immediately afterwards, because Shaco does that to you as well.
I mean, my favorite thing is when you have a game where like he gets so giga fed and then he dies once the game is over.
Yep. That does happen.
But that won't really happen with a Shen, who just kind of can go from strength to strength at this point. Is still struggling a bit in the laning phase. We should be able to just keep picking up farm there. Dragon does get picked up. First one for Gen G, so pretty positive for them. Ocean being second as well means good chances, decent soul. And even Chemtech wouldn't be...
Chemtech would be kind of
It would
good,
be fine here, yeah. This is
on
actually,
both sides.
This is actually a game where you have thicker champions who can benefit from it, and the shielding power, healing shielding power does not go to waste.
Nope. Not on like either side. So kind of a huge deal. Every soul going to be very, very powerful. See exactly which one it is going to be after this Ocean and the Cloud do come on through. That was wacky.
What?
That worked through the wall.
I know I talked earlier about Bard having a big hitbox, but like, I didn't think it was that
does
big.
not make sense.
It's bigger than the wall.
All right. He anchored over the wall.
He caught like his scarf, I guess, just, like hanging over the
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't play this skin. Actually, no, you should, because then you can give them hot cocoa. It gives you extra health because it's hot cocoa. It's delicious.
That was such a...
That was so strange.
I've never seen that before.
Wait, chat, have you guys seen this before? Is this something that like we're only just learning now, but it's like it's a bit funny? Like, you let us know. Sound off, please. Have you known that you can hit you through walls? That hitbox is ludicrous, if that can happen. Like, that is so dumb. Oh, God. Everyone's just laughing. As Chovy's flashing, does still have the depth charge, but versus 3 people, that one was going to be a difficult one. As everyone just said no. Question marks. Everyone's a bit confused. Happens every game, says one guy. But he also might be exaggerating a little bit. However, not a vague comment, so it turns out that they're doing okay. The rest of the world is safe.
For now.
For now,
the infection hasn't spread yet.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it seems
you know
like
really
no one's
sad?
surprised, but no one's really seen it before.
A moment like that, I'd love to have a replay of.
Yes!
You don't get replays of that because it's just, you know, it wasn't a kill. It wasn't at all consequential to the game.
Well, but the Korean commentators were talking about it. I think they could have got the replay, but I don't think we can get the replay. The replay, Jisun, of the Nautilus hooking the Bard over a wall, like through the wall. He was on the other side, and Andil hit the wall, and Duro got hit because he's so chunky. It was very funny. We're going to see whether we can get a little bit of a pip of it or something and have a little another look. Because it might have been like something weird about the spectator, like maybe he'd like magical journeyed or something.
It was a spectator bug. Now I want to see. This
Pretty
is so
sure it happened.
I've never been more distracted, and we get distracted often.
We do.
This just, you know.
Oh, Rich. There's an army of minions here, but man, this the trading pattern of the Shen feels pretty powerful.
Yeah.
All right, Chovy dashing on towards Andil here, who does try and turn it his own way. Gravity Field is fantastic as the Arcane Storms all come on down. Canyon will be able to magically journey away as Andil is also able to survive as Chovy down very low, but dash cannons to get to the safety of his turret. As Yukal going to get interrupted, takes a fair bit of damage there as Keen went all out, and it was almost enough to kill Rich. Oh dear, Rich is sticking around. I'm a little scared.
I think Rich just ulted, so...
Yeah, he tried to stand you. If you do that in front of a Cassante, though, like there are some champions that don't have the ability to interrupt you. I feel like Cassante does have a lot.
But the thing is, you still give the shield, and I would have thought that if Keen ulted on a tower, he might just get taunted and die, but somehow managed to come out ahead. Maybe he wasn't under tower when he went for the ult. Maybe that was the pitfall of Rich there.
Maybe we'll see that one again. But we'll just
There
have
was
to
no
see.
kill, so... You know.
Oh, yeah, dang it. Sometimes we think that there are too many replays. Now we're thinking there's not enough replays. Now there are 2 things that we want replayed.
Yeah.
All right, Keen, level 11. No ulti right now, but he is just...
Sometimes we do get a replay of like the TP being stopped.
Yeah, we do.
That can happen occasionally.
But often it's a replay of a TP getting stopped when there was a kill elsewhere in the fight.
Yeah, yeah.
And now there is
Now
not
we're just
really
left
anything.
to speculate.
Spectate-ulate, because that's what we're doing as well.
Yeah.
There you go. That word fusion I'm going to shelve. I don't think I'm going to use that one again.
Not your best work.
No. But, you know, often the stuff that sticks is definitely not my best work.
Do you have any major regrets on that front?
No. Well, I mean, yes, but I'm getting used to it. All right. Speaking of tempo vibes, I think Gen G have them still here in this game, despite the Shen situation. They are going to be able to take the second dragon. Is it Chemtech? It is! All right, and we're not, like, this was, I was watching Ox this whole time, full attention, but he let it happen. He let it go through because this is some pretty epic Chemtech angle type stuff.
Yeah, this is actually a situation where you're not too unhappy from either side. I think this is, as we've said so many times, there's some games where you see Chemtech and you go, okay, we don't really care that much about Soul anymore. But here, you know, Cassante, Trundle, Silas, Shen, Xin Zhao.
I mean, even Ruler has fleet footwork. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a little bit of healing there.
There you go. All right. Oh, we've got a bit of an update. I think we can actually find out what happened. So I think it had something to do with the portal, but I think we will be able to check it out.
It was so long ago now.
It was, but it's okay.
I'm glad we're getting answers.
It's still relevant. There's only been one other kill.
I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't know this answer.
Yeah. Well, you can see Gen G looking for some little angles
They're
here.
setting up the Herald, so I think that might be our focus and their focus for the time being.
I mean, I'm still very focused on that hook over the wall.
It's, by the way, it's a 44 CS lead in the top lane.
That is a large amount for Cassante to be winning.
Crazy amount to have an advantage in this matchup.
Keen's just wondering how he managed to lose so badly to Broken Blade when he played this champion. It was a different matchup, if I remember correctly, or was it the same?
He played Gwen into Shen.
It was Gwen that time.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that'd be that much worse, but I haven't watched enough Expetu videos.
TP coming in now from this Giga-fed Cassante.
Yeah, that should spell an end to this potential fight, but instead they're just going to try and start it as Cosmic Binding is pretty good there onto Andal, and the rest of KRX are looking to try and get themselves out of there. Keen still hasn't gone all out, and there is the curtain call as Rich trying to stand in that front line. It isn't quite working as Andal was actually hit barely off screen there by Ruler. That is going to be the Rift Herald claimed by Gen G. They are in a very good position here in this game.
Whoa, and...
Oh, here we go. We're going to see it. We're going to see it. All right, so Andal, he was just hit over the wall.
What?
He was just straight up hit over the wall and it was blind.
How does that even happen? What does that even
That is so unfair. Wow. Bart is just big boned, man. He's not that big.
He has such a rotund hitbox.
Excellent use of rotund. I still think Chonky Boy is my favorite though, so we're gonna have a look. It just...
Oh wait, did he?
Oh, did he not even get hit by it? It just looked like it because he was casting his Q at the same time.
Wait, play it one more time. I need to see it one more time.
We need to see it one more time. We need to see whether he took... It looked like he took damage though, right?
I'm so confused.
Okay, we're going to see it one more time. We're going to see it one more time. Okay. But he's at full health here. Anchor. He's hit by it! It does hit him!
Even with a bone plane, so he's definitely hit by it. Wow.
Oh my lord!
What is going on?
I'm really glad we got the replay.
I'm surprised we didn't get a pause on that. Dura was like, what is going on?
Well, Ruler is just going to get bullet timed, and we'll do the wandering out of it strategy in order to survive. And now potential fight here towards the bottom side is Duro just going to be magically journeying himself over. Shobi not quite finding the chains there. As Keen can kind of do anything here in this game. He is not too worried.
Yeah, he is it's not a pick you expect to get this far ahead in this matchup, but he is being a thorn in the side of KRX. And we kind of talked about like the damage profile of Gen G not having the most, but on this side of KRX, like MF isn't a great tank killer. You know, you have obviously the Victor, but if Keen gets fed, I feel like he's going to have so much free agency in this game.
Yeah. I do also like thinking about the matchup. Shen does really like to stand in his circle, right? And Keen has a lot of abilities to stop you from standing where you want to stand.
Yeah.
So maybe that helps with the matchup. Not entirely sure. The Spirit's Refuge is, I believe, what the ability is called. But I remember when it was just called Feint, and all it did was give you a little shield. Old Shen was fantastic.
Simpler times.
Yeah, didn't you like just throwing a scalpel at people?
Oh, yeah.
Just over and over again to
Back then,
throw a scalpel?
When you'd go AP Shen.
Oh, yes.
And just launch it at them.
You had like a big shield, and otherwise you just throw a scalpel over and over again.
That was the play pattern.
Beautiful. Simpler times. All right, Canyon clearing out some vision here. There's Gen G trying to hold on to control of the river. 1 second, and there is that Chemtech Dragon. Both of our teams looking pretty excited about picking that one up.
So Andal went for Bloodsong.
Oh dear. There is the Bard just exploding.
And we'll use it to explode Duro pretty easily. I was saying though, he's obviously going to feel a bit squishy, and all these fights you struggle to engage because of the Trundle. But he finds an angle there onto the enemy support, and now they're starting up Dragon.
Yeah, Lazy Feel moving down. Good dash out there from Chovy. Finding the Abduct Abscond. Not the Abscond. Throws the chains the other direction. Did not really want to be engaging as in goes Keen. He's so scary. Bullet time. Oh no, but the Crescent Guard actually pushes him away. Still, the Trundle will be taken out. As in they go. Keen is a brick wall, but I don't know whether he can do a 1 versus 4. Maybe he can separate Rich to try and kill him, but Rich just dashes away. Now the curtains are being called. The Tempered Fate comes in just to interrupt the Dragon, and they will still be able to secure it. The Dancing Grenade comes in. The flash forward from Ruler, and he just walks away. Lazy Feel now trying to get himself into a better position, but 1 versus 4 as a misfortune is not exactly what you want, and it's a double for Ruler in the end.
Such clean team fighting from Gen G. Felt like they were just dipping in and out, using their health bars as such an effective resource. And despite the fact that KRX got the early favorable start in this fight, it ends up being Gen G who come out ahead. I mean, not only do they get this pick onto the Bard, but when the actual fight proper starts, they just essentially delete Canyon so quickly. Gets melted by the MF here, and he ends up dying.
Oh, and he flashed out of the way, so it wasn't the Crescent Guard. Never mind.
So in this situation, it's a 5v3, but they managed to kill off the Nautilus pretty quickly, and then it's Keen going in and out, getting chunked down but never dying. Chovy pushes in to get some aggro, the Jinnle gets a good amount of value, and just cleaning up kills. Ruler flashes in, nearly gets punished, but they move in to cover him. When he goes for that aggressive play, and UCal out of mana can't really contribute.
And Keen is actually just shielding everyone while this fight is going on.
This was so well played by Gen G.
Still, KRX do manage to pick up the Dragon, so denying Soul Point, going to be a big deal here. The gold lead has stretched though, man. 3.5k is kind of huge. Now Lazy Feel without flash. Oh, Andal with the interference still has to flash to get himself out of it, but that will be a worthy sacrifice.
Using the channel against them and able to pick up the flash off Andal, which we've seen so many fights start off with him going in, getting pillared and flashing out. You won't be able to do that anymore.
Yeah, and you'll certainly want to, because as you mentioned before, Nautilus into the Trundle is just not a very fun time. Still, Lazy Feel seemed like he was dead to rights there, right? And Andal just sort of pulled him away. As Keen just playing Bouncer here to make sure that Ruler can comfortably clear out these waves. Does have his Storm Razor done as well as his Ghost Blade. Wanted to build some real items now, and should be getting there relatively soon, although he wants to build Rapid Fire first. Canyon now with 2 items built up. Kind of like this cute, like, let's ult all the time build.
We've seen the Hexblade more recently on Trundle. I don't know how I feel about it, because ultimately...
Ultimately, indeed.
It does just kind of result in you not doing any damage. Yeah, you are just relegating yourself to Pillar and Ult Bot. I know obviously you get the attack speed from it, but it's not going to compare to like a Triforce.
Yeah.
you don't get those big chomps.
Well, you do get one big chomp as you run at him. That's right, Chovy looking for the angle here, but will need to use this Crescent Guard effectively. That is going to push Willer away as Tempered Fate gets him into position. Canyon starting the fight here as the rest of Gen G are trying to follow up, but Willer gets in there, and now KRX have turned up as well. Oh, the blast going to almost gets Ruler out to safety as the bullet time is set up. A LazyField has to interrupt it. Chovy gets on top of him, and down goes the MF. And even though the Jin dies, Gen G still had plenty to clean up the fight, and now Chovy just waves his chains back and forth and collects the Nautilus. Canyon now running down Andal here, gets smoked, and I don't think he's diving the turret, and will be backing away.
Yeah, Dura tries for the stun flash there. Unfortunately, the minions are able to block it away.
Good mechanics, minions.
This just feels like a battle of the beef, honestly, and Gen G are coming out ahead. In this one, Keen just feels immortal, and then you have Canyon and Chovy running around as well. Even though the Jin ends up going down here pretty early on, it's just too much bulk, I think, for BFX to cut through. The taunt comes out here, Chovy gets chunked down, but has the Crescent Guard to disengage from the situation. And then the ensuing fight, you know, Chovy getting up the, picking up the honeypot there is huge. But like, Ruler gets focused down, awkwardly has to use one of his Jin bullets to disengage. But it just doesn't matter that much when the front line is so hard to cut through. Like, Keen's health never really drops until he chooses to drop it with his own ult.
Yeah. And just slices Willer up. And a double kill for Chovy in the end, as he was relatively quiet on this Silas so far this game. And now he's sitting at 3-1-4. 100% kill contribution. I say pretty quiet. Still was there for everything. As 18 seconds on this one as Ruler getting chunked a little bit, but is not going to be fully out of this one at this moment. Chovy is on the top side, but does have teleport. Cosmic Binding there, but Andal will be able to help out as they take down this outer turret. Bit of extra control here for KRX as they slink back into the Fog of War and look to try and grab their second Drake of the game. This is kind of what Gen G are able to do with that double dragon they picked up earlier. They can give up a few of them if they do have control of sides, and that is exactly what they have. And now the fight is going to break out, and Duro going to split them all up with a zoning ultimate. Kane is just in there as the gravity well does go down. Rich finds the Shadow Dash, and they take out the Cassante. It took a whole lot of work to do it, but they do. And Yukal, really? That's the interrupt there from Chovy, who goes golden right at the last second. LazyField, a huge shield from the Shen, might be able to keep him alive, and it is going to be the Shen taking out the Trundle in the end. Gen G, they lose their mega tank in the top lane and their jungler. I don't think they're going to be taking this dragon.
Was that just like a blood sacrifice of their mid laner to give them the power in the rest of the fight? I'm not sure.
I mean, that sounds a bit on. It's a bit on theme, right? As that's a flash away from Ruler. Deadly Flourish is going to go wide as they do secure the Drake, and they'll secure the Ruler as well. As LazyField just needed one auto, but Will is the one that takes it. And Gen G once again with a bit of a flub. They had a huge lead. Just doesn't really feel like it.
They still do. They're still 4,000 gold up, but a pretty massive flub in terms of the fight, because we end up seeing they're looking for LazyField.
They were just distracted by Yukal's craziness.
The bottle misses, and then the pillar actually gets on the wrong side of LazyField, so they don't catch the MF, and then they just focus down Keen, and then this is the distracting moment.
Yukal's like, they said it was magical.
And that interrupt there on Chovy from Andal was pretty great, keeping LazyField alive, and then the shield comes in bigger when the target is lower HP, and that's why Rich is able to get such a big shield onto his AD carry. A crazy chain of events, honestly, for them to win that fight despite Yukal's sacrifice, maybe because of Yukal's sacrifice.
Yeah, I think it was, like you're saying, blood sacrifice there. As Wind becomes lightning, a lot of value from Willer, as they're able to almost close the gap. As chains connect here from Chovy, Crescent Guard to try and make sure that he stays alive. Deadly Flourish, no stuns to come in, but Andal
so dead.
So incredibly dead, yeah. The pillar, value, high.
Yeah, are they just going to look for Baron here? It's a little risky.
But KRX, everything was going great. Maybe it still is. All right, Stand United is not off cooldown just yet. And Gen G are looking for the turn. Chovy gets into the brush, finds the Arcane Storm as Yukal has to dodge these bullets, and LazyField's going to get tagged by right on the edge of the Fate's Call. and will now just be taken out. Meep Slap going to help, and Ruler is the one securing the kill. Now 3 are dead. One of them's the jungler. That will be the Baron going over to Gen G.
Yeah, have to disengage off the Baron to find this further fight. Here we end up seeing how this kick started, and it's just so hard for the Nautilus in this situation. You go in, you get ulted by the Trundle with Aftershock up, so you end up even losing out even more, and you just can't get out again. And then here, Chovy on this great flank angle, he can't immediately kill you, Carl, on Lazy Field, doesn't connect the chains, but he buys so much time, it allows the rest of the team to kind of run amok, kill Willa, jungler down, and then they look for a little bit more. We end up going aggressive here onto Lazy Field, and the stun connecting there from Chovy, the knock doing a lot of work as well.
Yep, absolutely huge. Now Ruler's got 3 items. Does kind of want his Infinity Edge, but he is going to get closer to that one as well. Doing a lot of damage. Chovy also completes his Zhonya's, and Canyon is now just getting tankier and tankier. Keen is already at the tankier part.
He has a BF sword and a long sword. So is he going Infinity Edge or is he going LDR? Or neither. Is he going Bloodthirst? If he goes Bloodthirst, if he goes Bloodthirst to 4th, I think that might be the worst.
I think we're getting him out of the kitchen at that point. I think Ruler was the one that started the double Zeal Jhin as well. I think he really does like not doing damage on Jhin. Okay, Duro likes Magical Journey, so does Chovy. Is out, he will go.
Get away from it. Do not follow it.
You cow! Do not listen to the voices!
Someone needs to warning thing it every time.
Yep.
I think he
didn't know.
He sees how fun it looks, you know?
You have to admit, you know, when you go to a playground and you see the slide, like, you really do want to use the slide. That's basically what the Magical Journey is.
Yeah, oh.
Well, Ruler is going to get tagged. The Mega Cone is going to be there, but the Stand United going to hold him in position, and he cannot even press the button. Would have taken a Shen with him, of course, and would have definitely died anyway.
Just didn't get enough space, unfortunately, to get the Mega Cone off before the CC layering comes in. So a nice pick from KRX.
We're going to get a replay of
the
this.
The Mega Engage Cone, and then the Disengage Cone is denied. I know someone is going to be happy about this. Brendan Valdez.
There was also a wall situation there as well.
Yeah, I mean, we all know the Nautilus hook hitbox is a little fishy.
It is.
I mean, he is an undersea guy, so.
Speaking of which, to go back to what we've wanted to talk about all game long.
Thankfully.
We have some expert opinion here as well. Kisun from our observing team that you might remember from the POG lab with G-Sun. He said maybe the hitbox was over the wall because of the Nautilus hook hitbox being massive and the Bard hitbox being massive. So kind of agreeing with us as Lazy Feel did get ulted, but then they're just going to stand their ground. Really nice disengage from Gen G, though, as Chovy still looking for even more. The curtains have been called, and Willa is the target. Rich is trying to tank for him, but maybe that is going to spell his death. As out he goes, Chovy goes in, and Willa has to engage because he has no way out. The bullet time's interrupted because he wasn't in a safe place to use it, and Gen G, they get rid of the jungler, they take down the support, and the rest of KRX are on the run. The flash has to come out, but Chovy still chases him down, goes golden before the stun can even come in as Ruler flashes on top of Lazy Feel and forces the flash out of him as well. Gen G are just going to break the base.
KRX just all flashing away to get out of this situation from Gen G, and as that happens, we get 4,000 assists from Keen.
And no surprise that he has the most in the league.
Yeah, with this performance, pretty great one to get it. Sometimes we see the milestone comes up after a lost fight.
Oh, yeah.
But Keen's been having a massive game here, so we see them looking to disengage, but then we end up going aggressive here. Andel's getting chunked out. The root comes in for the Jhin. Ruler's turned up, and his ult puts so much more pressure down onto them. And Andel flashed out here already. That's one. We end up getting more flashes coming through. Rich flashes over the pillar. And then obviously, as the play continues, we also saw both carries flashing out. So that's 4 flashes in that fight burned just to disengage from Gen G.
And it didn't quite work out. Still, very impressive team fighting here from Gen G with this composition.
So, Ruler went IE, understandably, but where did the longsword go? Did he just sell it?
Sometimes you just like to have a longer sword, just in case, like, when you go to Boris and he's like, no, this BF sword is too big.
I think what might have happened is he finished his 3rd item and had a longsword extra, and then was like... But then next time he recalled, he had the BF sword and was like, well... You know, I'm not going to go LDR.
Yeah, maybe
Ow.
you just couldn't decide what to do, but then went for the right build in the end.
Well, I mean, he got the IE. I mean, LDR is fine here.
That's true.
Third item Stormrazor is the one we're a little disagreeing with.
What about second item Stormrazor? He did my 2 least favorites. The reason why I've been tolerating Jhin a lot more is we've seen the Hex Optics Jhin, which I just kind of like a bit more.
I don't even mind Stormrazor. Like, I think Stormrazor first is fine. We've seen that. I just feel like Ghostblade, Rapid Fire, then Stormrazor is a little...
Yeah.
You know.
Not great. Oh, Keen built the cheap belt. So he's got 4 items done.
So tanky. And we do have Rich going the Broken Blade build on the Shen.
Yep.
That we saw from him at first stand into Genji. But I think in terms of solo killing Chovy, which we saw Broken Blade do, I think this game, your work's going to be cut out for you. This level 18 Sylas with 4 items, including a 16-stack Medjai's, doesn't scream solo killable to me.
No. He almost has a 4,000 gold advantage because he has a 50 CS advantage. Not something that Chovy has not been able to do, but it is just kind of ridiculous. There's also, we have new Korean fan input on the hook over the wall. As they just showed that he lobbed, they thought they lobbed the dredge line.
I assume they're going to show that image on the space.
I really hope that they do show the image on the space. I hope the space is like, it's not even about Poments anymore. It's all about Nautilus Hook being much larger hitbox than it has any right to be.
I think
it's not Bard's fault.
I mean, it is a little bit Bard's fault. It's
not Bard's fault.
They work together.
Justice for Bard.
You know, it was like a handshake. They both reach out.
His belly was not over the wall, okay? I could see that his belly was on the right side of the wall, and bellies don't get over walls.
It was his scarf.
It's just... I'm just imagining the Nautilus sees the little scarf. He's like, I've got you now.
The little tassels at the end.
Yeah, and they would stand out because he does have a very jolly outfit. Oh, I shouldn't have used jolly when I'm trying to defend him. It's the wrong word. Look at him go. Maybe it's one of his beard tassels. No, that pom-pom at the end. Oh, that really is a difficult one. Okay. Maybe it's the skin choice, but I hope not, because it is the best one. That's all right, Genji just going to be sieging this top inhibitor turret. And KRX, I mean, it's a 10,000 gold lead, but you know we've seen comeback. It's comebackable.
We've seen comebacks from bigger deficits.
Exactly.
But it is pretty difficult right now. Keen feels actually
level
immortal.
24 item Cassante.
Yeah, if he gets Chemtech Soul as well, I don't know how long it would take for them to kill him. All 5 members hitting him, but it'd be a while.
It would. It's also going to take a while to kill Canyon as well with Subjugate, if they do manage to get that soul. As right there you saw them engage onto him, and it looked like nothing really happened. Keen is splitting here towards his bottom side as...
Wait, Chovy just...
I think he might have... It might have been timing out.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. It was the shortest travel time ever. Just kind of letting their inhibitors go. I mean, obviously they don't want this to happen, but they are struggling to defend here.
Well, Willa is also going to get pillared. And Genji now just going to usher in... Look at this army of siege minions. It's like the Clone Wars or something like that from Star Wars, you know, just like so many built like the machines all over the place.
The droids.
All right, in they go. That is going to be a dead ruler. Maybe enough here as the Crescent Guard flash from Chovy. Kind of gigantic. Rich taken down very low. The Tempered Fate to buy some space for Keen, who tries to go all out, but he's actually going to try and get out because KRX are winning this fight. They haven't lost anyone yet. Lazy feels at full health. And Willa might now be in trouble. He finds his own Crescent Guard. The anchor is going to be avoided because Chovy goes golden. He's now trying to dash away, but just takes a bullet to the face and dies. And KRX, they've lost their entire base, but not their Nexus. And that'll keep them alive in the series.
I think Genji just needed time, right? There were super minions coming in. They still had the Baron. They still have it for another 30 seconds. But Ruler ends up getting caught out, and they try and force their hand despite being at that deficit. And KRX are able to hold on now. Dragon up and available. If they can pick this up and back away and just defend the base, the game may be salvageable.
Well, Canyon is over here. Willa's in the pit as well, so it is going to be a smite fight as King comes over with about 1 trillion health. And I don't know whether they're going to be able to survive this as Yukal will turn up. Lazyfield over here as well, as Keen does have to flash himself out of the way. And Genji trying to do the do-si-do. The curtains have been called from off screen though. There's a Tempest Fate to try and buy some space as Keen is still in there, still in the middle, and Yukao gets the big shield from the Shen. Willa,
guys,
still there with the ulti running, and yeah, I think they're just going to win the game. Chovy just says, you guys fight over the Drake all you want. I'm going to take my droid army and obliterate this Nexus, as Genji will pick up the win here in Game 3.
He's just there to supervise. You know, he didn't even need a TP, but he's there just in case.
It's far more like the Phantom Menace than the Clone Wars, but definitely was, yeah, an army of minions there in the end.
You know, I think that was a situation where KRX were between a rock and a hard place. Obviously wanted to try and pick up the dragon quickly and get back, weren't able to do so. And the minions, the triple lanes of super minions just were too much.
Yeah, that was a lot of minions.
I think the previous push is what really ended the game, and KRX didn't realize they were already dead.
Yep. Cameraman thinks that the POM is going to be heading over towards Keen. I would also probably throw my vote in that direction, although Chovy's Annie was amazing, and he was kind of gigantic in this game on the Sylas as well.
And his Akali was really good in that game
that's true.
too.
Had some moments. So I think the when in doubt Chovy might just come in.
I honestly don't even think this is a when in doubt Chovy. I think it's just Chovy had a great series. There is sometimes that people go when in doubt Chovy, but yeah, someone with a POM Chovy sign might be pretty happy after today.
Yep.
But I think the solo laners, I think Keen in that data game in particularly kind of stole the show. But there were some solid performances all around. They are really showing off the Gen round backpack, and I love it.
I kind of want to get one. I imagine they are purchasable. So doing some quick advertising.
Showing them off because they want people that, like, if they show
what
them
if
off and it's not available.
No, it's exclusive only for the players.
Oh my, that would be.
Oh, that'd be too much.
That'd be very, very sad for those watching. I'm going to assume they're available. Might have to look into that.
Yep.
This game was chaotic, and KRX, there was a lot of fight from them, but moments like this fight, it just felt like Genji, despite being at a deficit, despite not necessarily having the tools, were able to find ways back in.
We skipped over, by the way, the most important replay that we were talking about for the whole game.
Yeah, that was a vital one. Maybe they'll bring it up in the space again. Maybe
this is the one that we didn't want to watch.
It's crazy that was a winning fight with them, despite, I mean, maybe because of, as I said, the Yukao sacrifice. But this one, Chovy buying so much space on the back line, and then Genji's just pushing forward. Keen absolutely massive and able to cut Willa down. This was that, this is after Willa had died already.
Yep.
That overzealous push in.
할게요. 이거
호텔부터 때릴게.
I think Chovy was waiting to see what Yukao was going to do.
Yeah. And the thing is, as soon as he TP's in, that's it. The game is done.
Yep.
Like, they just cannot get back in time to defend, and the minions...
There are 8 super minions, I think.
So many!
I think there's 8. So if this bottom wave actually ends up pushing in, I think there were actually 6 at the Nexus when Chovy killed it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the correct decision is for Chovy to TP here, like, without... It's obvious, right? But even if he didn't, like, the game was just
Look
done.
at his face. He's like, I'm just going to win the game, guys.
Like, he doesn't even hit... He just walks around the Nexus and supervises.
Yeah.
He even bought a blue pod, just like he would just one tap the Nexus. But
okay, there were 50 super minions. Never mind. That is way too many.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it was an interesting end to the game. As you can see, there's a slight blip where Genji did some trying to distract while their mid laner wins the game. LazyFear did a lot of damage, but so did Chovy in this one. And KRX, I think they did pass our test. Even though they lost the series, this was a whole lot more interesting than game number 1.
Yeah, I think they bounced back well from game number 1. They made this a competitive series, and when we think about the home ground coming up, I think they put a good case for it, potentially being a revenge match. Now, Chovy going to get POM, I think makes sense because he had 3 good games.
Yeah, the Annie was absurd.
Yeah, even though the 4-5-5 scoreline just looked fantastic in the loss, he really was doing so much in those team fights to kind of bring it back. The Annie was massive. Sylas, I don't think he was the biggest character in that game 3, but was still very relevant.
Yeah.
And I think across the series as a whole had a fantastic contribution.
Yep, did manage to find a whole lot of angles as well, and I think was just quietly phenomenal in a lot of those team fights at the same time, stealing a lot of the ultimates that were very high value as well, because we've seen some Silas picks just kind of fall on their face, right? You like get baited in by, oh, this would be a great ultimate, but then it doesn't fit the composition. This was played very, very well by Gen G, even though, once again, they didn't pick enough damage, but it's Gen G. They're just never punished for that.
Just do more damage.
Yeah. Or just get further ahead.
Press your buttons harder and it does more damage.
Or just have your Cassante be so incredibly fed that he just does enough damage throughout the whole game anyway, even if he is just a tank.
Just be better. I think that's the lesson.
You know what? I wish I had have known that earlier. And now it is time to throw it over to a man who is better, and that's Chovy.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G. Congratulations. Thank you. With today's match, Gen G has reached 3 winning streak and you have reached 400 POM points, which is a tied first place with Zeka. How do you feel? You know, accumulating those POM points after winning, it feels amazing, and I think I'm just really relieved that we got the win today. And I heard that Gen G's players were feeling under the weather. How are you guys feeling? Yeah, I was feeling a bit of body ache, but after taking some medicine and getting some sleep, I feel a little better. What about your other players? I'm hoping that they're managing their own condition very well. And as it went to a 3-game series, your opponent was quite resilient. So what made QMDRX tricky to deal with? I think for game 2, there were a lot of accidents here and there, which made the game harder. And in game 3, before ending the game, I think the enemy was able to pull off pretty good team fights, and then it just extended the game. And in game 1, you played mid Annie, and many say that mid Annie means that there won't be as much mid influence. So what are your thoughts? I think when it comes to influence in mid, I feel like Annie has a lot to do. But I guess the correct expression would be that even if you have more influence, I think your carry power is what actually gets reduced. And so what do you focus on as a key when you play Annie? I think you have to look at the big picture. You have to focus on the whole game, the whole map. And after dropping game 2, I'm sure there was a lot of feedback. So can you share with us what that feedback was like? Yeah, for game 2. I think it was just the fact that we weren't able to catch that Wukong out. And it was just, we wanted to get a good reset before game 3. And in game 3, you picked Silas last. And given that the enemy picked Victor first, I'm sure you had a lot of options. So what made you pick such an aggressive pick like Silas? Yeah, there are a lot of options in terms of champions that I can pick, but based on the enemy comp, it just felt like it would be so worth it to go ahead and steal Xin Zhao and Nautilus's ult as Silas. And that's how we ended up locking him in. And in game 3, you know, the enemy picked Shen against your Cassante. And this was actually a pretty hot build where Shen goes with Dusk and Dawn. So what are your thoughts? Yeah, in the bot Golem fight, Keen actually gave us a warning that if Shen ults bot, they would actually get a lot of value. But then in the end, I think because Keen gave us that warning, we were able to be cautious and didn't. We were the one who actually got the upper hand in the end, and Shen got behind. And Keen is actually the first top laner in the LCK to reach 4,000 assists. Any message over to him? Well, of course, 4,000. You gotta go even higher. Not enough. And lately, when teams get first selection, they go for blue side or first pick, but Gen.G seems to lean more towards blue side or counter pick. So, can you give us any sort of perspective on that? Well, if I think about our head coach, in the near future, I will leave it up to my head coach to answer that question in an interview. And for your first opponent in round 2, it'll be D plus Kia. So you look to get a revenge from round 1. So how are you feeling about it? Yeah, I mean, I think our performance is coming up and it's still improving. So I think the next time we meet, I have a good feeling. I think we're going to be able to win and we will try our best. And that's all from Chovy, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dira Yaya, as it is Chovy getting the victory here. It is a hard-fought 2-1 for Gen.G. Yo, what didn't happen in that series? Game 2, Akali?
Kiwoom DRX upset.
There was the hook that was over the wall. UCal took the portal, and then
He's
won
gotta
that
stop.
fight?
You guys remember the Rise?
No, don't bring that up.
But
no.
Turrets, when they had a winning game state against T1, same thing. What's going on with this guy?
They almost failed the base
portal.
push, and then it was the classic trade Drake for Nexus.
Never pick something related portal.
I'm gonna check
when UCal is on your team.
I'm gonna check his Steam wish list and see if he's got the full portal collection. Maybe someone needs to get that for him so he can get it out of his system before he comes to the LCK.
The cake is a lie, UCal. Don't go for it, as it is, again, a 2-1 victory for Gen.G. You know, T1, they got the circus. Gen.G, they got the carnival. This was had all the rides in it, as it is a 11 out of 13 Chichichik voting.
Only if KRX left caster went for top lane, it would have been like they were just showcasing the mid lane directly.
Yes.
The position.
Oh yeah, true. I mean, I think,
big mid lane.
I mean, I think Keen had such an insane lead in the top side at the game 3. I think overall he played really good, and also, I mean, Ruler definitely needs some shout out on the bot side because I think his Jhin in the game 3, especially, I think he did such a great team fight with the ultimate. But for me, Chovy did so many clutch plays, including the game 2 that they lost. That Kali was the key that they could actually bounce back, almost. But in this team fight, just look at how Chovy plays this team fight. He never overcommits. He always kite back with Silas. You never really kiting with the Silas, by the way. Look at his skill shots and the discipline here.
It's 100% how you want to play it with this type of comp with the Jhin, though. He knows exactly how this team fight is meant to be played, and he measures the aggression so carefully here. Very impressive stuff from Chovy again. Look at this. My God. After the Akali game he had, the Annie game before. Just clinical. Survives, by the way. Pretty insane.
Yep, saved the flash for the last auto attack there, Wolf.
I was also a Chovy voter, and maybe we should run the clip early because his short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals were always the same.
What is it?
Enemy Nexus.
Oh, okay.
You get it, because short-term, mid-term, long-term goals, that's usually like a investment kind of phrase. Because we're playing Kiwoom.
Kiwoom
DRX is the investment.
The penultimate way to win the game. Is it to deny that third Chemtech Dragon when they got the Shen with the big shit? No, I got so many super minions coming to the base. I'm so UCal TP'd, he's AFK. I'm just gonna come here, and you know what he did? He showcased great leadership here.
He hit retirement early.
The minions listened to him. They continue to attack. He's supervised incredibly well. Down goes the Nexus.
He literally last hit the Nexus as well.
Yeah, I mean he's like, I'm the boss. Of course I get the last hit.
Of course.
I did that for comedic value, but he obviously had a great game. Some incredible mechanical plays from one of our best mid laners.
Yes, absolutely. You really tried your hardest to get the 2-0. Unfortunately, a 2-1 will suffice for Gen.G, continuing the winning ways, which is important. I think it's important. Get the wins, beat the teams that you're supposed to beat here, and continue to grow that synergy. I guess as Akali, Silas, have longer auto attack range? How can he farm minions so well?
Some of his Silas last hits, by the way, where he prepped the whole wave to get the Q detonation to explode it, was just so satisfying to watch.
I mean, Silas maybe, but Akali, it's one of the champion that Chovy's choving. Like, that's why we call him like CS machine in the laning phase.
That's right. Helios was acknowledging that. Umpty with...
I guess it's Chorangi.
Chorangi?
What it was in Korean.
Yeah, Chorangi. Cho Tiger rips a dragon apart.
I think at this point, we don't have to translate that to Tiger. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
But that's just giving you guys some context. Sounds less awkward than Cho Tiger, but that's what it means.
It's classic Umpty.
His super play with Akali should be clip of the month. I agree. The Akali play was crazy. It was just the 2 engages before the 2 highlights that we showed, after they got the Baron and threw that away, and then before the Drake fight. Those were just nuts.
I mean, not to mention his Annie. I mean, I think he's going to be in some mad movie moments for sure.
Yeah. Go acknowledging the playmaking ability from Chovy. We have one more? Do we have one more? Yes. Prince with, in order to beat Genji, you must overcome not only Chovy, but Keen as well. That was the Keen shout out.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he is one of the great top lane right now in LCK. And yeah, I mean, he's shown like so many good plays in a weak side, also on the strong side.
Yeah, let's see that Chovy Akali play one more time, just because there were multiple times I was back here at the desk jumping out of my pants because it was just crazy.
He's shot calling.
Also, don't forget the wild growth that comes in here as well.
Fade away. Wild growth.
Oh.
It's just so good.
So clean.
He just trusts his teammates. He knows the angle. You can see he's thinking about it like 3 steps ahead, what he's trying to do there. When you watch the POV, it's where you really get like chills. When you watch it, like, how is that possible? You watch how calmly he sets it up almost robotically, and you're like,
Exactly. You know, like he literally said, I'm going in. That's all he said. If I'm playing Akali, Ulmi, oh no.
That is what Wadid sounds like when you play fives with him. We've been playing some flex queue together and with
Ulmi, Digon. Oh, Digon, you should have followed up.
I am not a former. You call way too fast. Look, be like Chovy. Call slower, and I'll be able to follow that.
He's so good, man.
No.
You don't even need to call.
Again, the bot lane support synergy was not on par as Chovy and the rest of Genji. They get themselves a win, a 3-game winning streak. Kiwoom DRX fall down to 2-7 here.
We did kind of skate around and ignore the fact that Genji almost got upset by QM DRX, who only have 2 wins this season. Had they lost, it would have been a great opportunity for D+ to actually take that 4th place spot away from them. So it is a win. Chovy had some phenomenal moments individually. Keen had some great ones, but overall, Genji not looking as clean still as we expect from them. So hoping to see a bigger bounce back. This, you know, like the casters were saying, might mean that maybe in Vietnam, QM DRX actually gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, not the game 1, but the game 2 and game 3. I really liked their draft plan, especially on the mid lane. I think Yukal, even though he had some oopsie moment, I think he had a great moment overall. So I feel like they got some structure right there. So I think I'm looking forward to see more of those from Kiwoom DRX.
Yeah, one more match for Kiwoom DRX and Genji before they head on over to Vietnam for the home front. Well, y'all, there's been a lot of non-official news rumoring around B&K FearX, but it is time. We will see what they are putting up today against D+ Kia. That series is always a banger and will provide. Let's see how it goes after the break.
항상 보고 계십니까? 그 폭발의 의식이었습니다.
전술적으로 이길 수밖에 없는 구도를 계속 젠지가 가져오고 있어요.
자, 그래서 오늘 준비된 경기의 주인공들을 만나보겠습니다. 디플러스 기아와 젠지 e스포츠입니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
야 이거 애니파이크 리신으로 1레벨 뭐 미드 일자나 상대 칼보 같은 거 못 들어가냐? 그냥 만나면 풀큐 같은 거 막으면
한번 해보자.
1레벨 우리 칼부 거기 오른쪽 부시에서 대기 타보는 거 어떤가? 얘네 애니 리신 마이크라 들어올 만도 할 것 같은데.
야 여기 한번 가보던가 그냥 만나면 그냥 전멸 큐 받고 스턴 박으면 잡을 것 같은데?
난다. 나 다 와봐. 야 보이면 찍는다.
나 이거 위에 닦으면서 할게.
나 실제로 내어볼게. 야
찍는다.
보자.
애니.
아닌데? 야 할만데? 다들 가긴 해.
보자.
파이크.
얘 노플 아닌가?
프리다.
일단 죽여봐.
노플이야.
나이스.
풀안 써.
와 이걸 3명 대입방을 해?
그러게. 여기서 싸움 보는 건? 괜찮아. 좋아. 이거 좋아. 왜 싸워볼 만해. 야 보면서 하자.
그쪽 봐줄게 우찬이 보는 거.
여기까지 괜찮은 듯? 리신 지금 안 갔다 온 거 집 갔다. 리신 여기 있다.
저. 야 짜고 잡았다.
나이스. 크다.
아 좋았다. 아 의식했는데.
이거 타 먼저 할 수 있으면 딱이긴 한.
각 없지 다이브도 안 돼? 야 이거 어때?
되긴 하는데.
일단 탑 다이브 맞아야 될 것 같은데.
3인이면 당하면은.
탑 여기 한번 빼고 있어봐. 나도 여기 못 지나가.
스킬 연기 2스킬 먼저.
해보자.
파이크 노플이야?
나 돌아갈게. 일로 오면은 살 수 있고.
스킬했다.
와 승민아 지렸고.
괜찮아. 계속 이렇게 해야 되는데 어쩔 수 없다.
이번에 우리 위에 아예 선탄인 것 같은데?
근데 상황 좋긴 올릴 수 있으면.
나 천천히
야,
붙어볼게.
와봐.
천천히 붙어볼게. 얘 노플롱이긴 한데.
짜볼게.
제이스 노플이야?
빨리 본다 얘네 본다.
야 후이 여기 펠텍.
나 없는 거야.
타워 깨면서 할게 위에.
다 노플이긴 해.
나 봐줘. 야 마트 났어.
봐달래.
나
없는 거다.
박아야 될 듯.
나 없어요.
들어야 될 거.
리신 궁 있어.
정면 뚫린 거 주세요, 고정이 형.
제이스 잡았고.
잘 살았어.
살아봐.
그게 높을.
좋았다 우리. 바텀 나갔다.
근데 막 그렇게 손해는 아닌 것
너무
같은데?
패시지 말자.
야 이거 직스 나오면 디테가 보자. 야 직스 볼게.
그냥 쫓아도 될 것 같은데?
야궁 쐈어.
나 가볼게. 나 더 가볼게.
찌른다
빼볼게.
문제야. 탑쪽 찔러.
라켓 오네. 좋았다.
노플.
잡았어.
내가 찍을게.
바로 갈 때 바텀 들고 백도가 볼 수 있어?
일단 집
아니
가.
나만 쳐봐. 그럼 나만 가.
나머지 가고
나갈게.
칠게 우리끼리.
집 끊으면서 스틸 보는 게 최선일 것 같아.
시현아 나 가볼게. 야 하자. 볼게. 야 뚫었어. 얘들아 뚫었어. 집 가야 돼. 야 집 끊을 수 있어?
아니 못 끊어. 일단 못 끊어.
야 여기로 나 나갈 수 있는데.
나와볼게.
직스 없어 형. 봐도 돼.
얘 나간다.
걔 수은이야.
야, 좀 빨린다. 얘들아, 믿어봐.
야 제이스.
나이스. 야 제이스.
시야 조심.
짜오 노공 아니야?
짜.
해볼게.
아니 높여.
나 미카엘 있고. 이거 제이스. 제이스부터.
아들라 이거. 애니 노플.
야 후이. 야 후이 잡았네.
야 천천히.
야 나 살려줘.
형 주주집.
빠지면서 봐.
빼볼게.
위에 좋다.
야 뒤에 파이크랑 가 있거든.
얘들아 장로 바로 생각해야 돼.
장로부터 쳐봐.
장로부터
나 태어나면 뛰면 되니까 그냥 장로 쳐봐.
바로 가자.
바로 치자 또.
야 이거 나 바론 스틸을 한번 해볼게. 야 와드 해줘.
야 내공 맞춰서 스틸 보자.
야 8천.
딜중기하자.
리신 있고. 괜찮아.
딜중기할게.
걸렸어 일단.
얘 딜중기야. 나 천천히 쓸게.
야 근데 그냥 집 들어가자.
야 지금 쏠게.
들어가야 돼.
야 신장 타고. 바로.
야 집만 막아.
야, 탑 가보자.
라플. 애들 라플 봐야 돼.
야 끝내. 안돼. 일로 빼.
야 계속 나 보라고.
계속 사이드 귀찮게 하자. 얘는 인원 맵은 이상하게 하게 만들어야 돼.
뭉쳐 있기만 하면 일단 전혀 문제 없고.
미드
다 같이
바텀
맞지 말자고.
미드 바텀 쓰자 지금.
야 바텀 나가자.
야 리신. 얘들 리신. 궁 천천히 써봐. 리신 집 끊게. 집 끊게.
잡을만해. 그냥 길게.
내가 뒤 잡을 테니까.
얼마지 않아?
줄만 떠야겠다. 야 죽었다. 야 가볼래? 나 방어 없어요.
볼만? 리신 에본데.
이거 다 밀렸다 이제.
내가 간볼게.
리신 잡았어.
내가 집 갈게.
나궁 20부터.
나왔어.
야 얘네 미드 탑이
나
탑에 있는
라플
건데.
해주면 안 되냐 그냥?
내가 락 해볼게.
왜 왔다?
잡았어. 얘들아 제이 잡았어.
아유. 나 미카엘 있어.
나 집트 밀어줄게.
나 애니 밀어줄게.
애니 밀어내자.
타워 치자.
살려볼게.
와 잘했다.
야 파이크 다음에
안 돼?
너무 아깝다. 소리.
너무 많이 나.
최선으로 했다.
오케이 힘드네. 레전드. 작골 먹다 죽은 게 좀.
그거 콜 좀 세게 해줄 걸 그랬나 더?
알고 있었어. 대충 알고 있었는데 좋았네.
KT 로이스 5연승입니다.
현 메타에서 그리고 특히 LCK에서 정말 나오기 힘든 게임이었다고 생각해요. KT가 계속 올라갑니다.
Close your
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
화이팅! 플러스기야 화이팅! 시유 올시드 키즈 플러스기야 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is time to get into our second series of the evening, and as you can see on your screen, right there, it is BNK FearX taking on D+ Kia. And yes, there are going to be some roster change-ups for BNK FearX moving into this game. Not just one, but a couple of them. So it's going to be a little bit interesting. TK probably were going to be favorites regardless, even if they did lose 0-3 to BNK FearX in the LCK Cup. It's not the LCK Cup anymore.
Long time ago.
Yeah, it certainly was. And even though they are only 2 places separated, the game score is very different.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest gap in game score with just that short of a distance between the teams. Like, that is the divide right now in the standings, really, is you have like the teams with 2 wins, 1 win at the bottom. Big leap up to Nongshim, and then D+ even further ahead of that with a positive win record on a 3-win streak. So even though it's only 2 places down in the standings, I think a big gulf between these teams right now.
I would agree. And I also don't think that the changes the BNK FearX have made moving into this series are necessarily going to help all that much immediately. As we are going to see here, it is Diablo getting sent down, sort of the prodigy of this team throughout their last year and a bit. it is a little bit of a rough one. See him sent down. While short-term performance is important, we believe it is also the responsibility of the organization to guide players toward becoming better professionals. We hope that this action will serve as an opportunity to be able to reflect and grow further as a professional player. This is, of course, when he failed to meet a fan meet. And after being prodded to be there more times than one, and so is suffering from some disciplinary action.
Yeah, that's BNK FearX's official statement, and obviously there will be more information from them with any follow-up on Devil's situation. For now, though, we have Slayer coming up to take his role.
Yep.
Slayer, who has been around for a little bit of time, spent some time on Gen G Global Academy, a year and here in FearX Challenges, and now with BNK FearX Youth before being pulled up to the LCK for the first time. Currently, BNK FearX Youth not doing the best in LCK Challenges. The series record is 3-6, but competitive in games, 10-13 there, so...
And Slayer is kind of someone who just kind of goes all in or not. In a lot of his games as well. The middle column tends to fill up for this guy. And has, as was mentioned, faced off against Smash before. Smash was only very recently called up from Challenger, was of course over there on T1 for quite some time. And if you guys were watching a bunch of Challenger, it was probably because he was laning alongside Reckless. So that was a time where he was able to meet Slayer. And we'll see whether their reunion is going to be a nice one for one of them. Which one is left for today to decide?
Yeah, and I think ultimately Smash has been having solid performances on D+, even when they were struggling. But the team as a whole has kind of come together in a big way. Some big matches won already in this season by D+, to take down a Gen G, a massive one in front of them. And obviously still looking to climb further up in the standings. They have a bit of a buffer zone. In terms of qualifying for Road to MSI, because that is top 6.
Yep.
In terms of qualifying for Legend Group, it's a little bit closer with Nongshim only 1 win behind currently. So securing another win here, pushing yourself back up the standings would make a big difference for D+.
Yep, and we are only just approaching halfway through this season as well, as of course it is double round robin before we get to that Road to MSI. And so, I mean, it's not necessarily this season because the season's longer, but I like to think of the first 2 rounds as the first mini-season that we have here at the LCK. We're only halfway through that, and so things can definitely take a turn. None of the teams that are at the bottom of the standings are out of the running if they can make a heroic run in the next round robin. And so making sure that you have your best foot forward is going to be the most important thing. And maybe it can be the year of Vikla again. We've had so much Daystar recently. We haven't been able to have his year, but maybe he's been in the hyperbolic time chamber charging up so that he can take down D+ Kia alongside Slayer here today.
That's the hopes, because Vikla's obviously struggled. And I feel like the Vikla we had last year, the Vikla we had in the LCK Cup, and the Vikla we've had this year so far, I feel like 3 different players.
Yes.
So hopefully get to see more of the LCK Cup performance, and we get a little word here from Slayer on how he feels about being in the LCK. An honor to play on the LCK stage that he's always dreamed of. And he's looking to enjoy every moment and give it everything he's got, and also a bit of his journey in the leagues below that we talked about before.
Yep. And also I was having a chat to Wolf about it because I knew the name Slayer, and we did cast a bunch of Challenger back in the day, and I was trying to remember whether it was from there that I remembered him or elsewhere, and we actually casted him not last year but the year before in the Kesper Cup as well. And there's a reason why I forgot.
Yeah. I thought maybe you recognized it because your favorite game, Slayer the Spire 2.
Slayer the Spire 2, I have been playing a bit of that. Also played a bit of Slayer the Spire 1 as well. We'll see exactly, which Slayer the Spire character he's going to choose for this particular run.
Hopefully not Region.
For you, maybe. Yeah. Other people have found some success, and after the recent patch notes, he is a little bit stronger.
Oh, the patch note, that's a 10 subject. Maybe we should move away from that.
Hey, they reverted the prepared change, okay? Pitchforks down, all right? Pitchforks down. Okay, let's get back onto the topic at hand, as CVMAX pretty happy with Shiu in their last series, brought out the Alawi and made it work. I wonder whether they're going to cook even further. He doesn't have the mad scientist hair on completely, although there were some stragglers at the back there. So it might be that CVMAX is ready to get back into the laboratory once
He's trying to hide it a little bit, you know, not play his hand.
Incognito science.
I think
is
we saw the hair last time. We're like, well, of course he's going to pick Alawi for the first time.
Yeah. All right. Very interested in how this one's going to go. And as a result, we're heading into Champion Select before the game once again.
I think that's one thing, is that bringing in players. I know we have seen Vikla been up for a while and Slayer. This can drastically change the dynamic of being KRX. We're hoping for the positive, but we'll see. Obviously, a lot of the times they have relied on this bot lane, on the powerhouse that has been Diablo, and the 2v2 excellence of the Diablo Kellen bot lane, but struggled recently. The team as a whole has struggled recently to replicate the success they've had early in the year. So, you know, it could end up they play better with a switch up.
Yep.
Even though I think losing out on Diablo and Daystar based on the recent performances, well, Daystar's recent performances and Diablo, his historic performances, feels a little bit rough.
Yeah. So we'll just have to see exactly why this has happened, and maybe BNK FearX can demonstrate that with some good play here today. Caitlyn ban. It's weird.
Yeah, interesting. Pantheon still up and available, as is Orianna. So
I know why the Caitlyn was banned, because Slayer was destroyed by Smash's Caitlyn over and over again in Challenger. And so maybe you didn't like that.
A little bit traumatic, maybe?
Yeah, it might have been something like that. But maybe also just trying to open up something interesting for first pick, as D+ Gear did choose second pick, and so that means Pantheon, Jarvan, any of these things can be snapped away.
I think the Orianna ban makes sense, because you can, of course, trade these junglers. We're seeing a lot more priority on the Jarvan. You can just go Ezreal Pantheon here, to be honest.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily need to pick up the Pantheon. We saw this last series. You don't need to pick up the Pantheon this rotation if you don't want to. You can save it for 3, but that does limit your flexibility a little bit, as you will want to secure a jungler before the next phase of bans. So if you lock in, you know, like your bot lane right now, that third pick, you're kind of unable to adjust to what BNK FearX pick up. And I think the Ezreal we've seen all the time into the Jarvan. And we know Smash is extremely good in the pick. We're going to start off with the Annie coming in for Showmaker.
They could do Annie Ezreal if they like to. Then you'd still be able to get Pantheon if you feel like it, but you wouldn't be able to lock in a full bottom lane and get your jungler.
Yeah. I mean, the only pairing we've seen regularly picked up with the Ezreal has been the Nico. That lane has not been working out so hot, but instead they go for the Lee Sin for Lucid. So not going for Pantheon, not going for Xin Zhao. Going for the Lee Sin, the combo up the Annie, that point-and-click CC, guaranteeing the Sonic Wave. Definitely not the highest in prio picks on the patch.
Definite comfort, though, for these two.
Definitely comfort there.
Okay, Slayer's getting some priority here in this draft as the camera snaps back over to him. There is the Lucian Milio once again. Worked out pretty well for KRX earlier on today.
Yeah, and we have seen Slayer play this 3 times so far this season, the Lucian specifically. So pairing up with Emilio, obviously a lane that has a good amount of pressure, but also scales relatively well. I think people look at Lucian as a pick that struggles sometimes. The short range will be a factor, but the Emilio boosts you up quite a bit. The mid-game, you have a lot of power. I think sometimes the Nami can struggle a bit more, the Lucian Nami, specifically because you can get exploded.
Yep.
Whereas you have like so much peel from the Milio, especially into an Annie specifically with a point-and-click stun.
Yeah, it feels fantastic to pick it up at that stage.
They go for the Jace here. It's a strong spot for Jace because you can ban Yorick Scion here, essentially, as D+. On the other side for BNK FearX, I think you're banning 80 carries, just limiting things that can get outside of the Cataclysm. Ezreal makes a lot of sense. You could be worried about Nash Seraphine, but perhaps not, like you have a Cataclysm to deal with it.
Yeah.
Actually go for the Nautilus, which I don't think is that good of a pick.
Were you scared about the Nautilus?
Like, Milio's really good at disengaging Nautilus. Jarvan makes Nautilus's game a little bit uncomfortable. And then the Anivia ban comes in.
So she not as frightened by the clear Scion in this game. And the Anivia will be the one taken away instead. This has actually been played into Scion top lane as well, has it not? Pretty sure it has. Sorry, into the Jace top lane.
Yes, it has. It was played into Jace specifically, so would have that flexibility option.
Okay, so Lulu going to be taken away from Korea.
Yeah, Lulu Yunara, pretty scary lane to play into, so limiting that, especially the sustain damage off that when this D+ lineup is a bit more base focused. So now,
what's stopping you from just playing Ashe Seraphine? Does Lucian Milio lane well into it? Is that why they're happy to pick up line?
I think the concern is more the Jarvan.
Yeah, right, fair.
I think them being immobile, like at least with the Yunara, you can get outside of the Cataclysm with your ultimate. Some people would just play Corki here, but we've seen the Corki priority drop off a good amount.
Zeri can get out of Cataclysms.
That she absolutely can. Interesting to pick up the Zeri here, because although the Lulu was banned, the Yunara wasn't. And, you know, like Zeri Lulu's a thing, Yunara's Lulu's a thing, but the Lulu was banned. So you could still pick Yunara and pair with something else. So
yeah,
specifically going for the Zeri here, which has definitely been a lower prio 80 carry compared to the Yunara.
But Yuumi has been buffed.
It has been.
So Korea did have the debut Yuumi game here in the LCK. Most of us tried to forget. Let's see whether he can make up for it. I believe since then has actually found a bit of success on the champion, as K'Sante for Clear is going to be locked in as the answer to the Jace. Not exactly the most high-powered answer to Jace, but would be able to weather the storm. And let's see what Vikla has prepared into this Annie. Aurora would be the tier list choice. And let's see whether he does decide to go that way. Instead, it's going to be the Ryze.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, we often talk about Ryze being a really powerful pick, but he's kind of been hamstrung by the likes of Anivia, Cassiopeia. But when you know your mid matchup, feels pretty easy to pick it up here. It is going to be that Yuumi coming through. And to be honest, I think in this game, FearX is feeling pretty good. You have the Ryze, who can obviously potentially look to move, to impact the map more than the Annie can. The Jarvan has good targets to jump on. You know, both the Annie and the Jace can't get out of it. The Cataclysm without a flash. And the bot lane, 2v2, you should have a good amount of pressure in this matchup. Sometimes you can see Yuumi do a decent job of weathering the storm, making use of those triple combat sums, but for the most part, Lucian should have the pressure advantage. And K'Sante into Jace, you just farm up and be a tank. We've even seen solo kills happen for the K'Sante in that matchup, so...
And Clear has been gravitating towards K'Sante more often than not as well here in the LCK. So I think should be very comfortable up there on the top side. Like you were saying, I think a pretty stable draft here for BNK FearX, but it's the players on the Rift that we have our eyebrows raised for. So we'll just have to see how they're going to go in their respective matchups. Eyes are going to be on Slayer mainly, as he is very new to this stage, but Vikla making his re-debut as well. Daystar has certainly been putting in the hours for BNK FearX over the last week or so. So let's see what Vikla has in store for us as well into Showmaker's Annie, something that he's been gravitating towards a lot. Time for us to get into the Rift for game one. All right, D+ fans in full coordination here today at Chichitik Lol Park, but I heard some desperation in the BNK FearX fan chants. Did you pick that up as well?
Yeah, I'm not overly surprised at that.
Neither am I. There has been some change.
Desperate position right now in the league, 2-6 already. You know, if they lose this series, they finish the first round robin 2-7. And you got to remember, not only do we have round 2, where your score is going to carry over to, but then when you go into Legend and Rise group, the score carries over there too. So every loss is permanent for the regular season throughout.
But so is every win.
That is true.
So if they do manage to pick up some victories here, it could be working out. But right now we can see T+ Gear just pushing in kind of every lane, and they should have early shove kind of everywhere. I think Annie's probably just fine into the Ryze earlier on, although I think that is the matchup that's the most up in the air. Smash and Korea, so far, playing it relatively well. This one could also be a little dicey. As level 2's gained, and we did see the all-in angle from our last Lucian player, Lazyfield, earlier today.
Yeah, Slayer playing that well, dashing to the side and not forward. That's the thing with Lucian, you're burst focused, you have a lot of power around your cooldowns, but you have to respect the sustained DPS of Zeri and the triple combat summoners. So you never want to just dash in and load everything and then have no way of disengaging. It's the quick little burst trades that are going to put you ahead in this matchup until you chunk Smash down to potentially look for a kill. Level 6 is where the Zeri Yuumi in general gets a ton of power. So every advantage you get now needs to put you in a position where you're not just going to get bowled over by those level 6 power spikes that come through.
Yep, that's the classic all-in angle. We did see that that was an answer to the Ashe Seraphine as well, or at least it was an attempted one until it worked here in the LCK. You could see that the all-in angle for Zeri makes some sense. We do have Wolf on the space as well, so if any certification is necessary, we do have that one available. But right now, they are just getting pressured out, and Slayer's aggression that we were talking about before paying off in this matchup especially, as Lucid will spot Raptor here as the Q just barely misses. Good reaction there from Raptor to stop moving forward. And Lucid is now just going to bail towards the top scuttle instead, as now Slayer dashing forward one more time. There is some big shielding, and the barrier utilized there from Smash just to get him out of there safely. I say safely, there is a jungler now coming on over as Kellen just hunting, see where they are backing, and Raptor will get a flag to drop on top of them. Thankfully, Prowling Projectile is going to be there to deny any further engage, but they do stop them from recalling, which is huge.
Stop the back and just buying more time. Pretty big, I will say, though. Cannon minion will help to buy a bit of time with home guards as well. We don't see Smash going for the dash over terrain yet.
Yeah, Korea as well just stuck around.
Oh, there it is. He slid over a bit there. So cannon missed in range of that melee minion. So you just missed the cannon.
Yep, and Korea did also get it as well. Oh, ow! What? Okay, so in the last series, we had the Nautilus that was able to hit things through walls, and Korea was able to not hit things through a champion. That is so unfair.
What does it mean?
I think it means something Bard isn't in this game.
Yep.
The rotund man himself really being exemplified, even though his presence isn't actually with us on the Rift right now. Wow, Korea absolutely robbed, but that's fine. Just barely missing is now Smash. Also,
a tough spot there.
Yeah, not exactly with the wave in a phenomenal spot. So they do want to be able to get this crash if they can. And Slayer might have an opportunity here as Smash has to dash towards the wall. That means that he can't actually get over it, as there is the bottom block and the flash out from Smash. This bottom lane is going so well for being KRX.
Yeah, so much damage done there, and I feel like the first... Oh, and the recall stop.
No.
I feel like the first buys have just amplified this. You know, you have the scout slingshot into a coalfields. It just feels... this item feels so uninspiring.
Yeah. It's a bit of David and Goliath type stuff, isn't it? And David not doing so good in this particular matchup. As Lucid just wants to farm his own jungle. Showmaker is also looking for the rise, and we'll be able to find him there, as he does a lot of damage. Not sure who managed to get the Grump, because I was distracted by Metal Tibbers trying to do what he can.
Looks like a Malphite skin.
I know, it's very cool. I've always been a bit of a fan of the Mecha Annie. Also didn't mind that set of TFT with the Mecha Annie version. Was pretty cool.
Was that the one where you had 3 mech champions and they built like a Giga Mech together?
I don't think it was that one, but that one was also fun.
Yeah.
And now there's just a Mighty Mech, which is just a unit in the current set, which I think is kind of strange. Is very big though, which is kind of fun. Lucid just going to be taking a crab here on this top side. DK with a slight advantage as far as money is concerned, because their solo lanes are doing very well. We've been watching only this bottom lane, which is making me feel like DK don't have any tempo vibes, but they do. Because elsewhere, Shio and Showmaker doing just fine. And Slayer, once again, finding a great opportunity for an engage. At least Korea is able to do a little bit back there.
Yep. To get the Oblivion Orb early buy from Kellen, so able to help out with that Grievous Wounds onto the Zeri, obviously for the Yuumi healing.
Yep.
Does delay that first item spike. We often see from the Milio when he's going towards what's item called? The
Essence Reaver?
Echoes of Helia.
Ah, the Echoes of Helia. I thought you were talking about Slayer's items. That's my bad.
Oh, okay.
Oh no! Extendo Beam wouldn't extend far enough. And he went for it, but just a little bit too late. What a shame. And it would have actually extended far enough. That's why it's called Extendo Beam.
It does go pretty far.
Mm-hmm. All right, looking for a level 6. I don't know whether they quite get it off this wave. as they do stop Kellen's back, and now Smash might have an opportunity here. But still, fire kick comes on down. It's going to buy a little bit of space as they had to sidestep it. Slayer did hit level 6 himself and is now making his way back towards the lane with the Sheen in pocket. So everything kind of quiet on Summoner's Rift right now. You saw Raptor trying to go for something and is actually going to find this control ward here. Lucid misses another Q. But Raptor now move towards this bottom side as Smash dashes through that wall.
Yeah, Smash really wants to get a recall off here, get another buy, and then with the level 6 coming through, you actually have the power to find a 2-2.
Flash stun comes on in. This is that setup you were talking about, and oh my goodness, Lucid just kicks him in the face.
It's that easy. Not much kind of play there. Vikla holding the flash, knowing if he flashed, he would just die anyway.
Really unfortunate time for Raptor to go for Dragon as well.
Yeah.
As Lucid's like, wow, my Q did so much damage.
So Smash gets to recall and pick up a pickaxe. Items feel a little bit better. Level 6 hit by Smash. Crip won't be too far away. That's the point where this 2v2 feels a bit better for them. Now, it's going to be a contest over this Dragon.
Yeah, this is exactly what Zeri wants. Hits level 6 and then has an opportunity to go for a skirmish. There is the Dragon secure. Can the Zeri get some kills? The answer is absolutely. The exhaust from Career is fantastic, but the Zeri will be going down. The flash in from Lucid, but the fire kick is phenomenal from Kellen, who will save his AD carry. Showmaker carrying the cat on a book to safety here, but they do lose the Zeri and Lucid goes down.
Smash just ends up completely in the mixer there in the middle, and Lucid not able to finish off the Lucian thanks to some great peel from Kellen. Ends up being a favorable fight for BNK FearX. The fact they got the Dragon as well is icing on the cake.
Oh, it really is. Vikla still struggling a little bit here.
This was pretty straightforward. There's just limited counterplay. He goes to cast a spell on the wave, stun comes in. If you didn't flash immediately after the Sonic Wave, you're getting kicked and you die, and I think the right decision was to hold the flash. Now here, I think this isn't played super well by D+, because Smash kind of just dashes in and ends up in the middle of 3 and takes so much damage. And even though he gets a kill, losing that throughput of the Zeri makes a big difference.
Yeah, I do think that Vikla played it really well. But we're going to have a look at it from Slayer's perspective. Kill the Zeri. Damn. Really nicely done.
Yep.
Oh, Kellen is being so annoying, by the way. He's just fire kicking them every time they want to go home.
Trying to be irritating and succeeding so far.
And doing that against a Yuumi must feel very cathartic.
Yeah, Smash down Flash just a second ago, so presumably was forced by Slayer and Kellen and got him down to that low HP.
Huge deal as well is that he wasn't able to get the kill onto Raptor in that last engage. As we have a look at the replay picture-in-picture, it's just another good 2v2. And Slayer is really stepping up this game. Oh, they get the final chapter out as well.
Yeah, having a ton of pressure. And, you know, I was feeling like the level 6 will be a big spike for Smash and Career to get back in this game. Not really finding the windows for it yet. Kind of kept under the thumb of this Lucian Milio.
Yep. Certainly some more opportunities for some mid-game fights. It's obviously where Zeri really wants to thrive. Might require some of the assistance from their teammates to make that happen. With Showmaker Shu on pretty good standing at the moment, just based on farm. Lucid also looking to sneak in here and make something happen. They know that Raptor is there as well, so this has to be very delicately done. As there's the ward kick, and the Q comes down. Slayer, nothing he can do. Kellen not able to keep him alive that time. And now, that's the kill going over to the Zeri, and Smash feeling a whole lot better.
Yep, kill in the bag for Zeri. Really nice to pick up on. Lucid laying in wait for that kick. Finds a great angle there. And it puts D+ back firmly in the lead.
Yep.
Only Slayer who has a lead over Smash, and when you're playing Zeri Yuumi, I think being a little bit behind is kind of expected.
Yeah, you're not really feeling too worried about it. It is the mid to late game that you really want to perform. As Clear just runs out of friends there towards the top side. Will not be in too much trouble though. Does have the Iceborne Gauntlet already completed. And Vikla with a bit of a shove here in this mid. Let's have a look at this one more time as Lucid just snuck into the brush and Slayer didn't know.
Yeah, waited for Kellen to be a little bit away as well, so the Mega Fire Kick couldn't really disrupt anything.
Well, pretty excellently played there by D+. They will be able to at least help Smash find a little bit more money. Does have his Static Shiv done. It's been a while since I've seen that as a first pickable item.
Well, you'll be able to look forward to next patch.
Yay! Are they going to be playing more center? As there's a flash away, but the Q is very comfortable there from Lucid. Vikla wants to get into the Realm Warp, and he will be successful. Smash now trying to fight against Slayer one more time, but the culling eaten by the Yuumi. Very nicely done. Still, they are going to win out on that one, and they still have Kellen's ulti left up and available. Raptor moves in. Oh, doesn't want to give up his Raptors. He is Raptor after all, but does have to do so. All right, Slayer finding an Ardent Blaze here towards Smash.
Oh, Lucid. A lot of Sonic Waves missed.
Yeah, and then the Blast Cone for the ultimate disengage. And Raptor knows exactly where this Lee Sin is going, even if the Lee Sin doesn't.
I think having full information, though, in this situation on the other jungler does give a lot more freedom for the lanes to be a bit more aggressive. But the problem is, in the top lane, it's Jason to Casante's.
Yeah, she's like, yes, I will be more aggressive. And Clear seems okay with that, although the hammer boot pretty well timed.
Yeah, we're seeing Aftershock as well from Clear. You know, often see that in the range matchups where you can't get the full value of Grasp. It does give you an insane amount of tankiness in those team fights.
Oh, Slayer does find a nice little double tap. As Lucid roaming on down. Will be seen on this ward. DK still with a pretty good health position,
that was
though, in
dangerous
this lane.
Kellen using the Mega Fire Kick as he got hit by a Sonic Wave, but Lucid doesn't find an angle.
Oh, they want to try and contest this. Obviously, this will be Double Dragon for BNK FearX. Could be a huge deal depending on what our soul is going to be. But it's not going to be Chemtech this game. As Slayer, man, he's really starting to put in some work with this Essence Reaver done. And there's the final chapter coming on through. Slayer might be in a little bit of trouble there as Lucid comes on forward looking for Raptor, does a lot of damage and avoids that Q, but Smash has like 200 health, so I don't know whether they're going to be able to go for too much with just a Lee Sin.
You keep seeing Lucid trying to find these angles in. It's just so tricky when your bot lane's getting pushed away, zoned out this heavily.
Oh, Tibbers. Turret going to take that 50 gold. That is a rich turret.
Okay, Lucid fishing again.
Yeah, sitting on some wards that are turned off.
So much time spent on the bot side of the map right now, just trying to keep his bot lane in a good position. Now Lucid might be in trouble himself.
Yeah, finishes his quest as he wanders over towards the Lee Sin. Good trade there from Shiv by the looks of things. There's another fire kick is interrupting backs. Smelio, man, every single time. Just denying them from going home. And Raptor is just going to walk up to this dragon. Lucid did go home, so they're not interested in contesting this by the looks. We'll have to see exactly what the soul is going to be after Raptor does take this one down.
Is he sure make it?
Oh, Hextech, my goodness.
Okay, that's a pretty good one. Altogether, so puts a lot of pressure on a D+ now. Even though they have a goal lead, I just feel like the fact that the enemy team has 2 dragons and how this bot lane's been playing out.
Yeah, I feel like we've been watching this bot lane so much that it feels like DK's behind.
Yeah.
But they also did just lose a turret.
So
and
they are
first
now
Turret
dead
Blood,
even.
yeah, will completely mitigate that that early game issue. Once again, a dash in from Slayer.
I think this is really where Lucian shines. I mean, initially it was like the Lucian Nami who did this. Oh,
okay. Raptor does have the assistance of Vikla here as well, who brought an army of minions towards his bottom lane, but Lucid's making his way in. The kick is going to get the knock up on Vikla at the same time. Man, that was sexy. As there is Shiu. He flashed, managed to get that shock blast to land, and then immediately starts going home. Beautifully played to come back into this part of the game for D+, moving to 1,000 gold lead as Smash, taking some abuse underneath the turret once again, but won't be going down. And even Shiu is able to make it back up to pick up this wave in the top lane.
Slick kick, honestly, coming through there. And you see that there's this mounting pressure mid lane from the Lucian. This is what Lucian kind of does best when paired with, normally it's Nami, but with the Milio. Just keeps that pressure up mid and allows you to really control that area of the map. Problem is, if you end up losing the skirmishes anyway because of some nice moves from the rest of the team, the Lucian impact just feels a little bit negated. That kick angle,
man, that was very, very cute.
Found it perfectly. Guaranteed the 2 kills would go over to them.
Was that like a hammer flash as well from Shiu at the same time to get the displacement?
Like, yeah.
So it was like the double displacement maneuver. It was almost like the Jace insect first so that the Lee Sin could finish the insect. Very cool stuff. Is Lucid going to look for another one. Does catch him before that dash came on through as the ulti through from the Zeri isn't going to do a whole lot as the disengage was already happening.
again, more pressure mounting onto BNK FearX, I feel. That flash being burnt on Slayer now puts a target on his head. And it's 1,100 gold. So even though we have those 2 dragons for BNK FearX, the threat of the soul, 2 dragons is kind of meaningless unless you actually get the soul. You know, individual dragons not amounting to a ton right now. Second item coming through for Smash, so his build coming along nicely.
And there's not a massive amount of range on BNK FearX, so I feel like Rundown's Hurricane is a pretty powerful one.
It is an item we don't see that much anymore.
No, I feel like Static is another one. Feels like Senna builds it. That's where I see it. Not as much on the Zeri as it used to be. But as you were talking about, got to get used to it. As Lucid now finishes his second item as well. Pretty offensive Lee Sin build as well. Obviously, it's not like an offensive. It is doing damage. It's doing damage. Like, I'm not offended by it.
There are builds you are offended by, though.
Yes, namely Jhin. Doesn't matter what items he builds. It's just Jhin. That's about it. I think you quite often feel like you're relatively often somewhat offended by builds.
Yeah, there's been certain ones which have really upset
Mainly
me.
Ziggs ones. Huni as well. Welcome back, Huni, for yesterday. But he is also the guy that really made a career about being offended by builds.
Yep. Especially Rumble.
Yes. In fact, exclusively Rumble. I don't think he cares about any other champion. All right. Well, it has slowed down somewhat as we tick closer and closer to 20 minutes into this game. 1 minute on the Dragon, though, and I think that's where things are going to start heating up on the Rift.
And I think it kind of comes down to each team's win conditions. The fact there's a flashless Lucian on the side of BNK FearX. If I'm D+, I'm definitely targeting that every day. Oh, clear.
Okay. They are trying to kill a Cassante. That does take a little bit of work here as the Aftershock does wear off. He goes all out, and I think that's going to leave him all out of options. Yeah, I don't think he had too many to begin with.
Ended
Holds
up
on to
next
the
to the
flash.
tower, so he just gets knocked under it, even if he didn't die before the tower hit connected. But it's just a good gank setup from Showmaker, moving into the side lane as if to pick up the wave, but just sees an opportunity, punishes Clear, and then we'll just continue applying pressure there against the Rise. Now we do see a Herald mid.
Yeah,
does take out the tower.
Yeah, it's going to be turret going down, so another one over to BNK FearX to help them mitigate some of this gold advantage.
Notably didn't use it as a combat Herald. I feel like there's an argument for that, given that the extra gold for the tower, you're not really going to get, everyone's not going to get to spend it right before the dragon fight starts.
Unless they can go for more of this, right? Because Slayer and Kellen have been winning the all-ins, and so maybe without the turret, it does mean that DK do get pushed very far back. And they might be able to get better dragon control that way as Lucid goes in, gets the kick through Clear, and the bear just drops down on top of Raptor. Dash Cannon comes on through. The Melio tries to help him out, but it's the Zeri that finishes off Raptor. Lucid does go down. That's a phenomenal fire kick. My God, Kellen. He has been pressing that button so good as Clear kind of face plants there momentarily, and she was still looking for more, but of course, Kellen is always there, able to help out, and I think well-deserved picks up the kill.
Yeah, some great peel coming through to keep the Lucian alive. And D+, even though the initial fight looks like a good start, end up losing out with the jungler and their top laner going down.
Man, they still have so much vision, though. Look at this on this bottom side. Let's have a look at this fight one more time, though.
So we end up getting this kick angle, and the focus here is kill the enemy jungler, Dragon is free. Raptor ends up just ulting the Zeri to keep it trapped. But we have this kite away here, and that mega fire kick from Kellen buying time for Slayer to disengage. And then you kind of just trapped between a rock and a hard place here for Shiwu.
And a bear as well. And Kellen just throws some fireball at him and takes him down. Slayer moving towards 3 items, still has that slight gold lead, but it's going to mean less and less as this game goes on, and it hasn't really extended, especially thanks to Smash picking up that kill in the last fight. Drake still hasn't been taken yet as Raptor does move on back down there. Looks like Smash should be able to deal with this wave though, and Lucid is in the vicinity. There's a Jace in the top lane, teleport in hand. As Showmaker, he runs into, never mind, doesn't actually run into Clear, as Clear is going to miss for now. This Drake down very low, but Lucid might be able to get in here. It's going to be a 50-50 as there is the steal. He just walks up and presses Smite. All right, who knew that it was that easy? As Lucid went for an angle, the Cataclysm is going to be abandoned by everyone. The kick is once again just gorgeous from Lucid. Oh, just take my POM already, my friend. They kill the Zeri, but it doesn't seem to matter. There's a Pyroblast waiting for the Cassante, and now Vikla is just running for the hills. They only lose Smash, and they kill 4.
You know, I was wondering with the Lee Sin pick coming in, I was like, maybe, because it's Fearless, you're saving like the Xin Zhao and the Pantheon, both picks that Lucid's been excellent on. And when I saw it come through, I was like, maybe that's the angle. I think they just...
I think he's just really good.
Lucid is cracked on Lee Sin, and we're seeing it in front of us. He got so much value in that fight. Obviously derailing B&K FearX's Dragon stacking, giving them a sizable lead now as well for D+.
Yeah, 4,000 is no mean feat. Let's have a look at this one more time from Lucid's perspective. The old walk in and smite it at 62.
Yeah, it was so close there. Boost forward. And then this angle here. Such a high value kick.
Yep. He flashed to make sure that he kills the Lucian. Baron? Baron? And I think they said no. We can't do Baron.
Is there a hint to that? Ah, yeah. It's still on the map, so.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah, I did some sleuth work. I figured it out.
That's good.
Thank you.
Solid.
I'm known for my ability to look at a minimap in anything other than actually playing the game.
It is harder. And have you seen what people have done where like they get like a second monitor and they're like
entire minimap?
Yeah, and make it like really large in terms of size.
Isn't it annoying using Realm Warp to try and catch a Zeri?
Isn't it annoying trying to catch a Zeri?
Yeah, good point.
Honestly,
I feel like Realm Warp especially.
I haven't missed Zeri. And the fact that it's Zeri Yumi, so you can just position aggressively with your support and know that you're both getting out.
Yep.
This is why we often see the point-and-click CC into picks like Yunara to Zeri. You know, we often had Nautilus and Vi as that lockdown, that point-and-click. But here, the only point-and-click lockdown you have is Cassante ult, which you have to be right next to her for.
Yep.
Or Rise route, which you have to prep. So not the easiest time of getting this, holding the Zeri in place.
And sometimes if you press the all out onto the Zeri as well, she just goes back through the wall the way you came, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
It is very funny, though. I like it when there's also a Bard, because then you can, like, if you do go over the wall, then you can set up the portal to go back through the wall again. Goodness me, it's a lot of back and forth. As Slayer does now have his 3-item spike, Smash still looking for his Infinity Edge. And Showmaker very close to 3 items himself. We're looking to try and actualize relatively soon for Vikla as well. Yeah, so the Rise is going to get strong.
If Smash gets 4 items, I think that's where you're really online. There is a decent amount of armor coming through on the enemy team that you have to kind of cut through, and sometimes Zeri can struggle cutting through the bulk of a front line. I say that it's mostly only Clear who has that armor.
Oh, there's the IE.
Big spike.
All right, 4,000 gold is the lead here for DK. And they have actually mitigated Slayer's advantage that he's had throughout this entire game. That is now gone. Slight lead for Smash. And they are just picking up waves here in this mid lane. It might be that the Baron is going to be worth a look in, but in a minute and a half, we will have that second Hextech Dragon. All right, Raptor going to get missed by another Q. Let's see what Lucid can get done here as Smash trying to stand his ground, but the culling will come on down. Immediate flash to get out of the Cataclysm. The kick is going to be there, but Lucid is just dead. Teleport is going to come on through. The flash in from Showmaker as he's looking to take down Kellen, but Kellen survives. The Lucian will be going down as now Career is just a cat on a book under a tower, and Clear has too much armor. And down he will go. Nothing you can do about that one, and it's only the solo lanes left here for DK.
They're looking towards Baron, but they don't have the DPS for the Lucian. There's some low health bars here. A shock blast from Shiwu could just kill Kellen outright.
Well, that's why Kellen is nowhere near the Baron pit. I don't blame him for it.
He's
trying to find some, trying to find some pot shots. Kellen will make his way back as Tibbers gets into the mix. They're looking for the turn angle. And the stun was there onto Clear. Doesn't find the Q as Dash Cannon gets out of the knockup from Showmaker. Wants to get a little bit more, but Clear comes on over. Another stun is prepped nicely. And he sidesteps the knockup once again. Showmaker just utilizing the walk strategy, doesn't even have Swifties.
Yeah, just the walk coming in clutch, does get the extra movement speed from the Ionians upgraded when you hit them with 12.
That's true.
So there's that, but just dodging away from everything, drawing them away from the Baron and finding that angle. Here, Smash oversteps a little bit, gets focused down by that culling. Lucy gets exploded in the mixer there. And then the ensuing fight, just the flash route from Vikla. We talked about there being not that much point-and-click CC for the Zeri. That is one way to shut that pick down.
Throw a Cassante at it. That is going to be the Drake secured by D+, though, in the aftermath. And so really well salvaged, you have to say, by Shio and Showmaker.
It feels rough that you won that fight, and then because you went for the Baron, weren't really in a position to finish it off, you end up going down in terms of objectives compared to prior to that great fight from BNK FearX.
Yeah, still an opportunity here as Showmaker throws the bear early. Is underneath this very low turret, but should still be taken down, and there it is. Tibbers gets mad, but I think Tibbers is just 50 gold, although I think that was actually not secured.
Oh, they were fishing for the collapse there. You saw Lucid show.
Yeah, final chapter comes in. There's the ulti from Smash as well, as Slayer's just gonna kill him. The kick comes around. I don't know how he bent the Sonic Wave, but Lucid's able to get immediate revenge. But I think, you know, we hear you, Slayer.
Yeah, finding the all-in on Smash, even through all this extra sustain available, able to cut down the enemy Zeri. We'll see that. I mean, this top lane play is pretty straightforward. At this point, the Rise does enough damage to just burst through with a little bit of help to hold them in place. But it's this fight in the mid lane. Even with that healing for the final chapter coming out, Smash is like, hey, maybe I can win the sustain fight. Not even close, but it's saved again by Lucid.
Kellen desperately tried to get in front of that Q. Could just barely not make it there. Third item done for Lucid as well. Death's Dance complete.
Actualizer done for Vikla.
Oh, that's a huge deal.
A lot of power, and the goal difference isn't that big. Dragons are even. 1.2k gold lead for D+. This game is still very close. You can see the gold graph has been a little bit all over the place in terms of D+ gold advantage.
And they have kind of had one throughout this entire game. Smash comes on over to take down some vision around the Baron pit. D+ pretty good at holding on to an area. You don't really want to face check any of these champions.
It's a very squishy comp though, so I think they're just not really concerned about the Baron.
Yeah,
just
shock
looking
blast
for an angle, hits another Sonic Wave.
Certainly a fair bit of non-committal options thrown out. Like, you land a Q, Lucy gets to decide whether he wants to go in. Shock blasts as well can just soften up the members of BNK FearX. The problem is Kellen exists to add that extra layer of sustain, and it's working out pretty well for them, as we can see. Still 2.5 minutes on the Dragon, so being on the southern side of the map isn't necessarily helping out. DK retain control around the Baron.
It's been such a tense game.
It really has. And I really wasn't expecting it to be, right? This is BNK FearX swapping out 2 players.
And especially with how integral, I mean, the thing is with mid is I had Vikla before, but how integral Diablo has been, wasn't sure how it'd be with Slayer, coming in, but been doing some solid damage this game, even if he has died maybe a bit more than he'd hoped to.
Yep.
They're still fishing so much, so, well, Slayer gets chunked.
Yeah, this is a decent amount of damage. Fire Kick is going to get avoided there by Smash as well, who's still just trying to find the burst fire towards BNK FearX. Can be difficult with the lower range, but oh, gets tagged! And then Smash thinks that is his opportunity to go. Slayer is still at very low health though, and Clear goes in and just gets wiped out. Lucy's the one that locks that one down, and Slayer somehow stays alive, and Hex skates out of there. But the fight is an absolute disaster, and DK roll over them.
Yeah, you see Slayer running away from this Annie. Kellen does not have anywhere to go easily. He's like a Sonic Wave.
Lucid, can I offer you some warm hugs, Mr. Former teammate? And the answer's yes, but I'm going to kill you anyway. And now, D+ Kia are just going to break open the base. They will be able to take this inhibitor turret. Slayer is still there. These death timers, 15 seconds on Raptor. Can they just win the game? That is the big question, as there is the flash in from Shiv and just smashes Slayer against the Nexus, and that is the ace completed with only 3 seconds left on this job, and these Nexus turrets not long for the world. And D+ Kia, it was a very intense game, but they will be able to take game 1 with their Zeri Yuumi composition.
Yeah, I think the game was always on a little bit of a timer when you're playing into that. Lucid made some masterful moves this one to sort of bring it back into it. I think ultimately this was a competitive game still. Based on the standings, based on the team's scores so far, the expectation may have been that KRX would get rolled a bit more, but still kind of shows that D+ able to lock in, play around their win conditions, and just scale up to a point where they feel strong.
Yep, they certainly had to play it right, though, in order to make that happen. I feel like FearX really did give it to them as best they could. And shout-outs to Slayer, man. That is a pretty decent debut, even in the loss.
I think he did the best he could. Had a lot of pressure, you know, early on and in the mid lane, but just hard, really. Not seeing a huge amount of presence, I feel like, from Vikla in this game. Lucid having a pop-off performance, honestly, on this Lee Sin. And, you know, this is going to shake up to be an interesting series because there's a lot of strong junglers still available.
Yeah, I think Fearless is going to be a little bit fun moving into game number 2. And if you were worried, you know, about the Lucian Zeri situation, obviously it's not a Lucian Nami, but it's going to be Fearlessly banned, so we're not going to get it again. And I think all of us have had enough of it.
I'm so happy.
I think even if you're a new watcher that wasn't in that matter, it would have been fine. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back in space, we'll break it down, then we'll have game number 2. We'll see you then.
애매하긴 하다 근데 딱히.
야
자리 밀려.
나 이러다 자르반 쪽 볼까? 야야 빨리.
아 천천히. 버킹.
야 좋은데. 천천히.
우리 미드.
천천히 봐줄게요.
나이스 라인.
여기 상황 어때?
미드라인 왔어.
너 애니.
야너 쳐다.
야 보자. 박자. 박자. 좋아.
좋아 많이 좋아.
들어가도 돼. 이겨.
좋아.
해봐. 이겨. 무조건 이겨. 무조건 이겨.
야 금자 아래 루전.
아 저거 안 돼.
미드 가면. 미드 가자.
But now it's the fun bit. I wanted to get to this because we get to revisit some quotes from this time last year. So in 2025, like actually at this episode after round 1,
week 4,
we had a few of these quotes about our teams, and we're just going to see whether they retain any relevance, even if a lot of the players have changed. Of course, not on Gen G's side, but it's just kind of fun to have a look at them, especially when...
You know what, I feel like we should just take them at face value and act as if they're about our current season. I'll take this one.
Yeah, you can take the T1 one.
Almost all of the series that T1 have played have been incredibly close. Like, it doesn't matter who they're playing against, they will be playing for the maximum amount of time, and they will stress out their fans as much as is humanly possible before maybe winning or maybe losing.
I mean, that could be any year.
That happened this weekend.
That actually just happened today.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is timeless, honestly.
Yeah, this one's beautiful.
This team has no quality traits, like, as a 5-man unit. KT is a 2-man unit with, like, 3 moons orbiting or something. And, like, Peter's a big moon, but he's still a moon.
What did he mean by that?
What did you mean by this?
And by the way, just for context, he meant that Peter is pretty good.
Yeah.
But he's not big enough to be part of
this
the
was
planet.
his BDD and Cuz planet with Peter as a moon. Duckers and Perfect were not involved.
No, they were
This
like
team-
Pluto. We're debating whether or not they're really connected.
This team went to a world championship.
No quality traits,
World
by the
Championship finals. By the way, Peter was still a big moon in the finals. He was still a moon. So it was kind of still true.
Yeah, no, it was. I think it was entirely still accurate. And
I
now,
unfortunately don't think it's accurate right now.
no.
Even with eyes shut, I see them. Vile creatures. Lurking. Watching.
You wanna play too?
None can hide. They laugh from the shadows. They won't be laughing for long. I'll cut out their rot. Hunt down every last shadow. Cleanse this place once and for all. I will rid this world of demons. No matter the cost.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to The Space. The news is finally out. It is Slayer's debut. He did okay on the Lucian, but it wasn't enough to overcome D plus Kia and Lucid on the Lee Sin, making the plays left and right. And also, fancy feat by Showmaker, dodging what looked to be like 3 or 4 J4 Black and Drags over and over again to stall out that game, eventually take control of it, and win game number 1.
It was a really tough game to play the Lucian because you really have big shoes that you have to fill right here. After Diablo, has been like sent down, I guess you could say, punished, whatever the word is. And then you end up getting a lead, right? You end up generating a nice lead. Kellen has an amazing game on the Milio, but you're playing into Lucid's Lee Sin. You gotta pilot around the Annie. Your top lane is having problems. The Jace is super big. Like, you have so many threats. It's your debut in the LCK. You're in this really unique, specific situation that very few players found themselves in, where you're basically an emergency sub. You want to make sure you have a good debut. And I think that he juggled parts of the early game incredibly well, but it felt like he had too many issues taking that lead and turning it into a big win. Like, he kind of stumbled when it mattered most, but there were some really good punishes there from D+.
Yeah, I mean, Diablo was the main carry for BNK FearX, and the reason why we wanted to Vigla back in the roster is because he's good on playing around bot side. So he pushed the mid lane, always roams around the bot side, but it didn't happen that much. So the punishment for the bot side was not enough. So even though they had the Lucian Milio and they had to play against Zeri Yumi, which is so much weaker in lane, didn't get punished that much. So I think outside of the lane, Zeri Yumi literally outscaled them, and the Lucian Milio, it's really onto Lucian if you wanna like do something more in the mid late game. So I think that was too much pressure for the guy who just subs in for the first time in the LCK.
Yeah, a lot of responsibility. You were saying that there was the point where Lucian, Emilio kind of start losing to the Zeri Yumi. Well, this Drake fight ended up being a nice start to getting to that point, and it starts here with a nice little dodge by Showmaker.
I'm not sure if he knew it. It was insane dodge, by the way.
It's crazy, and he is actually, they're trying to deny him entry to this fight while also at the same time trying to win the fight on the other side. Slayer ends up taking a big chunk, but he gets healed up, fights back really well here, but ultimately now he has to make a really tough choice. Does he continue to chase it and try to follow up on that damage, or does he play safe? Lucid doesn't give him time to think.
Man.
Just sends him back to the other side of the fight, flashes on him and kills him. And then Showmaker able to do so much damage here over the wall to clean up clear. And this was a really big turning point in this game where finally they stopped the momentum of Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Rise and Jarvan, I think you're expected to win those early skirmishes, but I think after that, they lost their lead from the early game.
Yeah, and that's tough too, because it felt like he was aware, Lee Sin's in the pit, I know I've got to dodge it, but then Lucid connects with Kellen, and he says, thank you very much for the transit to the back line, and makes the play. And then here, this is the point you're talking about, Did. Like, this is on Slayer to try and decide whether we go in or not.
I mean, you gotta do this. I mean, you're playing Lucian. Whenever you're playing Lucian, you are playing on the line, but this is not the one that you wanted.
I mean, he's got Clear right in front of him. He's got Emilio with him. So there's a lot of support here, but this moment where he went in just cost him too much health, cost him his life, and the rest of the team just cannot operate without the Lucian's firepower. And as he's trying to survive, the rest of his team is falling apart like a house of cards, falling like dominoes. And again, it's those moments where you have to be so crisp on when you want to go in. And he was like, this is my moment. I'm going to be bold here. I'm going to be brave. I know my team's going to back me up, but it was the wrong call. And when you're a rookie player like he is in this situation, the toughest tournament you played in so far was Kespa Cup 2 years ago, right, where you actually played against LCK players, but he hasn't otherwise really faced this caliber of player. And I thought he had a great game. I think he did a lot better than people expected, but just kind of fumbling a little bit on the last hurdle.
Well, on the other side, I think DK, they played really slow and calm and collected. I think in the last team fight as well, they were just chilling and waiting for the right moment. And I think it was Lucid mainly just carrying the game with the Lee Sin pick. I think that was the key for DK when they were good even before, like Showmaker and Lucid working together around the mid jungle. I think them getting a huge lead from the early game, helping out the team to like kind of carry on for the late game. So I feel like Lucid being so much better than before, and he's keep improving. That's the impressive part for me.
Yeah, quietly a strong game as well on the Jace for Shiwu. I felt like he did a great job adding additional damage and just again pressure. It goes back to just that last highlight that we had. It feels more like strategically tough that you're putting the rookie in that position to be on the edge there when it's like, okay, maybe we can realm warp in, maybe we can get a better flank with the J4, but instead you have the Lucian kind of playing on the line, baiting in a way that we've seen Smash do so many times before in his short career, but it didn't quite work out in this one. I like the positive vibes, though, from BNK FearX, but D plus Kia, they're trying to prove to everyone they're on another level. They are a Legend Group team, not a Rise Group team, a Legend Group team. These are the types of games you got to win. Let's send it back on over to casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 1. And yeah, I have to agree. I think that Slayer gave it his all, did drop the ball a couple of times maybe, but otherwise everything was all right as far as I think our adjudication of him. I think he will be able to possibly have a better performance here in game number 2.
I think it's always difficult when you're subbing into a team who are on a bit of a downward spiral. It's not easy to always just bring things back, but I think given that, you know, D+ have been one of our stronger teams, I think he had a solid performance. Could always do better. That's true of every player.
Yeah.
But I think maybe in a scenario where they have a bit more scaling insurance, there's not as much pressure to really run away with the game early. We could see them.
They're getting married. Congratulations. Desperately trying to not to give away their identities. But congratulations anyway. And I hope they have a wonderful wedding.
Yeah, that's some great news.
Indeed. And everyone getting a round of applause. Thank you so much, Sanke, for making sure that Lolpark gives them all a very warm congratulations. And now CV Max with his hair a little bit crazier this time than before game one. Maybe
what does that mean for the
preparing.
grabs?
I hope it means that we're getting more Alawi or something a little bit weird.
I expected it to be pretty tame in this game too. Mostly just because of the fact that we have those junglers open and available who went taken away by Fearless. Only Jarvan gone. So we'll see. We'll see what these players can get their hands on. I feel like the Pantheon, Xin Zhao, obviously the big prior picks in my mind.
Yeah, there's a bunch of junglers that are going to be looked at here, as the Varus and the Rumble will be our first bans. Pretty understandable, as Karma needs to be taken away as well. So, what is going to be the next on the chopping block? Orianna going to be taken away earlier. I mean, would mean that Caitlyn and Nocturne would be the next bans if we're copying game one.
I don't think they strictly need to be as much. But yeah, these 4 fierce bans are like the most, they're just the most generic currently bans. The 4 highest prio bans picks we've had so far in the LCK. So not really saying much about direction here. We'll see if we get, it is the Caitlyn again, B&K FearX. So not wanting to give that one over, concerned about the lane pressure that could be there.
So exactly the same bans are possible for the Nocturne band here. But it might be the D+ have a different idea in mind. Just have to see. They are second pick, so leaving up a Xin Zhao or something like that could allow that one to be first picked, as they do ban away the Nocturne, so exactly the same bans.
Yeah, little slight different order for D+, but it just means that B&K FearX going for that first pick of the Xin Zhao. Presumably D+ can answer with a Pantheon in this situation. And then what are you picking up alongside the Pantheon? I think our concern is, could B&K FearX just go Ashe Seraphine here? What would be the response to that? Ashe Seraphine, Xin Zhao, really powerful trio.
Oh yeah.
That we've seen many times.
Might be D+ considering locking that one in themselves, but I was wondering about this. We did see Canyon play it earlier. We know that Lucid really likes the Trundle, and it is a pretty good matchup into the Xin Zhao, and they do deny half of the Ashe Seraphine.
And one of the things is that sometimes we've seen like Caitlyn Seraphine. Caitlyn's obviously gone. If you do want to deny the Seraphine, what are you specifically going to pair with?
Kog'Maw Seraphine.
I think you need Lulu for Kog'Maw.
Yeah,
I think it's mandatory.
Well, Ezreal is going to be the first.
Ezreal Nico.
Ezreal, oh god, Ezreal Seraphine? Okay.
That's a little bit different.
I don't know how much I like it, but let's have a look and see how it works.
So pretty poke heavy lane. I feel like you could go something like a Nautilus here if you really wanted to just target the Seraphine. That's an option.
Or you could just go the Seraphine before Seraphine and lock in Sona.
Going for Lulu doesn't give you as much lane pressure, but obviously a lot of sustained DPS between the Ashe-Lulu combo.
Can also make Nocturne extremely tanky.
You mean Trundle?
Sorry, yeah, not Nocturne.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Trundle can be very, very scary.
I mean, good value on the Polymorph, but yeah, this Ezreal Seraphine has a lot more poke in the 2v2, so Slayer and Kellen should be pretty happy with playing this one out. Looking towards the mid lane bans now with the Azir being taken away.
Yeah, have to have a look at what Vikla and Clear are both going to be playing here in this game. Same for Shiu and Showmaker. Still a bit up and available, but with the Ryze, Annie, Azir, and the Orianna being banned away, does mean that we are at sort of the second tier of mid laners. I think Aurora certainly going to have the stocks rise.
Yeah, I think Aurora's a big standout in this position. See Vayne being banned away, concerned about Shiwu going on a side laner. That could be problematic.
There's also pairs well with Trundle.
Yeah, there's also his Ambessa, which is obviously very strong. So if we get a look into that, wouldn't be too surprising.
Okay, one more ban. If D+, it will be the Bird.
I think the Nevi is a good ban here into, you know, a lot of the mobile picks so far. No dashes on anything that D+ has. The wall can be a bit suffocating.
Okay, one more be taken away. They have been focusing on Shiu so far. Will it be another top lane ban? It's going to be the question. Twisted Fate taken away. That is not top lane.
From Showmaker, I mean, could be top lane.
No, that's true.
But I think makes sense when you have a Seraphine, because to me, I would just, if I had TF, I would just be ganking bot non-stop and killing Kellen on repeat. They're going here for that blind Gnar.
Not sure about that. We have seen a few different responses into the blind Gnar. The Silas has been one of them, but other options there as well. Let's have a look at exactly what BNK FearX are going to be finalizing for this draft. Okay.
We have seen some people just pick Renekton, even into the Gnar.
Today, in fact.
Yeah, it has happened. So, could be an option. Aurora, we were talking about already, is kind of the highest prior mid laner that's still open and available. Could in theory be flexed, but it's going to be that Ambessa pick that we kind of know Shiwu for being picked here into him.
And it hasn't been winning very much. If you guys were watching yesterday, we did have our stats, and the Ambessa has been struggling in top lane, especially in the jungle, but definitely in top lane as well. And the last pickup here, what is Vikla going to be doing? We imagine the Aurora is probably coming in, but instead, a pivot over to the Akali, and that will be the lock-in.
Okay, bringing in some dive threat here. Don't know the mid matchup as of yet. Showmaker looking towards potentially the Ahri, something with a bit of safety, but I think Aurora is kind of being this thing we've talked about.
Mid Renekton? Mid Renekton would be so fun. He has played that in the past. I lost my head to him playing mid Renekton, actually. That was not positive for me.
Okay.
As the Ahri will be the lock-in.
So we've seen Showmaker have some pop-off Ahri games. Obviously, if you get the momentum in the fight, it can really be a problem. When you have a composition with the Trundle Subjugate, with Ash Arrow, with Polymorph, killing that first target seems like something that's very possible. You know, for BNK FearX, they have a lot of dive threats that I think are going to try and get onto Smash, punish him, but you have a lot of peel from the side of D+, so able to potentially survive that, disengage, get the resets on Ahri, and push back out will kind of be the MO of D+ here. I'm a little bit concerned about the bot lane 2v2 for the Ashe Seraphine for smashing Korea.
Yeah, I think this Ashe Lulu vibe, I think we've seen it played before here in the LCK. I can't even remember how it went, but it's not exactly an inspiring lane. We've seen a bit of trying to deny the Ashe Seraphine before, but we'll just have to see how they go on either sides of the Rift as opposed to wielded together. Vikla's Akali, though, is a really fun one because he did do so well on it in the past when I was touting the year of Vikla. And we'll see whether he can do well again today.
Hopefully he can, manage to get that solo kill against Chovy back in LCK Cup, see if he can repeat that level of performance.
Yep, let's get into it for game 2. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. BNK FearX to take on D+ Kia. Already a little bit of a group maneuver, but I think Kellen is almost giving it away by humming so much. And Vikla already taking infinitely more damage than Showmaker this game.
Showmaker also going for the Ignite in this matchup, so really wants to have that pressure in the 1v1 and look for kill potential onto the Akali. Also, it helps out, when you look at the 2v2 between Lucid Showmaker, Raptor Vikla, adding that Ignite to the mix, especially when there's a lot of healing for Xin Zhao, really makes it unfavorable for Raptor to come mid. If Lucid turns up and it turns into a 2v2, you will just get kind of annihilated.
Yeah, so far, a little bit of a battle for the minion wave, as it is just going to be all the minions destroyed, and now the fight will break out. Good Glitterlance is going to connect onto Slayer there, but he does land the Mystic Shot to even out the trade. And D+ actually looking a little worse for wear. Trade of both heals, and no barriers used just yet.
Level 2 going to be hit.
Yep, there it is. Slayer goes in, hits basically everything as the barrier is going to be used by both of these 80 carries. If that Mystic Shot landed, Smash might have just been going home right there. But the hyper-aggression continues here from the new bottom lane 80 carry in Slayer.
Yeah, we saw Smash get some good autos off level 1, but as soon as that level 2's hit, just ran down there, and the range of the Ezreal, just placing those Mystic Shots, causing some issue right now. It's that long-range poke, there's just not much you can do against, and Korea can mitigate it a bit with the shields, but it's not like you're a Nami who has to sustain to actually survive that.
Yeah. And so now you've got D+ missing cannons underneath this turret. And in fact, the health bars of these minions are very, very annoying. And at least Korea is able to execute that last one.
The Q from Seraphine doing more damage when you're on low HP. It's hitting Smash there for so much. Now we do get the Hawk Shot coming through. Just going to scout out the bot side jungle. Doesn't spot Raptor specifically, just where his camps have been.
Yep. So I think they have an idea that he is towards the bottom side of the map as Lucid just going to hit the blue buff with his baseball bat, completes his clear as well and gets immediately onto this Rift Scuttler. Raptor moving up, but obviously Trundle very, very good at eating shellfish as Korea has to flash in this bottom lane. He's just trying to get some information. As Lucid rotates up, should be a double scuttle over for the Trundle.
Yeah, I mean, kind of expected in this matchup that you're just going to struggle to contest the Trundle, the Trundle outright unless you have the support from your lanes. And Showmaker has had a lot of pressure in this mid lane already. And I feel like whenever you're playing in Akali, we always talk about like weathering the storm in a matchup similar to Yone, where like you soak up the poke and just try and pick up as much farm as possible while sustaining with your runes and Doran shield. But when the opponent has Ignite, I feel like it just makes it so much scarier. Because you know that like the health threshold you're safe on is suddenly no longer as safe.
Well, Vikla able to get the cannon there with the Shuriken backflip. You're exactly right. Showmaker is right now playing pretty aggressively, just trying to do his best to zone, and is ahead by about 6 CS as the dust settles. This time around, I feel like it's going somewhat similarly to game number 1, but the bottom lane is working out a little bit better this time. Even if we did see them struggle in the early stages, the CS numbers are nothing to worry about at all. And it looks like Korea and Smash will be able to just clear out the rest of these minions here and be very comfortable in how this lane is going. And as I say that, Korea takes 1 billion health. It's a little bit unfortunate. Maybe that's a caster curse.
Yeah, Smash putting some damage down as well as they disengage. But
oh, the flash in! And it's not enough damage. Vikla will carry a turret shot 1 billion miles, but that is going to be Showmaker just saying not even close.
Yeah, not even. The Electrocute proc coming through, just so close to taking Showmaker out there. I mean, if Vikla had Ignite, that would have been it, but...
Yeah, and Showmaker now has a flash advantage.
That he does. Level 6 is going to come in soon, and I think this matchup specifically makes it so much more exciting with how much mobility and outplay potential there is.
Ooh, there's a heal as Lucid is going to discover Raptor. Raptor not too happy about that one as the pillar goes down. Lucid just showing Raptor his trophy. A lot of those from Challenger. As Showmaker here on the roam towards the bottom side. Yeah, this is somewhat frightening. I think they have an idea as to what's going on as some frantic pings are coming out from Vikla. Showmaker will make his way back to mid, and that will allow them to play a little bit more aggressively there on the bottom side if they would like to. The back is completed by Lucid, but Raptor still sticking around. That does mean that this Ezreal Seraphine is going to be in a pretty good position. There's another charm is going to connect. Nicely done, but Vikla still able to push Showmaker away now at level 6.
Yeah, the Shadow allowing him to dodge a lot of that damage that would have followed up. But still a very close game at this point. I think Clear doing pretty well on top of that in this top lane matchup. Kept the CS and gold pretty close for a melee versus ranged.
Yeah, probably one of the better Ambessa games that we're seeing so far, as she has struggled a lot here in the LCK. Lucid clearing out vision as Vikla and Raptor just lying in wait, seeing if anyone is going to make their way back through that brush.
Yeah, Showmaker walks back over. He is going to get jumped.
I think they have an idea.
Oh, Raptor moves though.
Oh dear. Okay, he is going to be able to get on over. I don't know whether Showmaker saw him, as Vikla has definitely seen Showmaker. Charm is going to connect though, and so that means that Showmaker gets over to his turret quite comfortably. Lucid is going to turn up, as Vikla is just going to backflip over him. And this red buff will be taken by Raptor, and Raptor gets on in there. Lucid immediately flashes to get away, and Shiu is on 200 health here in this top lane as well, as Clear just ulted him.
They're going to try and see if they can turn this into a dive. It's such a low health Gnar here.
He hops away, and Vikla is possibly just outplayed. He is. That is a solo kill from Shiu. Really nicely done. utilizing that flash. The question is, can he do it again? And I don't think he's going to be able to survive this one without that flash available. And there he goes. Showmaker now moving towards his bottom side as Slayer gets the barrier out. Showmaker gets the flash on forward though and gets a reset and gets himself out.
Yeah, waits out the barrier, gets the damage in just to get that reset and disengage. So it ends up very favorable for D+ there. The fact they got that kill top lane and one bot.
And they're also going to pick up the dragon here as well, as Lucid, with some free time, will easily pick this one up. So that is a gigantic swing all over the place here for D+, moving to 700 gold in the lead. And we're going to have a look at this outplay once again.
I understand wanting to go in to stop the recall, but I think you needed that the Xin Zhao there with higher HP and flash. You know, Raptor's focused on the Krugs, and it just results in Vikla going in too early and dying.
Yeah, and Vikla had to, right? Because he had to stop the back.
But I think you could stop the back and then back away, you know, instead of trying to get the kill there and then. Was allowed the outplay there for the Gnar.
Oh, good flash in there from Showmaker to make sure that Spirit Rush is enough to grab the kill on
Raptor's fallen really far behind in the jungle matchup. Lucid has just been clearing up a storm.
Yeah. Taking away his blue buff from earlier on, took double scuttle on the opener. And it doesn't get easier as it goes on as well, as Lucid is building towards his Trinity Force. And if he can, like you were talking about this just before, right? If you can like accelerate your jungle so that you can pick up a Trinity Force as they're hitting their first item timing, my goodness, Lucid is going to be very strong.
And that's the thing as well with jungle. With like other lanes, you know, even if you're really fed, it's not like you can increase the amount of minions that come down the lane. But as a jungler, you just get access to their side of the jungle too, and you make your clear faster. Obviously really helps the snowball if you get a sizable lead, and they just can't contest you now. Raptor is looking towards the grubs here, but I don't think you win this.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of topside control. Shiu can rotate down, and Raptor is now put next to the pillar. The Crescent Guard coming on forward is clear, looks for the ulti and doesn't find it. Raptor taken down very low, but so is Lucid, and he is going to get cut up and taken out of the fight. Clear going to go down as well, though, as Showmaker is turned on and obliterated. Vikla there with a big amount of damage, and Shiu couldn't really do too much.
Yeah, it was just great movement there from Raptor and Vikla, going over the wall, dodging away from Shiu's ult. But like, there wasn't really that much contribution from the Gnar. Bit of a split focus, I feel like, from D+.
Yeah, I felt like they had sort of all their ducks in a row to make that fight work. And just didn't work out. Now Vikla, with some spare time, moving towards this mid lane. Man, our first 6-game day might indeed be possible as we have a look at it again. Raptor, good defensive play.
Yeah, Shiu misses that initial boomerang, and then he's just getting damage down on the clear, but because the balance in damage between Raptor and clear, they both end up not going down. And tries to go for the damage onto clear. Clear does fail that flash, but then when the ult comes through from Shiu, which could have been another trade kill, they'd already flashed to follow Showmaker and finish him off, so...
And shutting down Showmaker is a huge deal as well. He was building a lot of momentum as the flash encore is really nice. Smash is going to flash out of the way of it though, so no way in for Raptor, but getting the flash out of the Ashe feels fantastic.
Yeah, no cleanse on Smash. We sometimes see when you're playing against Seraphine Ashe, for example, you would take the cleanse, but I guess in this situation, it's like, it's just a Seraphine, I don't need it. Ends up paying for it with the flash there. Doesn't go down though. But we have seen, despite the flash being burned, generally the D+ bot lane having a lot more pressure now than they did before.
Yeah, Smash was thinking about a bit of an angle towards Slayer here, but they knew that the Xin Zhao was in the area. Scryer's Bloom working out nicely there with thanks to Showmaker. True Shot Barrage going to interrupt Smash here as well. And both of these AD carries are just going to go back home. Lucid in the area. And let's see what happens once this dust is going to settle. All of our quests are about to be completed. But with Vikla getting those plates in the mid lane, as well as having a bit of extra time after that death from Showmaker, he's actually a little bit accelerated in that regard.
I mean, something else is that the fact that Lucid was so far ahead in the jungle matchup, still is like 20 CS ahead, because Raptor got the advantage in those skirmishes, well, in that fight around the grubs, 2-0-1 and up in gold compared to his counterpart. Has that Titanic Hydra finish already that we saw Kanavi bring out.
Yep.
Gives you a lot of early burst pressure. I think if that fight had gone wrong, we could be in such a different situation. Oh, he's so low, and Vic was there. Wants revenge for earlier.
Yep, he's going to go in. The flash is once again going to outplay. As Vicla's like, I want to redo. Let me try again. Gets the gnaw, and let's see. Not going to happen, as Vicla is going to survive this time around. But my goodness, she almost did it again.
Tried his best there, and in essence, buying time is going to be advantageous at least. If you're going to go down, you might as well stall them out, as it's going to allow Showmaker to get some plates in the mid lane. Now they're setting up for a potential dive bot.
Yeah, and Vicla is teleporting into the mid lane as well. This might be the go button, as Slayer getting a lot of value out of that arcane shift, but more plates are going to get destroyed. Backflip going to connect as Showmaker almost just burst down. Throws out the ulti, gets the ignite off, and now Raptor has made his way in. And that last charge is going to be required for disengage, I think, here for Showmaker, so not able to get anything more.
It's just a scary pick to go up against this Kali.
Lucid. Yeah, going for the 1v1 here just a little bit. Gets the chomp down. Great charm is going to connect. And Lucid just finishes him off with the baseball bat.
Now, as I was saying, the Akali really a scary pick with the upgraded Sork shoes and the Gunblade. But the fact that Showmaker can just move in, land that charm, and the impact is done. Turning. What could have been...
Oh, flashes over the charm. That was kind of beautiful.
Trader flashes there. This mid lane match has been so exciting.
It really has. Just stuff happening all over the place. There was even the arrow in the bottom lane. I said arrow. I think I was extra excited because of what was happening mid, and nothing happened with the arrow hit. So I apologize for just saying arrow in the middle of your sentence.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the player.
Ah. No, I wasn't.
No, okay.
Not this time.
I mean, KT on playing, so...
That's true. Although Arrow has been in North America for quite some time.
That's true.
All right. Clear and Shiu continuing to do battle. But Clear is winning out considerably, is what it's feeling like. Mainly because Shiu got a lot of added attention from the other members of BNK. But still, a good sign the Ambassador is doing okay. As the Hex Optics get completed here by Smash. And Korea just trying to be a little Lulu that's clearing out waves, or at least holding onto them to allow Smash to do so.
Yeah, the Eclipse Spike is just kind of insane for the Ambassador, something we've talked about a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Also, is the Electrocute on the Ambassador. So a lot of burst damage in some of these short trades. I think right now, the solo laners of BNK FearX are just really scary. There's just, I mean, even the Xin Zhao as well with the Titanic, there's so much burst available.
Yeah.
You can kind of just get exploded before you know what's hit you.
Oh, another charm is pretty nice here for Showmaker. Vicla avoids the true damage.
It's kind of frustrating because I feel like it's a bit of a struggle to get kill pressure from full HP on the Ahri. And into Gunblade, the Akali just sustains up so much when you're playing in the side lane.
That is continuing to be frustrating. We can see Showmaker trying to deal with it over and over again. As the siege is set up, it looks like the waves are just going to be cleared out on both sides. Volley from Smash is there as Showmaker going to get caught. Immediately has to ult to get himself out of the way. And that is going to be ult advantage over to Vicla.
Now, if you're BNK FearX, you're like, okay, we can be aggressive. We can play to fight.
Well, that's what they think they can do, but the arrow is going to come on through here as Slayer soaked that one up. The Crescent Guard is able to keep Raptor alive, at least for now. These health bars are so low.
Okay, I need to finish my point. You need your mid laner to come.
Oh!
That's why you had the advantage, because the enemy mid doesn't have ult.
There he is! There he is! He's going to make his way over that polymorph, man. Incredible. Still, Smash is going to struggle. True Shot Barrage, not enough. As Wind becomes lightning, but Smash is able to get himself out of the way. Lucid in a whole bunch of trouble. That he just walks on out of there.
Well, things definitely went better when they brought their mid laner in.
They did.
And used the actual advantage they got from being in Showmaker's ult.
Every ultimate's on cooldown outside of the top laners, by the way.
Yeah, I feel like they should just throw it down for solidarity. I mean, this is a matchup where both of them do kind of just throw it off cooldown sometimes.
Yep. I mean, Shiu can't actually physically press the button.
Yeah. Mitigating factors, we'll say.
Yeah. That's all right. Showmaker is going to miss a charm, but does manage to connect the Q and just solo kills Raptor.
The power?
What did he mean by this?
Of the ignite and just press ult multiple times. Very effective.
Not to mention the Q doing a lot of damage.
Yeah. Well, at least Raptor learned a little bit about kill potential.
Let's hope so.
Okay, Herald mid with the Crystalline Overgrowth as well. Oh, but TP coming through.
Yeah, so that should be the end of this turret, but I don't think they're going to get too much more.
Yeah,
as she was also taking bottom lane.
Wasted TP, because you don't save the mid tower. It's not like you're going to achieve much as an Akali just pushing the tower mid. Bot lane also loses a tower, and now D Plus are 2,000 gold ahead. Already 2 dragons in pocket. It is an Ocean Soul, not the highest priority, but a lot of things stacking up against BNK FearX. I just feel like they fought too early here. You know, Present Guard gets burned, health bars get chunked. You're waiting for the Akali, and maybe they were like, oh, we need to keep them interested. But I think they just ended up so low that they had to disengage and back off. And then Vic was kind of going in alone here. Not a play.
Into a Lulu, it feels
I'm a big fan of. Yeah,
very suboptimal.
Lulu into one diver there's no decision making. You're polymorph. It's that simple.
Just keyboard your buttons onto that champion. That would be the move. As Showmaker actually using the Spirit Rush to get the true damage from the Q.
Yeah, get
very
the
nicely
return.
done.
And then having Malignance as well just means your ult does so much damage. Oh, Charm hits.
Yeah, but Raptor and Kellen are in the area still. That Electrocute proc, not feeling the best. Vikla does have a minion wave to go to, so he should be all right. As 15 seconds on the Ocean Dragon.
And the additional honey fruits should just be able to sustain up off that, be full HP. Setting up for this dragon, no summoners on the bot lane of D+, so I think they are definitely targets. They have flash on Clear, flash on Vikla. We saw what Chovy did in the last series, flashing in with the Akali.
Yeah.
I think he just kind of looked to do that to D+'s bot lane if they push into the river.
And Vikla does like to be that guy, especially more recently. So I'd like to see what he can actually do there. Hasn't happened just yet, though, and this Drake is still alive. Milling about.
Clear going for the recall because there's about half HP. He's going to TP in and look to have that pressure. Unfortunately, Slayer also gets chunked out.
Arrow is going to connect there as well as the volley comes in. He tries to keep himself alive with the barrier, and they get the ward over. Smash might have actually flashed into his death there if he had it available. And I'm glad he didn't.
Yeah, would have been regrettable. The damage was done, literally. You got him low enough that they can't really contest the dragon. So should just be a free pickup for D+ here.
Yeah, Kellen gets a ward in. Teleport towards the bottom lane.
Well, they're TPing anyway.
Yeah, but also this dragon's gone.
And they can just walk away. You're into a Trundle. Trundle can just pop pillars up and disengage.
Yeah, so that is a second regrettable teleport to come on in.
BNK FearX's teleports have not been super sharp in this game. Some late decisions, I think, are made. And Clear will get some pressure down on this bot lane tower, at least. That's something to take away from it, but it doesn't really feel that good.
Yeah, he might have just assumed that he wasn't going to be able to...
That's a TP to defend the tower.
Yeah.
That will actually change the flow of game.
And this could also be a little bit of an issue as the charm point blank and the pillar there as well to lock him in place. Nothing this Ezreal could do. And Slayer is just going to be dead. Shiu had teleported in, so he gets that big old shield for himself. Is now Clear, dealing with the hyper procs from this mini-Gnar. Charging up towards Mega. Public Execution comes down, but that was right into the enemy team.
Don't think you wanted to ult in there.
No.
I think there was a more realistic scenario that you like path down towards the right, you ult to buffer any CC that comes in, maybe if you get shot with an Ashe arrow. Ulting into the Ashe, we'll go back to the Lulu point.
Yeah.
Really easy decision making for the Lulu. Can you guess what the Lulu's going to do?
Glitter Lens.
Well, that is potentially something, but
maybe Polymorph as well.
Yeah, that's a good one. Also has Wild Growth, so the chances of actually getting a kill there are
and that one can't accidentally do something else if you target the wrong person with it.
Yeah. This was great from Showmaker, getting right on top of the Ezreal, not really given any opportunity to dodge, waiting for the movement to be used. And here, pathing into the enemy jungle was scared of Lucid a bit. I guess didn't have full vision on everyone, so didn't really know where they were. Like, we have spectator vision, so we knew they were all in that brush. And knew that, like, Lucid had looped background, some, you know, maybe...
Clear knew very quickly.
He found out.
He certainly
found out. If he wasn't aware beforehand, but not an ideal situation.
That is Soul Point, though, as a result of everything that sort of happened in that last passage of play.
And there's a decent amount of poke from the bot lane of BNK FearX, so having to sustain against that, never bad. Again, Ocean Soul definitely one of the weakest, but...
I mean, there's a Spirit Visage on Lucid. He can use his health bar to tank a lot of poke.
There's still some value. In the course of the fight, if it heals, like, you know, 500 to 1,000 HP across your team. That's still solid. Unfortunately, I do think champions like Akali and Ambessa don't really give Smash much window to heal up.
No, he should probably just die immediately if they do go in. The problem is you are dealing with this this Lulu situation. You were talking about, you know, the fact that Korea hasn't needed to do very much difficult math so far this game, but also press ult on Smash when clear press ult on Smash is that's an easy equation.
Yeah, I do think that being FearX need to make Korea's decision making difficult. There should be multiple targets diving in. If you're diving in as a solo champion.
Well, Arrow is going to get flashed here by Clear, who once again presses his R button, but Lucid is just going to walk at him, and Showmaker dashes over the wall. Lucid still looking for more, as the Wild Growth is trying to keep him alive. Yeah, there is the ulti. True Shot Barrage actually also doing a fair bit of work, and Vikla finishes off Showmaker. BK FearX actually the ones to come out on top in that little skirmish.
Kellen saving Clear there, just on super low HP, keeps him alive with the heal. And they're able to turn the fight around, finding Showmaker a bit of an over-investment to try and take down the Ambessa, and this time bought a lot of time for the rest of his team to move into position. See the replay here. Raptor just jump on the blue buff. He gets a little bit messy. The Ash Arrow comes in, Clear flashes upwards, crazily enough. And you think he's going to go down, but Kellen ends up coming in and just saving him from that last auto.
And that was through Ignite as well.
And then that ult from Kellen also, Korea flashed out of it, but could have extended through and just been a problem for the whole team. So good flash from Korea there, but kind of symptomatic of that fight going very wrong for D+. And now smashing Korea down summoners once again.
Yeah.
There's a clear goal for BNK FearX. Kill enemy bot lane.
We'll see whether they can succeed. I think with Vikla being as powerful as he is, it's going to be a difficulty. As Slayer looking to try and take down Sheer, doesn't hit that last Mystic shot. He's needed a few extra ergs to try and get there.
Do you think he's named after the band, or do you think he's...
Or maybe he's named after the StarCraft player?
Maybe the verb.
Slayer's boxer.
Actually, it wouldn't be a verb, it'd be a noun.
Yeah, sort of the wrong part of it, isn't it?
Slay
mainly the boxer part that's his name.
Yeah.
So perhaps not. It's all right. Arrow going to connect onto Vikla, and Showmaker looking to try and get some revenge. He does get into the pit, but the Spirit Rush is still going to be there. Now Shiu trying to get on through, but the rest of BNK trying to keep themselves in position. Clear, not going to find that ulti. Good wallop there. And now Showmaker comes on around. Raptor very, very low, and Lucid is just so hard to kill. Wild Growth connects onto Shia to try and keep him alive, but Clear is still being frustrating, but it's a double for the Ashe, and they're just chasing Slayer down. Great dodge comes on through, and that is going to be the triple for Smash.
Smash's movement in this fight was kind of insane. I can be honest, he did not need to do all of that for them to win this fight, but damn did it look good. Dodging all those Mystic shots up close to the Ezreal. This fight for D+, that arrow that comes in, catching the Akali, and removing a threat that I was concerned about for the bot lane. We see Shiwu on this flank here, doesn't get the full slam of Kellen, but he's playing bouncer in this position and making it very awkward for BNK FearX to disengage. Showmaker, unfortunately his ult time's out, but they don't even need it to clear up this fight. And then Smash moving forward here. Okay, he actually got hit by more Mystic shots. Oh, dodge that one. Dodge that one. Yeah.
And doesn't really care about getting hit by a W. So that's fine. They do get themselves the Ocean Soul and the Baron. And now D+ Kia are really off to the races. 7,000 gold in the lead on top of all of those very big buffs is going to make life very, very hard. Also, Smash went back, completed a Mortal Reminder, and bought BF Sword Pickaxe, I'm pretty sure. That's a lot of money that he had.
That's a lot of damage picked up now. Especially in comparison to Slayer's 2 and a bit items. Smash is closing in on 4. Because BF Sword Pickaxe isn't like a bit, that's like a lot.
Yeah, that's most of Infinity Edge.
Yeah. That's like all of the edge.
Yeah, he just needs to find someone to buy a handle for him. As Vikla comes on over to usher Shiu away from his inner turret. I think he might actually do so. Gets the mini-Gnar back as he will hop away. Kellen looking for an angle, but his inner turret will just be taken for free. And Showmaker is babysitting a cannon here in this bottom lane as well.
How do you think it works with... Oh, Kellen in trouble.
Yeah, gets the encore, but the hop does come out, dodges the beat drop as well, and that should be the end of Kellen. Does get a heal out, but the hyper is going to be enough. And Vikla also having to deal with that one. In the meantime, I mean, the inner turrets are falling down. Kind of everything is falling apart. Meganar comes on through the wallop, the crush, and then a slap to the face to take the solo kill against Vikla. And that should be the death nail. DK gonna break open the base. And Showmaker makes his way in from the bottom side of the map as he had a full minion wave dealing with that inhibitor turret as well. And in the blink of an eye, in a bit of a whimper actually, BNK just kind of go down.
Yeah, struggling to defend now. TP coming in from Shu means they're committing to the end here on the back of their Baron.
24 seconds on Vikla. That might be the time that they can go for a heroic defense as the arrow is going to connect onto Slayer. They don't want to give them that opportunity as Shu just hopping on in, and Showmaker's going to help finish that kill off. The Nexus turrets are on the floor, and it's a glorious charm. It's another bundle of kills over to Smash, and the Nexus turrets will fall as well as the Nexus, and D+ will finish off round 1 with a bang.
I don't think it's too surprising, the result overall. BNK FearX trying some new things, bringing in some players.
And Kellen as well, you saw the little embrace with Showmaker, very, very
That was cute. Yeah, bringing in Vikla, who we haven't seen for a while. Bringing in Slayer, who we haven't seen at all. But D+, I think, even though there was close moments in this, the team fighting, I think, really defined these games, finding some huge fights that came through.
Yeah.
And able to very decisively end this game, too. I was thinking maybe we get a fair 6-game day today. Of the season, it appears not.
No, not this time around. As POM, kind of a difficult one. I think I'm trying to work out whether Lucid was good enough in Game 2 to get it from almost his Game 1 performance alone.
His Game 1 performance was really good. He suffers a little bit from recency bias because it happened in Game 1. But I think his Trundle was solid too. He got a sizable lead.
He did.
Not as flashy though. I think the solo laners of D+ in Game 2 were really flashy.
I think Showmaker probably overall, with a better Game 2 performance and looking pretty good in Game 1, might be getting it.
This is why POM's so hard, because POG, it's just like...
Yeah, one game, it's easy.
Yeah, but averaging it out, it's a bit more nuanced. But I think, you know, it's always...
I'd still be a Lucid voter, probably.
When there's a few, I mean, of course, you're a member of the Lucid fan club.
I am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President.
No, you're very welcome. You're a great addition.
Thank you.
Unlike some people
I know.
in the past.
Thankfully, we kicked him out of the country.
Yes.
It's all right.
But
can't hurt us anymore.
I think it's nice when there's a lot of names to float around for POM. Always makes it interesting to see who. I think Smash also on the Ashe was kind of popping off.
I agree. I think if he wasn't playing Zerayumi in the first game, certainly would have been a front runner.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at some of these plays here, as this is what sort of makes you raise your eyebrows for the potential Showmaker call.
Yeah.
He was just kind of everywhere in the early game.
He definitely was. This was that fight where BNK FearX had the edge. And it was like, maybe we do go to Game 3. Maybe it is our 6-game day. And then Showmaker said, no.
Yeah.
Look at the pillow, though. That was Lucid.
See? There we go. And look, Lucid's here in this BNK FearX highlight.
this is one that doesn't go too well for them.
Yeah.
I think it's showing that BNK FearX can put up a fight. Still close, but even though it's only 2 places in the standings, it felt like there was a definite gap between these 2 teams. And actually, interestingly enough, no matter what the outcome of the series was, D+ couldn't actually change position in the standings.
No, their game score is just not quite high enough.
But I think it kind of shows they were in this no man's land area, and even with a series win either way, still had more to travel. But the fact they got to 2-0 definitely makes a big difference. The fact they still need more than that to overtake T1 or Gen G, whichever one's above them now after the series earlier.
I do feel like
they really needed this win.
Yeah, I feel like DK are back of the peloton though.
Yeah.
And Nongshim can't see it.
Yeah.
And they're by themselves. And then there's the rest.
That's why it was so important to get this win. Otherwise, I think they would have slipped out the peloton. So keeping themselves in contention.
Still enjoying the slipstream.
Yes.
You know, waiting for their opportunity to overtake. That's enough of the cycling analogy. I apologize, everyone. But it was pretty cool, calm, and collected in the end there. And D+ Kia were able to... I mean, I think a lot of us, prior to even knowing any of the send up or down news from BNK FearX, had made this prediction anyway.
Yes. I think Based on how BNK FearX was playing prior to the changes in the roster, this was going to be a struggle regardless.
Yep. What about their series against the DN Supers at the start of round 2? That's the question. And Showmaker is going to pick it up. I was afraid this might happen. But he still had a great performance. I think his Annie was pretty good, and his Ari really did start the game off in exactly the way the D+ fans wanted.
Obviously, you know, I can understand you've been afraid as part of the Lucid fan club. We are dedicated to this player, but I think Showmaker had a pretty great series as well, and the Ari was very captivating. So, you know, we'll accept it.
Yeah, there were some moments. I think part of the reason why I was umming and ahhing about it is because he did get caught quite a few times. Like that fight around the Herald was a little bit iffy one for Showmaker as well. And I think that Vikla was sort of the shining light for BNK FearX. As Showmaker, still fantastic interview. So I'm really glad that we at least get to check in with him. Thank you, Subin, for that one. So he is going to be ready for that one very, very soon. In fact, I think we can almost just chuck it right over. I don't know what the timing is like.
Over there?
Yeah, like just over back there. I think it's, yeah, just over back. Yeah, so we're gonna throw it over there.
All right.
Right now. Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys, for the tossover. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Showmaker on the side of T+ Kia. Congratulations! Thank you. You just concluded your last round 1 match with a win. How do you feel? You know, keeping our winning streak until the very end of our round 1 feels amazing, and I feel like we'll have to prepare well for round 2. And we gotta talk about your draft today in game 1. You took Annie and Lee Sin as your R1 and R2 picks, which are D+ Kia's trade picks. So it was like you'll win no matter what the enemy plays. So is this true? Yeah, I think Annie and Lee Sin comp has really good synergy, and our team is actually quite used to executing what we're supposed to do with this comp. So I think it just ends up improving over time. And so in game 1, it looks like Lucid showed everything Lee Sin has to offer, and we were just in awe watching. And after the game 1 carry, it looks like the camera caught Lucid beaming. It looked like he was in a great mood. So what was the feedback like to him? For our head coach, during the feedback, he was just apologizing. He said, I'm so sorry, I'm sorry. And I think just that expression and the tone in his voice was just so serious and passionate. So including myself and other players, it was just like a really funny moment. So why was he apologizing? I can't share too much detail, but I think there are several moments where there was some problems, so I think that's why. And to talk about game 2, looking at the draft, it looked like you guys are considering Ashe Seraphine, but the enemy stole the Seraphine away. So was this a part of your calculations as well? Yeah, Ashe Seraphine is a top tier comp right now, so I feel like teams are trying to steal it away during the draft, but I think we were able to deal it the best as we can. And after seeing the enemy's Akali pick, you just took Ignite Electrocute Ahri, which was quite powerful. So for Ahri, can you give us a breakdown of why she is good? I think when when Ahri is enabled, I personally, when Ahri is available during the draft, I feel like she's so versatile, so I personally try to use her a lot. So I think it's just the combos, and against those turret plating, actually it's really good, and just to bully out their enemies with the Ignite is really good. And did you know that the Ahri's win rate is really high at 8 wins and 1 loss? And yeah, I think it's because of how well the mid laners in LCK are so good at playing Ahri, so I think that's why it just ends up being so high. And so lately, D+ Kia's macro looks really stable and composed. I think, yeah, everyone in our team has been very proficient at the game, and they're improving with the help of our coaching staff and the great feedback that we receive. So I think during the matches, we try to stay composed so that we can carry it out with a great performance. And you concluded round 1 with 6 wins and 3 losses. So what are your goals heading into round 2? Yeah, it was 6 wins, 3 losses. And I just feel like all those games that we lost is just stuck in my memory. It's just they're the more memorable moments of round 1. And I feel like there's a lot to improve on and a lot more to be desired. So I hope that I can carry our good momentum into round 2. And as your first opponent of round 2 is Shenji, what is your mindset? You know, this is the first time in a rematch after we shook the entire world. And, you know, we were watching the match that Genji was in a part of before our own match. They're really good. So I hope that we can prepare well so that we can win against them again. And that is all from Showmaker, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya, as that is another victory here for D plus Kia, and Showmaker already foreshadowing that Saturday showdown where he will go to the Northern Expedition yet again as a victor for the first time in 6 years.
Yeah, maybe it's the Southern Expedition for Genji.
Ooh, I like that. I like that.
I mean, they struggled.
The first of many, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, they struggled today against Kium DRX, and I think it was Chovy like outplaying so many times, and for DK, it was Showmaker and Lucid playing so much better than before. I mean, it's a battle of the montages, right? Like outplays. So I'm really looking forward to see that.
Ooh, yeah, this is close.
Exactly.
Very close. I mean, obviously Showmaker had
do the thing, chat.
Showmaker had a pretty good game in game 1 on the Annie, and in game 2, the Trundle was also pretty massive as well. Despite Showmaker obviously taking over the game. For me, it pushed me over the edge. Showmaker was... Can you guys stop that?
All right, sorry. One more time we did.
6, 7.
Not you, G-Sun. Not you, G-Sun. You're like, do it one more time.
I don't know what you guys are doing with that. It's already clearly decided. There's a very clear 6 votes for jungle and 7 votes for the mid lane. There's no like scale being balanced here. 6 is smaller than 7, and so therefore...
Crazy, man.
I just don't understand why you guys are doing this.
I'm just sad that there hasn't been a 6-game day. Yet again, we're foiled, Wolf. We almost had it. But
so close.
FearX just weren't able to get it over the line. Let's take a look at the comments now. Let's see, what do we have here? We going with the 7s or the 6s? We'll go with 7s first.
Comment collected, even in the pandemonium. So, yeah, to be honest, it was kind of chaotic at the end. So I think still it was Showmaker who hold the game. And I think
Calm, I think, is a little, you know,
What do you mean?
I think he was laser focused, yeah. He it was a little bit chaotic, but he was going in. He was not calm in my mind. But yeah, I see what you're saying, you know. He didn't lose sight of what needed to be done. Maybe Steve Max said, don't pick Ari here, and he was like, oh yeah? That's why there was an apology. I'm speculating, I don't know. He popped off.
Yeah, again, in the interview saying that. Wolf?
Always ready to give his fans the show of a lifetime. Showmaker, he makes the show once again on the Ari. I think Lucid votes are completely warranted, but that Ari performance was just too much for me. It pushed me over the line.
I don't know what it's been lately, but for me, I'm always more entranced by the footwork, right? Are you dodging the skill shots? He did that in game number 1. That was quite the show. The footwork of the moves that he brought were pretty great as well. Some absolute magic on the Lee Sin from the head of the Lucid fan club, Ox, pointing that one out.
Kick angles were insane.
Yeah, I mean, some players cannot just play Lee Sin, even though the meta is like Jarvan, Xin Zhao, Lee Sin. I think some players just cannot play it because the champion needs a lot of masteries, but Lucid is always bringing hot with the Lee Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what else that we had here. Helios with there's something inspiring in Showmaker's playmaking.
That is why he has been in the past called Showmaker Playmaking Maker by a famous commentator.
All right.
Thank
right?
you.
That was almost my comment, so
True
I had to
saying.
bring it up, you know?
Yeah. No, it's great. Showmaker, the playmaker. Oh my God. No, it's too late. You missed.
You guys weren't going to give me anything there? Come on. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, that's what the kids like. Yeah. I can do that too. Yes.
Why
sure.
did we do this? Why did we not us doing the 6-7? Why was the vote 7-6? Why couldn't it just be 8-5? Damn. Let's see what else we had here.
It is what it is.
Comments. Umpty, master of both strategy and execution. Okay, that's an Umpty comment. Next. Let's do it.
That's so yes, the strategy and the execution, yes.
We're getting a bald, lucid Lee Sin thumbnail tonight. Again, Gogo, a knower of our fantastic content team here at the LCK. They always make the players bald and then usually put their face in the champion that they're playing. And then no first picking Lee Sin below 3 cushion level.
Can someone explain
So-
cushion?
It's a Korean thing, you know. So, like, what is it called? The pool. Yes, pool. The trick pool.
Yeah,
the billiards.
Yeah.
Right. So it has to bounce 3 times.
Yes.
Right. The like trick shots.
Yes.
So that's what. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't try to the skip.
Oh,
parse
yeah.
more than 3. Boop. I got it. I see.
Okay.
So you have to be so skilled to pick Lee Sin.
Yeah,
and if you're not that skilled, don't pick it.
That's a really, I mean, he basically was bouncing around those team fights, so I think it's a good comment. Good job, Prince.
Prince spending some time over at the billiards hall a little bit, you know? Interesting. I didn't know that one either. Oh, that's because when Lee Sin kicks people, it's bouncing.
Yeah, he bounces backwards.
So it's the billiards kick. It's like you're playing pool.
He did get some snipes. I mean, sometimes you get a whole break into the enemy team.
You know, that was the second good obscure sports reference used today. The first one, Max using Peloton to call out D plus Kia. Peloton is in cycling. It's when there's one guy that's out in the lead and then there's a big group that's following him.
Yeah.
That's the Peloton.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's just...
You got any obscure sports references for us to close out the day?
I'll think of one as we take a look at the standings, where it is yet another victory here for D plus Kia. They stay tied in that Peloton with T1, D plus, and Gen G.
You already made that reference.
Chasing Hanwha Life Esports and KT. Now I can connect them. Hanwha Life Esports and KT are the lead group. T1, D plus, and Gen G are the Peloton.
I mean, I think this is the correct order. I mean, I really think that even in the Peloton group, I think T1 are the best, and then DK, and then Genji right now. DK, now they have to play against Genji once again. And yeah, it seems like Lucid and Showmaker, and also I think the bot lane, they're playing so much better than Genji right now. That's how I feel. And I think they have great chance to win against Genji once again.
Oh, our top 8 is decided for the end of round 1. We only have 1 game left.
Don't look at me.
Battle for last place. The Bros against DNS Woodid's match of the week.
That's right.
1 more game. There's only a little bit of movement left.
Let's pull. Can we pull up the graphic?
All right.
Let's pull up the graphic, baby. After we zoom in on my face and get prepared for the stress, as it is the battle of the week. The final match of round number 1. They saved the best for last. Not Hanwha Life Esports and T1. That's beginning of round 2. It is the DN Automotive Supers versus Hanjin Brion for the battle.
All right, so I normally...
I'm kind of interested in Hanwha Life Esports versus T1.
No. Why are you interested in that one?
I mean, I normally tease Brion, you know, for this one to predict, like not predicting Brion. But I actually did predicted Hanjin Brion to win this one. So we are on the same bus together.
We're on the same bus.
I also predicted Hanjin Brion to win.
We're all bussers?
We are all bussers?
Chat, are you on the bus with us as well? That's right. Okay. For those of you that are on the bus with us, Hanjin Brion against the DN Automotive Supers. You don't want to miss it. Tomorrow's final match of round number 1. The most important match of tomorrow. If you are a Hanjin Bring On fan, we'll see you there. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. Also, the space that looks like the blocks nearest the net in pickleball is called the kitchen. Bye-bye.
Needs help.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
북벌 성공 20m.
세상 보고 계십니까? 그 북벌의 의지를 이었습니다.
전술적으로 이길 수밖에 없는 구도를 계속 젠지가 가져오고 있어요.
자, 그래서 오늘 준비된 경기의 주인공들을 만나보겠습니다. 디플러스 기아와 젠지 e스포츠입니다.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stars.